and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Doc, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Been a heck of a weekend, B. Mitch. Watching the golf. I knew you'd be all over the golf, so I figured I could have an eye closed on that. I'm working, but the game sevens, Philadelphia was not nice to the Curly W's. You know, weekend was kind of rough on our boys. They're in it, around it, but losing 5 in a row. We can say the losses were encouraging, but they're still losses.
Well, I think the thing about it is that this team has shown us what they can be. But we knew going into this season what we're seeing is like a lot of what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
They weren't supposed to be as good, but you get guys out there, they're gonna fight, and you want to see some quick growth. And I think that's what we're starting to see. We are going to see what they could possibly be, but I think more we're going to see what they are. But as they add more and get more experience, then I think things will change up a little bit for them.
Yeah, encouraging part, though, running of the bases where we got cut off when we've been aggressive on the base paths. And the Phillies are one of the best teams in baseball.
All right, well, we're going to go right to our friend over on Golf Channel, Steve Sands. Steve, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Brian, how are you, buddy?
I am absolutely terrific, man. As soon as I saw the tournament ending yesterday, I felt I had to talk to you because I know you're very, very close to it. Let's say we can start off a little funny with, I guess it wasn't funny for Scheffler. How does that happen?
Whew, man. I mean, look, between the three of us and our audience, we've been to, thousands and thousands of sporting events. There's all kinds of traffic patterns, traffic issues. Yeah. In this case, there was that crazy accident, horrible ending. Someone lost his life. There was a long, long backup, and the players were told to, go on the median and go around, just like the broadcasters were and the caddies, people who needed to get there so that the event could continue that morning. Well, this one police officer and this other police officer were not communicating, and this one police officer at the end ended up getting on Scotty, and it looks like there was a big miscommunication, but man, I don't know. The police report and Scotty's report are completely different from each other.
And that's the thing. Like I mentioned on air that I've gone to many events where once you're in a certain area, that's supposed to be the secure area. They know you're good. And it's amazing that, that everybody was said that they were told to go across a medium. And then when you do, these two people decide, no, that's not what we're going to let happen today. I think in all sports, don't you think that they should at least, the people working with the players should have some idea who the hell the players are?
I cannot believe that someone from the PGA of America wasn't at the entrance. It's a PGA championship. It's a major championship. It's 6 a.m. It's dark. It's raining. And they're trying to get to the golf course so they can play round two.
Yeah.
I just, for someone not to be there, it would have really diffused the whole thing because someone would have said, hey, hold on a second. It's Scotty Scheffler. He's just trying to get to the golf course. And who knows? Who knows what happened? Who knows what the initial interaction was between Scotty and the police officer? But, man, it did not end up well.
Well, I think from that point on, the best things I saw were the memes they had of Scotty and one person had, like he was dressed like Eminem coming out. It was outstanding.
Yeah, I saw that one.
But even with all of that, I think the golf tournament lived up to the hype, and in the end, it won over. Xander Schauffele ends up winning 21 under. At any point did you think he was not going to continue?
Man, who's Scotty?
No, Xander.
Oh, Xander. Oh, yeah. I thought you were still on Scotty. Listen, Xander has been working towards this for a long time. There's you guys played football, guys in the NBA say this all the time. I kind of thought this was going to happen last night. I thought Denver was going to beat Minnesota because it's not quite Minnesota's turn. Kind of like for a little while there, it wasn't quite, the Bulls' turn to get past Detroit and those guys. And I don't know. I thought Xander had been working towards this, and I thought it was his turn. I thought it was his time. I don't know why I thought that. But before the week, he was one of the guys on my short list because he just plays so tough in these big events. Mm-hmm. And guys talk about it all the time. Give yourself opportunities. At some point, you're going to bust through. And it wasn't like he was choking them away. He just would get there and then retreat just a touch, or someone else would kind of grab a hold of that trophy. Yeah. This time he did it, and, man, he was the best player all week. To be the leader all week, Brian.
Yeah.
To sleep on that lead all week is not easy for those guys, and he was money all 4 days.
You think that the distraction could have been a benefit for him? Just something else to take it off the fact that he's at top of the leaderboard?
Absolutely, Rick. Listen, nothing makes a professional golfer happy than to be able to just go about his business when no one even notices that he's there.
Amen.
And all the oxygen in the room. People talk about that when Tiger plays, Doc. When Tiger plays an event, he takes away from the entire event because he's earned that status that no matter what he does, everyone wants to pay attention to him and nobody else. Well, when that happens to the number one player in the world, he's not the number one player in the world, not just some random guy. Well, all the oxygen in the room was going towards Scotty, and Xander and the rest of those guys were flying under the radar, and they were really happy about it.
I think when you look at also Bryson DeChambeau, I think he did very well for himself. The thing, listen, this is I'm worried about regular golfers, okay, Steve, when they watching Bryson, okay? They had him, he was 220 out, and he was hitting a damn 8-iron. That's not possible, man. What the hell is going on?
They're playing, here's the thing.
But
they are playing the same, Brian, they're playing the same game we do. It's just a different sport. Look, you know this. Doc, you would never remember this. We have 3 sons. They're now 23, 21, and 19. One of the great pictures we have in our house upstairs with all the other, skin stuff is a picture of our 3 sons with you on a sideline about 10 years ago. All right. So the boys, I think it was 9 or 10 years ago. And the 3 of them, I think they were 12, 10, and 8. So let's call it 11 years ago.
Okay.
And up until that point, our 3 sons who were playing, Pee-wee football, junior high school football, they're going to play high school football. They thought they were going to play in the NFL, like every other kid. But they didn't realize that their dad was Steven Sands. and that 5'11", 168 and running a 4.9 isn't going to get it done. So my point in saying that is once you realize that a kid realizes, oh, wait a second, look at the size of Doc Walker. There's no chance I'm playing in the NFL. Well, it's the same thing in golf. It's just wild how all of that works out.
But it doesn't work out for everybody, Steve. It works out for Bryson. Okay, well, Bryson was hitting the 8-iron from 226. I'm looking at the people. He was in the same group with Hovland, I think it was. Yeah. And Hovland was hitting a 7-iron from 194.
No, but my point in saying that is every kid thinks they're going to play the NBA or the NHL or Major League Baseball or NFL, whatever the sport is, and they think, oh yeah, and then all of a sudden they meet Doc Walker. Okay, they meet Brian Mitchell, and they say, okay, there's no chance of this happening. Every golfer who's watching Bryson DeChambeau at Bay Hill a few years ago when he ripped that ball over 6, or yesterday, every golfer might go on the range today or this week and go, let me try to do that. They'll do it one time and they'll realize, yeah, that's not going to happen.
That ain't going to happen. I can't do that. Yeah, but listen, as it went down the stretch, what I noticed yesterday, see, normally when you're playing golf and you see a ending of a tournament, you see 2 or 3 people playing the last group or the last 2 groups. Yep. But everybody that they showed yesterday were putting up numbers to where that's why I say it was a great one for Xander, because he couldn't stumble at all, because anybody could have came from anywhere and got him yesterday if he started to stumble.
It's much easier. Professional golfers will tell you it's much easier to catch the leader when it's more difficult conditions. So it's easier for a guy who's leading to keep the lead when it's easier conditions, not more difficult ones. Because, man, you look at those scores yesterday. I'm not making fun of Valhalla, but let's face it, it was a par 67, 68 out there. I mean, everybody's in the mid-60s yesterday. So when you see that, you know that you're just going to be throwing darts and just keep going and playing aggressively. When it's really, really difficult and players have the ability, Xander did not have the ability yesterday to shoot 72. Wasn't going to happen. If it was really, really firm and fast and difficult, absolutely could have shot 72. And that means that someone could have come up and caught him. I just thought Xander was playing too well, hitting the ball too well, and his confidence is really high. Mm-hmm. And look out now, man. I mean, I hate when people say this might open up the doors for someone now that he's won one. It's going to really, open up the floodgates. I can't stand when they do that. I do think that this is going to change the way Xander thinks of himself coming down the stretch at a big event. When you had miss, and then all of a sudden you get to the finish line. You guys know this better than anybody, way better than me. I think once you get to the finish line, especially in this sport, that really changes your mindset coming down the stretch at big events on the weekends.
You're very close to the golf, and I know the U.S. Open, they try to have this tougher conditions as anybody can have, and the PGA is starting to get as close to try to get closer to the U.S. Open. I don't think they are when it comes to difficulty, but will they look at Valhalla and how those numbers were so high, low, that they would say, we got to do something different, or maybe shy away from that tournament?
One of the reasons we lost the U.S. Open in D.C. Congressional is because Rory got to 16 under par in 2011. And they didn't like the fact that in the Mid-Atlantic, it can be hot and humid, as if that's a surprise, that it can be hot and humid in mid-June. And that was one of the reasons, one of the factors that the USGA kind of looked the other way on Congressional, which is a storied venue with 3 U.S. Opens in the past. And that happens. And for sure, Brian, it's unfortunate because it rained 2 inches and then another half inch on Monday. It rained 2.5 inches in the previous 7 or 8 days before the PGA at Valhalla. The golf course was soft. There's nothing anybody could do about that. And when you give the best players in the world a soft golf course, they're going to eat it up. And that's what happened last week. But I think the PGA of America is going to look at Valhalla and go, man, do we want to go back there and have 20, 21 under par, at a major championship? It's just not something people in golf are interested in having those low numbers at majors. So I think it's going to hurt Valhalla's chances of getting another PGA soon.
So the degree of difficulty
doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I just think it's going to be difficult for them to get it back.
I think look at the Open or being as a novel. When people go as a skills challenge, how difficult the courses are. So we're saying we don't want that.
Now they don't want everybody. Okay. I mean, like when Tiger went 15 under at what was it at Pebble Beach?
Yeah,
Pebble Beach,
and everybody else was way away. That's one guy.
Think of the 4 majors in golf like they do in tennis. They want them to be different. In tennis, you have the Australian Open is the hard court, but not as fast as the U.S. Open hard courts and the rock and roll atmosphere, outside New York City. The French has the slow red clay, and then there's the elegance, the kind of Masters feel of Wimbledon, the way they go about their business. So those two are the same. The U.S. Open is a grinder, even par, thick, rough, nasty, mean golf kind of thing. The PGA is a little bit lighter than that. The Open Championship is completely predicated on weather. They don't care if you shoot 20 under or whether it's even par, because if it's 51 degrees and blowing 30 miles per hour, they know the scores are going to be high. But on the off time that they perhaps get a warm and benign summer, if the Open Championship is played at Royal Troon this July and there's no wind and it's 68 degrees and sunny, those guys will eat it up. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about that.
I don't think they really, really care when it's like that. But we're talking to Steve Sand on the Bet Cure guest line. And Victor Hovland, last hole, putting for birdie.
Yeah.
And that with a bogey. How does that really sting a person, and how do they get over that hump? Because I understand how Xander has, he got over the hump by winning yesterday, but that has to play with somebody. Because you lose a lot of money in those 2 strokes.
2 years in a row, Victor Hovland has come really close to winning the PGA Championship. That last putt, by the way, that he missed after missing the birdie that he thought was going to perhaps put him in the playoff. It ended up not being that way because Xander made the birdie and ended up winning in regulation. But when he missed that birdie putt, Brian, that's such a deflating thing that he lost his concentration on that one coming back. He's not going to care about that one coming back. He's only caring about the one that he missed, trying to put it in at 20 under par.
At this point, now, if we go back to where this thing all started with middle of the morning, #1 golfer in the world being in a bit of a disagreement with a officer or a guy controlling traffic, what happens in this? What's the the conclusion?
The arraignment is tomorrow. Scotty does not have to be in court. The lawyers said they are going to plead not guilty. Scotty is supposed to play this week. He's the defending champion at Charlotte. No, he's not the defending champion. He is supposed to play this week in Fort Worth. He lives in Dallas. Fort Worth's a short drive at the Colonial. But I don't know. I know everybody would like the charges to be dropped, but they haven't been dropped yet. And the court date is tomorrow. So we'll have to just wait and see how it's all adjudicated.
All right, Steve, man. Appreciate you giving us some time, man. Thank you.
The best to the boys.
I got your buddy coming on at 11 o'clock, man.
Who's that?
Donnie Wallace.
Oh,
the
man.
the best in shape man in the world.
You have never in your life, Doc Walker, seen a human being look as good as Donnie Wallace at our age, man.
Chef?
I mean, my God,
Chef?
incredible.
No, works for the PGA Tour.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I've
Love
seen it.
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
We love Donnie.
Yeah.
We
my
love
dude.
Donnie. He said all back in the day, he used to carry you, man, carry you around, Brian Mitchell.
Hey, I tell you, set me down and let me start running. And I just
Donnie's a good man.
I'll tell him you said hi, man.
All right, fellas, be good.
All right,
Take
that's
care,
Steve
Steve.
Sands from Golf Channel joining us here on B Mitchell Philly. We're gonna take a quick break here. We get back. Let's switch over to the Nets. We're gonna deal with our friend from Masson, Bobby Blanco.
It was a brutal road trip for the Nationals. They just went 2-7 in Boston, Chicago against the White Sox, and then this weekend got swept by the Phillies. I know 2-7 looks bad, but if you look deeper, I mean, they were in almost all of those games. I think of those 9 games, 7 of them they lost by 2 runs or less. So, you know, they just need to get that clutch hit late in the game, maybe a more stronger outing by a relief pitcher here and there, more efficient out of the bullpen. 2-7 is not good. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I mean, obviously, like you said, they've now fallen 5 games under 500 when they were just hovering right around it for a bit. But, you know, I think there is some positive to take away in that they were in most of those games, and, you know, one good at bat, one better pitch can kind of flip the script there, and hopefully they would have turned it around. They returned home today. They got the Twins at home, and then they got the Mariners over the weekend. So, you know, hopefully some home cooking is what they need, just getting back home. But they played a lot of road games too. I mean, they played well on the road, but this schedule is road heavy in the first half of the season for them. So, you know, hopefully they can turn around once they get back home.
Bobby, so we know that they're in a rebuild, and I think in moments they show what they could possibly be once they all mature a little bit and get the right pieces in place. But when we see some of these, like you said, they were in the games, but they lose them. Can we, is that what we should expect more often? Instead of when they start to win a little bit, we forget. Rebuild, you got a certain mindset. They win a few games, and automatically we go to, oh man, they go compete now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? I mean, like, you know, like I said, you can take the positive away. The name of the game is winning. So obviously, if you don't win, you know, I mean, I guess you don't want to take like moral victories. I mean, no one in that clubhouse is being like, oh, well, at least we're competing. No, they want to win ball games. But I think you can take a realistic look at it as like, well, you know, this team a couple years ago lost over 100 games. This team last year, at this point last year, were not competitive at all. They were getting blown out more often than not. It wasn't until later in the year they started playing better ball. And they've started playing well this year, and they're in a lot of these games. I mean, you know, getting swept by the Phillies, and especially in Philadelphia, that's tough against a division opponent, a division rival, but that's the best team in baseball right now. You can kind of, I don't know, you got to accept that. I think the harder part was losing 2 of 3 and getting shut out in 2 of those games by the White Sox, who have the worst record in the American League, after you've played teams like the Orioles, like the Rangers, like the Dodgers. You've played all these better teams tough, and then you go to Chicago and lay 2 goose eggs in 3 games. I think that's probably more of a bad sign than you getting swept in Philly, because like I said, you lose Friday by 2 runs in Philadelphia. You lose Saturday night by 1 run, and then yesterday you had a lead in the 5th inning, and then the bullpen kind of exploded on you and kind of collapsed. So, I think there's some good and bad to take away. I will say right now they're definitely playing better baseball than they were at this point last year, which is a good sign. I just think you also need to start beating up on the teams that you should beat, like the White Sox. They did sweep the Marlins earlier this year. They took 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays earlier this month. So, the Twins and Mariners are playing well right now. Then you get the Braves next week in Atlanta. So, maybe, play them tough, and hopefully, you get a lucky bounce here and there and they go your way as opposed to what has happened over the last 9 games or so.
A couple of things that surprised me. Abrams, I think he'll bounce back. He'll get that eagle eye back. But they were hell on wheels on the base paths. I think only Cincinnati Reds were equals, and then that got cut off. Then errors. Robles had a couple of brain farts and certain things that the controllables, when they start failing in those categories against a team like Philadelphia, you got no chance, and they were close.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, that's another thing that Davey Martinez and the coaching staff was looking at. Like, they can look and take losses, but when they beat themselves, this is not a team that can beat themselves right now because, like I said, matching up against teams like the Orioles, the Phillies, the Dodgers, like they're better than the Nationals. That's just a fact. But the Nationals don't have a chance if they beat themselves. And I think they're doing that a little bit over the last couple of weeks, like you mentioned, kind of running into outs on the base paths, a couple of errors in the field. They were so good all throughout spring training and then through the first month of the season of playing clean baseball. And, every team goes through ups and downs like this, goes through some streaks over the course of a season. That's acceptable. That's fine. But you don't want it to become a habit because they did start playing so clean. And that was really what was their downfall last year, was that it wasn't always clean. And it was the same situation where they weren't as good as other teams. So when you beat yourselves, you're digging yourself into a deeper hole, and it's harder for a team that's not as talented to come out on top. So they started off well this year. They hassled up a little bit. Hopefully they kind of right the ship, maybe as the calendar flips to June or even this homestand. But yeah, you don't want to see that, again, you can kind of accept the losses if you're playing well and giving yourself a chance. If you're beating yourself, those get more and more frustrating.
What have you noticed about them that, you go into a season, you understand that they're in a kind of rebuilding, retooling, whatever you want to call it. But what has been better than you thought, and what is something that you felt could have been better, but it hadn't been that way?
I think you look at, this past road trip aside, I was really coming into the season a little concerned about the offense. And, over the past couple of weeks, games, they haven't scored as much. So it's kind of turning its head. But, I was very impressed with how they started this year because Davey Martinez had always said during spring training and coming into the season, they're not built for power. So they need to find a different way to manufacture runs. And I wasn't quite sure how they were going to do that. And then they started off, they're second in the majors in stolen bases, and they're getting guys on base. They're getting guys over, getting guys in. So, when they're scoring in bunches, they've been really fun to watch, because they're not just live and die by the home run like you see some teams around the league. So I know they're in kind of a slump right now offensively, but if they get that going back again, like Doc mentioned, C.J. Abrams, I think C.J. is going to bounce back soon enough. He's just too talented. He's too good after his strong start. You get guys like Elaine Thomas back maybe this weekend after an injury, and you kind of get back into that offensive groove. I think that has been more impressive than anything. And you can also add to the bullpen. They're a bullpen when it is Floro, Harvey, and Finnegan. Those guys have been lights out. I know Kyle blew the save over the weekend, but for the most part, those three guys have been terrific, and I think that's been a surprising part. Something that hasn't been as good, I would say just recently the defense, because we saw in camp how much they were being preached to, like, just make the routine play, know where your feet are, know where you're supposed to be, know your job, do your job. And they did that well to start the season. Over the past couple of weeks, it's been a little, I guess, sloppy to kind of play in the field. So if they clean that up, I think I was surprised at how sloppy they got over the past couple of weeks. So if they clean that up, I think that puts them on a better path to get back to 500, maybe back above 500. Because I think offense comes and goes, but playing fundamentals, playing strong defense, that's something you can do on a nightly basis.
When they went on their World Series run, they had some pitching, and that's going to carry you over the hump. I know they have a lot of young guys now, except Corbin. He's a guy who's been around a while. How has the pitching been in your eyes, and what do they have the people in place that could possibly turn into a great unit?
Yeah, I think the pitching I think for the most part, the pitching, especially the starting rotation, if we're talking about the rotation, it's been better than I think maybe some expected. Mackenzie Gore, of course, has electric stuff. He leads the team in strikeouts. I know his ERA is like under 3.50 right now. So that's not like world beating, but that's still very good, for a second full year starter. Jake Irvin is having another strong season. He has like one really bad outing that kind of balloons his numbers a little bit, but you take that out, he's been fantastic over the course of the season. He got roughed up a little bit on Friday night, I think it was, but finished strong, which was a good sign. Trevor Williams has been, I know he had his shortest outing yesterday, but he has been kind of a really surprising story for them because he's got an ERA under 3. He was, statistically one of the worst pitchers, if not the worst pitcher in all of baseball last year, especially in terms of giving up the home run and walking guys. He gave up his first home run of the year yesterday. So that's been a surprise for them and a good storyline. And then you have Mitchell Parker, the rookie who starts tonight, the lefty. He kind of like Irvin was last year. He was a young guy that came up that maybe wasn't expected to make his major league debut this year. They're still waiting on Cade Cavalli to come back, their top pitching prospect. They needed a starter with Josiah Gray hitting the IL. They decided to give Mitchell a go, and he's rewarded them. He's been pitching very well for them, as a rookie guy who, wasn't really supposed to make the major leagues this season. So that's been a really good positive turn for the Nationals in terms of that. And all that to say, without Josiah Gray, right? Josiah hopefully will be on a rehab assignment sooner rather than later. They'll get him back, and hopefully he can have a strong second half of the season. And then, like I mentioned, the bullpen, those A guys have been fantastic. When they have a lead, they more often than not are converting those into wins. And so when they can give those guys a lead late in the game, they've been fantastic.
Playing against the Twins over the next few days, what do you think should happen in that series?
Yeah, you got Mitchell Parker going tonight. I think that's going to be, hopefully he can kind of set the tone. Then you got Corbin going tomorrow and Jake Irvin and Wednesday's matinee game. The Twins are 2 games above 500. They're in 3rd place in the AL Central. So, you can kind of, if you take, the Nats' recent slump, losing, was it 5 straight, they could be around that mark too. So it should be a fairly good matchup. The Nationals are facing Pablo Lopez tonight. He starts for the Twins. Nats fans probably know him very well from his time in Miami. He's got an ERA around 5 against the Nationals in his career from his time with the Marlins. So it's maybe a guy that they can jump on early and provide Mitchell Parker in the bullpen an early lead. You win game 1, that sets you up to winning a series. So go out, get the first game. Hopefully you get a good, strong outing from either Corbin or Urban the next 2. You go and just win game by game, series by series, and you'll slowly get back to that 500 mark.
All right, Bobby, well, man, we appreciate you giving us some time, man.
Hey, Bobby,
let's hope that they go out there and take this series.
I hope Jesse Winker just keeps doing his thing too, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Jesse's got it. Yeah, thanks for all the help, guys.
All right, man. That's Bobby Blanco joining us right now here on the B. Mitch and Finley Show. And you can follow Bobby at Masson, or you can get him on X at Bobby_Blanco. Well, when we start thinking about the NBA, we think about a lot of teams that are established and people that's been around, and normally it's the veteran players, veteran teams. Well, the young folks had something to say about that this weekend, and a young buck on this show, he predicted it based on what he told me just a moment ago.
Told
Jeffrey
you or
Walker
showed you? Told you or
said that it
showed
was
you.
going to be 2 games back-to-back with the Indiana Pacers, and he said that I don't remember him saying this, that the Minnesota Timberwolves will win the game. It's Game 7 to
And it's
get
on
into
tape.
it. He said this. I don't know.
Landfill would
But
have
you
it
know what?
documented.
I watched
if it
that
happened.
game last night, and Minnesota, as young as they are, their star didn't play well. But his supporting cast came to play. We'll discuss a little bit of the NBA championship and all that going up when we get back. Welcome back, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. NBA playoffs is some of the best basketball you can see.
Say it's fantastic.
And, man, I'm serious. I thought the Knicks were going to come out and play some ball. But
you thought or you hoped?
No, I thought because I watched Brunson and the crew, but they started getting injuries. And listen, that's not an excuse for anybody because it's a part of the job.
Right.
It's a part of the sport.
Right.
And you happen to start getting injured at the wrong time, that's on you. That's not on anybody else. Yeah. But Indiana Pacers, they come in and Halliburton. Dude has the funniest shot in the world, but
buckets.
He makes his shots.
Yeah.
One thing I noticed about both the Pacers and the Timberwolves, they play defense.
They built for it,
and that's a difference in when you watch most people. They play great offense. They should be going to jail for being an imposter, and acting like they're playing some defense because none of them really play defense. But these two teams play, and you have two younger teams, and I think this may be good for the NBA, having younger teams coming into this thing.
I know it's better because look at the people we overpaid here in Washington who were one-way players. And then you see these young guys making a tenth of what these guys made, and they play on both ends. There's no way in the world, and you know this better than most, that you're going to beat somebody elite in a playoff environment and you're telegraphing your injuries. Not going to happen. You got a good chance if you're healthy. You got no chance if you beat up.
Yeah,
I get the Knicks credit. But if they had continued on, it would have been horrible. They give you great effort next, and the next group is there. They're vibrant, they're long, athletic, and fearless.
When you look at it, though, now, Pacers are going to be playing against your son's favorite team, Celtics. On the other side, Minnesota. Can they be both of these teams, I think the fact that they hunker down and play defense, and we notice Boston will give you a stinker every series.
They're going to crap. Yeah,
they'll give you more than one of them.
They're going to give you more than one. You're right.
What happens?
The thing about Boston is that they just refused, if they're not on the three-point shooting, they refuse to take the mid-range game, which they're excellent at.
But that's what basketball has become, though.
I know, but if you're not
on, just shoot threes.
Then they refused, and then they're dealing with that ace in the hole or cripple in the hole in Porzingis, who, when he comes back, he'll be hurt again. When he's there, they are awesome, but it's just not long enough. And again, I can't be partial on this. I'm prejudiced. So I was hoping Humpty Dumpty and the boys would make it because I thought they presented the best challenge for the Celtics. But now after watching Ant-Man and the Twin Towers.
But the thing about that last night, as I sat there and I was jotting down little notes and stuff.
Were you sipping?
No.
Okay.
Wasn't even sipping.
Okay.
But Karl Anthony Towns, he played in a way I never thought he was capable of playing.
Yeah.
Offensively, he has every skill set. Yeah. Defensively, he shies away. He plays some defense. Rudy Gobert
shocked me.
I think he needs to go home and just go on his knees and say thank you. Because he threw up some shots last night.
That was too.
That went that, but that. And I'm like, look, this isn't supposed to be happening. I never thought the dude had any type of offensive game plan, and he balled out. He balled out last night.
You know what he makes annually, right?
I understand what he makes annually because you get paid for just playing one side of the ball when it comes down to basketball now.
That's a big ticket.
I didn't know he had that. But two guys, Jaden McDaniels and also Naz Reid.
Dog.
Those two dudes right there, they might have to. I think if you had to pick one or two players that were the reason that they won last night, it's those two. Probably Jaden Daniels. He ended up with Jaden McDaniels. I say Jaden Daniels. I got him playing basketball now.
That's okay.
But Jaden McDaniels had 23 points last night. And dude was doing everything under the sun.
Yeah, and they came from
Defense,
behind.
offense. Yes.
It's not like they led the whole. That's the beautiful part about
You
this.
hold
They snatched them.
that team to 37 points in a whole half of basketball.
That's right.
That's saying a lot. Because I remember, like last night, we asked a question, and Ant said, "Well, I'm not one-dimensional. I guess I'm gonna get Kyrie. I'm gonna have to try and lock him up." Have you ever heard anybody talk about what defense they gonna be playing, or people just talk about getting buckets in NBA? I like the fact that they got a defensive mindset.
And told the guard there before he left, "I'll be back, game 7." This dude, and he's not trying to promote it that way. We got to let him clean up a little bit of his language, but this is authentic. This is not made up. This is not what really television even really wanted.
Amen.
But no, you got to deal with this.
They wanted to have New York.
Damn
they
right.
wanted New York in there because they got the big city in Boston.
Yeah, but
I think we got to get ready for a new era. Basketball it was getting watered down where only certain people were going to go.
Yeah.
Now, these young dudes can play.
It's that time.
And they coming back. And I think even another young, like the Thunder, they're young.
Oh,
they got to start getting over the hump. They got to find a way.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes when you play with your emotions on your sleeve.
But how about Dallas, though? They showed you they could rehabilitate themselves.
Yeah.
Because we would have just said this same old Dallas. No, not so.
Mm-hmm.
Not so. I got to give him credit. But Humpty Dumpty, I never would bet against him.
Who do you call Humpty Dumpty?
Joker.
He used to be Humpty Dumpty. He got away from that.
No, the boy bad, though. He's still the best ever.
All right, let's take a break here. We get back. Donnie Wallace, Vice President of Operations and ShotLink, will join us from the PGA Tour. And I've talked to Donnie about a lot of different things in golf, and I want to get his take because a lot of his guys don't like working at the Waste Management. I wonder how can they clean up some of this stuff happening around golf, and also how impressed he was with what Xander Schauffele did. He mentioned Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Rolling with Doc Walker today. We'll be right back.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, Charlie was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. After 2 years of college, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing.
All right, welcome back. Be Mitch and Philly, 106.7 The Fan. And this BetQL guest line is fired up today. We're going to be going to it often. So let's go to BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Well, anybody out there, if you ever look at me and you have a problem with me, you got to blame 2 people. Doc Walker, who's on this show with me today, because he taught me a lot of what I know.
That's not true.
And then the young man, I'm going to call him young, the young man who's joining us right now, Donnie Wallace, a guy I've known since I was 17 years old.
The man.
He taught me a lot of other stuff, too. He's the vice president of operations.
Teach you, influence you.
At the PGA Tour. And also, ShotLink. Donnie, what's going on, brother? How you feeling?
I'm well, gentlemen. Good to chat with you as always. And I take responsibility for the good stuff.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of that, Donnie. You did a good job.
If you take responsibility for the good, you got to take responsibility for the bad, bro. So look,
I'll use asterisk.
Look,
how's it going, fella?
We good, man. Well, I just hit Donnie, and I said, we're going to be calling you shortly. He said, I'm in the gym. I'm going to get to a quiet spot.
Gym again?
So we talked to Steve Sands earlier. And Steve told me to tell you what's up, but he understands the dude work out all day, every day.
Saying, man, no, well, see, y'all messing me up now because they see me in the gym, in the room, on the phone. They're like, oh, that's what he tells you to do. Drink coffee and talk. Killing me right now, bro. Killing my image right now. But all good, man. I love chatting with you guys. Yeah, Sandman and I go way back also, brother. So good stuff. Good stuff.
Right. Well, Don, we had a golf tournament that ended up terrifically. Started off a little shaky with Scotty Scheffler. And that situation right there, I asked this to Steve as well. How does that even happen?
Well, I'll give a little perspective. I'm not going to – there are people that are much closer to it and better than me that are looking at the actual facts of the matter. But I'm going to give a little bit of perspective, and I'm going to give it to you, B, because – when you were a Redskin, y'all had a security guy at that gate where the players entered, whether it be practice or game, okay? And when you roll in, the guy gave you a hand gesture, which was usually a nod, and you rolled in. Well, Scotty didn't know that, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion only, I don't think Scotty knew, no one did, that there was an accident that morning. At 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. And I pretty well understand that with all of the police on the scene, that the guy that was guarding the gate at that moment was not the guy that he saw every day all week the days before. And I can imagine him rolling up, the guy giving him a hand gesture to stop. He might think the guy's waving.
Yeah.
And he eases on in, and then the guy grabs the truck. Well, everything goes south. We all know what happens after that. But I just think this is one of those horrible instances where the circumstances adjusted and changed, and a couple of people were just doing what they would normally do, and it just had a bad outcome. So, but I'm more impressed with the guy going out and shooting, 66 after that.
Like I said, man, like whenever it happened a couple years ago with an NBA player going into a game and he was stopped. And I'm like, if you don't know the people that are about to perform, you shouldn't be working.
That's right. Well, and again,
not at that moment, because the people that are coming here to perform, it's important. I'm not saying that they're allowed to do stupid stuff.
That's right.
But you at least got to know who you are here. Why you think they're hiring all this security to protect them? You got to know who they are at least.
That's right. And I think this gentleman, whoever he was, and I'm sure, again, I'm not taking sides, the guy was doing his job. He was probably on scene because of the accident, not the tournament. So he may have been a little out of his element in that respect. Not saying he was wrong for what he did. I think everybody did what they were out there to do that morning. But fortunately, had a great outcome, and we're moving forward with going on to another week, which is kind of my world.
I look at it like the airport. The people out that are directing traffic aren't law enforcement, but they're directing traffic.
That's right.
And if one of them told me to do something and then I went against them and they were hanging in their car trying to get after me, I know me just because of how I look, I'm stopping.
Yeah.
Because people get shot that look like me.
Right.
So I just look at it differently. I just think that this is we may not deal with this the way it probably should be dealt with for obvious reasons, but I still think there's a double standard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and again, I didn't even go to that piece of it. I think, and I can honestly say, because I've done that in terms of entering an event, because the guys know you. Usually, it's the same guy there. Usually, and then I understand it was raining that morning, so the guy had a rain jacket on. So
I think everybody had it. All the security people, everybody had on the yellow jackets.
Yeah, so he didn't know who was who, and again, keep in mind now, this was what I think Friday or Saturday or Friday, and he had gone in that gate since Sunday the prior week, so 5 days just easing up, turning in. Still had troopers out there, but not as many, obviously, and most days it's the same guys that are working the event. So just unfortunate. And best outcome that could be, as hopefully this thing plays itself out. I haven't even heard an update because I was traveling the last couple of days, so I don't even know where it stands now. But hopefully, for everybody's involved sake, it works out the best for everybody.
All right. Well, the tournament went on, and I think it ended up being a terrific one. Xander Schauffele led from start to finish, and the week before he was leading, and he ended up losing late, and then he finally got over that hump. Your impression on how he played down the stretch, because everybody was making shots coming after.
Oh, absolutely. I'm impressed with him for taking that step, because I mean, you performed. Everybody that's had any type of performance, you just like to think that you're in control of it. And in this game of golf, sometimes you never can be quite sure. So for him, I just think it's one of those things where I've seen guys out here, once they cross those little humps, it's a huge boost of confidence and validation, and they go on to do great things, man. So I'm happy for him in that respect, because I know what it means to cross that hurdle. And deep down, obviously you're a professional, elite. You don't have those conscious thoughts like, well, geez, let me try to hold on. Well, that's the worst thing you can do. So to change that mindset, and he knew he grew a little bit these last couple of days. He knows that. So I'm happy for him in that respect. And you can always say that the guy was deserving, because he's always been that battle axe coming down the stretch, but you could never get it done. And he admitted to changing some things and how he goes about his prep. So I just like that as an athlete to like I said, be validated is the word I use. So you can put that in your quiver and keep shooting.
Watching Rory, and I see guys, even though they've won it in the past, every year it seems like you don't get back there. Seems like the pressure mounts. You see the grind. Even though he's a champion, he's not satisfied with that. And I see Scheffler being in that category. Now, I need to see the next one. Is he going to be one of those guys that's always in the running, or is he a one and done?
That's right. And I think, to my point earlier, I think he's one of those guys that's going to be in that conversation from now on, because he as I said, this was like if you want to say the last code to crack. How can I finish? Because he's always there, as B-Man said. So I think he's cracked that code, and we'll know, because you show up with a little something, man, and you've seen it. I mean, that's swag, I call it. When you get it, you got it until it's gone, and when you wear it, it nets results, man. And you can look. I'll say DeChambeau's another one.
Yeah,
when you talked about that swag and believing whether it's believing your own hype or somebody else's hype. When it's working, you just keep doing it, man. Because he's made a conscious decision to show up for these things.
Well, my thing with him is, and I asked this to Steve too. I remember you first gave me those Tour Edge Exotics, and I was hitting the 8-iron like 170, and I was impressed. People were like amazed by that.
Right.
The dude was 226 out. He hit an 8-iron yesterday.
That's right.
All right. And I know Steve kind of say, well, they hit to play a game. But hold on, the people that's playing with him on tour,
that's right.
They were hitting 7-iron from 190 and 200. He hit the 8-iron from 226. So is anybody going to ever come up and say that little thing he does with all the clubs the same length, that's an advantage? Because I kind of think if I hit my 8-iron with a longer shaft, I'll hit it longer than what I hit it now.
You would. The physics of it is that you can't be argued in terms of the physics of it. But again, these, they let me just say that there's a lot of, if you check the law through every bag, they'd probably all be different. I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that.
So in other words, there's a strong 8 instead of a 8.
Yeah. I got a hood mind to get it there. You just got to hold his to get it there.
But, when you go down the list yesterday, you got Shoffley wins. DeChambeau is right there. Hovland, who I think he's going to be highly upset with himself because he could have had a little bit more money in his pocket.
Yeah, he had a chance. He definitely did.
The kid Dietrich, Morikawa, Rose, Justin Rose plays down the stretch. Lowry. But Theegala is another one who's always there, but he seemed to have this way of doing something that gets him out of his rhythm on the last day, and he can't get it back.
No, you're right. That's a great example, and I would have said that he would be the next guy that I'm looking for to pop through. Not as a fanboy or anything, but just noticing that trend. And on the other hand, you notice some that have always gotten close, didn't pop through, and then you don't see them up there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of, I use that analogy of cracking that code, but it's an internal thing that you've got to just put yourself in the moment, not the atmosphere. And if you stay in the moment, man, things can happen. It's hard to do, man. Shoot.
Oh, yeah.
There's a stage there, brother.
Let me ask the painful question.
Yes, sir.
That the novice all want to know.
Mm-hmm.
When Tiger enters, now he's got to play more. He's got to play more, but he's not going to play well.
4 days.
Got to walk, so he's got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But part of me just cringes when he's not Tiger. And he's not going to be Tiger until he puts himself out there. So what's your assessment of him? Is this what he's got to go through to grind it out, or is it a wrap?
No, I think, look, I wouldn't say it's a wrap. I mean, I know Tiger's wired differently, man. And I think Tiger's looking for what he has to do when he's out there. So, yeah, I agree. Most of us want to see Tiger in his element, man, doing his thing. But as you said, this is not the same Tiger. But at the same time, he is looking for what it's going to take to become that
yes,
Tiger.
Very well said.
And I think every time he's out there, our expectations are what they are. He is out there trying to figure out, okay, how did I feel after those 54? How did I feel after those 36 holes? And trying to adjust to see what else. Because I will tell you this, and if you watch Tiger early in the round, I'm going to say the ball striking is, and I've seen it up close, it's no different than it's ever been. And in some cases, a little bit better. It's just when the other stuff sets in, I think we see a little bit of degradation, and that's the stuff I think he's searching for. And knowing him as I know him, if he finds it, he's fixing it.
I think that pain that he deals with his leg, once that starts, like we know, I think anybody that play golf, anybody listening to my voice right now, if you play golf, if your mind is not on golf, you're going to screw up. If your mind's on pain or like, my buddy always said, man, if you see water to the left, say there ain't no water to the left. Because if you start going, man, I got to watch that water to the left, the ball going straight to the left.
Yeah.
So golf is that kind of game where it will screw you up if you just forget, if you start thinking about one little thing outside of what you have to get done.
That's right. It's hard to stay omni-focused when you know you've got things going on, which, again, I applaud Woody for those rounds, those early rounds that he puts together because, everything's still there, but I think he's able to tunnel in past them. And then just my humble opinion, he's no different than us. He knows what he's capable of. So when he pushes those buttons, it's like me back in the day throwing an out route and that you should be able to do with your eyes closed. And it goes up in the bleachers. Like, what the hell was that? I think I know what happened, but I'm not sure.
That's good.
Exactly, man.
So it's just that kind of thing at that level to where your inclination is to just fix it, and he used to be able to do that, but again, he's searching, and like I said, I know Tiger, and I know how he's wired, man. I would never say never.
You gotta realize he's getting older now, and
that's true. That's true.
That takes a little longer to get things back in order. What's next on the tour, man?
I'm heading to Fort Worth for Schwab. I got a new course. Had a renovation there at Colonial, and it's going to be the Texas stop where all the Texas boys show up. So it should be another another good week there, and then I'm gonna be home for a couple of weeks.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
I see. You'll play some golf?
Try to. I'm trying to get back, B. I don't want to run up on you again and have some bad outcomes. So I got to get at it.
Well, you better start hitting a lot more then.
you tearing him up? You tying him up?
You better go ahead a little bit more. Hey, I had taken a little break, man. You could have caught me for a little bit, but I'm on my grind again.
I should have. I'm starting to get on mine, man. I just love the game so much, man. I try to be casual, just play stress free, but man, I just love it.
Dude, you're competitive.
So
you can't do anything stress free.
That's right. I'm getting back at it, man.
Yeah, like I play with Doc here once in a while, Don, and Doc hit that thing a long way. Don't know where it's
the
going.
Wrong way. But no, don't let him lie to you.
He said, "Man, I hit that."
That long you.
It be
It goes long way
over.
the wrong way. Yeah. I'm waiting for my doctor to clear me so I can get started again.
Man, that's good. That's good. I understand, though. I do.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you giving us some time,
Thanks, man. Good to hear your voice.
Get back to your workout. Go in there and bench that 405.
Shoot, no more, man. I'm like, you talking about Tiger. Them days are gone for me. I'm already on the shelf, B.
All right, brother.
Be good, man. Take care, Doc.
All right, be good, man.
All right, that's Don Wallace from the PGA Tour, Vice President of Operations at Shot League, joining us here on B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. But before we go, hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. dog in the fight. I love to watch good sports. I can be watching two teams I can't stand.
Mm-hmm.
If they perform, I'm going to love it. I'm not like certain people who I don't like the team, so I'm not going to enjoy it. I enjoy sports.
Yeah.
So I can enjoy two teams I don't like playing great basketball.
It's game 7 in hockey.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
didn't get better.
like any of these teams, but they're individuals I want to see play. You know, and in my mind, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something totally new. I mean,
well,
I'm not
real
lying to
new
you.
would be
The
Dallas,
Pacers against-
Indiana, and Indy.
How about that, Minnesota?
Well, Minnesota would be so fresh.
Minnesota, Indiana would be as new
It'd
as
be
they come
fresh.
with this new stuff.
Yeah,
right
it'd
now.
be fresh.
But I mean, Luka is a guy. I think he's one that you think he would have accomplished more. But you got to understand, just because he's great as an individual doesn't mean the team is going to be great.
Yeah, it's not like with Dirk.
Yeah.
The Dirk had kid. Dirk had other mature components there.
Mhm.
Also, the guy on the bench had been there. So what I like about this is that it hasn't been manipulated. This has been earned. They didn't trick this. They know outside forces on this.
Mhm.
This happened on the floor.
It has. And I just hope that it continues because I don't like watching basketball. And I see that the ref is too involved.
Some of it's been
And I know
pathetic.
people listen and they hear that sometimes and they don't understand. Like what I'm trying to tell you is the referee doesn't have to do anything drastic to change a game. He just has to do it early enough
Mhm.
to change your approach.
Mhm.
And then the game is changed.
Yeah.
And you watch that sometimes where in the beginning of a game, they give 2 quick fouls on a star player, and you go, why would they call that?
Yeah.
That's when they're setting up something.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
One of those two bigs gets something early on, you start thinking, uh-oh.
Yeah. So I want to see this thing go. And at this point, listen, when I look at Boston, I see 2 people in Brown and Tatum who they've had a lot of press over the last 4 or 5 years.
And they're nice.
And I want to see, if you go get over the hump, get over the hump.
Mhm.
But they're playing against the Pacers, a team that I know they kind of like slap the floor for defense. And like I said, Halliburton comes in and he doesn't shoot the ball like most, but it goes in like you want it to do.
He's not selfish.
No, exceptional.
Yeah.
But then you flip it to the next side. Luka has been great since he came in here with hype, since he came from wherever the hell.
And he'll tell you that.
He stepped in,
Yeah.
and the dude's been a prodigy forever.
I love his swagger.
Kyrie, who
Prodigy.
pisses off everybody he wants to piss off, but the dude can play
He can
basketball.
play ball.
But damn, I'm looking at Anthony Edwards with this crew, and I'm going, they gonna have something to say about it. So ultimately, I think that it may not be what most people want. It may not be what TV wanted. But these 2 series might be as good as some ever. Because I know one thing, they're gonna give us what they got.
Plus Gafford, and I'm partial. I'm prejudiced. Gafford gives me the hope that our football team that I'm hanging on to, that you can go from a disaster situation to high promise.
Mhm.
He went to Wizards. He had he was done. And now look at him. I'm so happy for that guy. It lets you know you hang in there long enough and get around the right people.
Yeah.
That conceptually are smart
But
and
that's what
unselfish.
it
That's all
comes down
needs.
to that. It comes down to having something built around you.
Mhm.
And as we were getting ready for the show earlier, I was talking with Landfill, and he was like, telling me about the Commanders were hiring this dude, Brandon Sosna.
Oh, yeah, brother.
I'm like, okay. As I look at this thing now, I knew a lot of people that were working inside the building.
Mhm.
But I also knew that it was only 1 to 2, 3, possibly 3 at the most making decisions. They have hired people in positions that I don't think we've even had. And at this point now, when you're looking at it, you see, and I think this is what Josh meant about, everybody spends the same money, gets the same athletes, but you can win in other areas.
Mhm.
He's trying to make sure you got the best of the best. And that changes up. And when you look at these teams right now coming here, Indiana has changed it. And Reggie Miller did tell people in New York, the boogeyman is coming. And the boogeyman is playing in the championship and the conference championship right now, and New York's at home.
Yeah.
You look at Minnesota, how they put that team together.
You know it because you've been through it, and you've been around 2 to 3 Hall of Fame coaches, and then you've been around some jackasses.
Yeah.
So you've seen you got to be around the best and the worst to really understand it.
Oh yeah.
So you know when they're talking is hollow, you don't even listen to them. And now we're seeing the ruins. What impressed me most about this current group we have here with the Commanders, people leave Baltimore and San Francisco. They leave blue blood programs. And they get their wife and kids to buy in.
Yeah.
Because you know what I do? My mom coming to me and say, hey, baby, we're going to take a job. I said, Mama, what? You know what I mean? If I'm
have you been looking at their record?
What? You know what I mean? And so that's, to me, people come to them. That's a thumbs up, man.
Yeah.
That is so impressive. Baltimore? Okay.
See, the thing also is, I know, and we are kind of straddling this thing, basketball and football, because you're looking at some of these younger teams that are in this position
Who
right
thought
now.
Minnesota, Indiana?
And I think looking at this team now is positioned to where when they start really doing something, it's going to be a younger team. It's
got to be.
It's going to be out.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately what was going on is when they were going through the hiring process of Quinn, Ben Johnson, the majority of the people in this town, because we've dealt with such bad situations, let's say like
we
that,
go flashy.
We are all stuck on names now.
Flash.
Okay?
Yeah.
Ben Johnson, we hear his name, this and that, but do you think he had the connections and the influence that Quinn has at this point?
It's impossible. Not any fault of his own.
I've sat here.
Just too young in the game.
But I've sat there and I talked with Adam at the Super Bowl. And you've been around me long enough. What I like to do, once somebody tell me something, I sit back and I watch. And then I talk to other people to get information. That dude had as much control, not control, but influence of people coming here than anybody else. And I'm now at this point wondering, would Ben really have done that? Now, everyone wants to look at, well, he turned down Washington. Washington was offering him. Who else offered him? See, you got to think about that too.
Know.
We were offering him. He decided to stay. So with me, nobody else offered him? Was he as juicy in other states and franchises as our fan base was looking at him? Just because we've been so accustomed to mediocrity,
we're abused,
and BS that we think everything else is the best.
Yeah.
And we may have lucked upon something that's going to end up being better than what we could have thought it could be.
Yeah, and you say we lucked upon a guy that's been in the Super Bowl and been with a team. Nobody gets more pub and recognition than Dallas. His units didn't get to where they wanted to go, but we all saw him from the outside looking in going, wow. They had pressure on people. They were doing things we couldn't do. They had a second. So all this being said, the one thing I tell everybody that will listen, who else do you know that could have influenced people to leave blue blood organizations to come here?
Not many.
Not many. Because I know I would have said to people, Mom, you sure?
I've been asked many a times, why did I not get into coaching? And I said, the thing about coaching, if you're really going to be good at it, you need to be allowed to coach. What do you mean? I say, well, most head coaches want everybody to do what he wants them to do. And it takes a little bit of your individuality. So what I noticed when I got here with Joe, everybody did their thing, and then they came together at the end. It wasn't like they came with some marching orders. You have to be allowed to do a little bit outside of what else, of what I think. If you're under me, you got to do a little bit outside of me, because every player don't think the same.
No.
So you got to figure that out.
And your strength might have been better in the front office.
Yeah, I would never want to be under any coach, and if I become a head coach, I would never want to tell my guys, you gotta just do it because I want you to do it like this.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have a conversation and we're gonna have a multitude of influence going, just like they're doing right now.
Seems like what they're doing.
Yeah.
What you just
It's
explained.
exactly what's going
Yeah.
on. So
Yeah, I
you know
like
what? Hey, I'm impressed with it. And we're gonna take a quick break here. And I don't see a time. I'm gonna say, listen, man, if anybody want to talk about the NBA championship or some of the things we discussed right there at this point, 800-636-1067, give us a call because we don't have a set spot for calls, but I understand that sometimes when we're talking, people get, sparked by something we're saying. So if you want to talk to us about the NBA conference championships, who's going to end up in the finals, or things that are happening over in Ashburn right now, give us a call, as I stated. 1-800-636-1067. We're going to take us a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're back. Doc Walker rolling with me.
Yes, sir.
JP Finley is out today. JP will be back tomorrow. We'll be taking some quick phone calls here. Let's go to Crofton. Check out my guy, Rick. Rick, what's going on,
Hey,
man?
Rick.
How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? I spoke with both of you. I spoke with Doc Walker, I guess over the weekend about the retirement of Darryl Green's jersey. My thought first off was definitely Darryl was a cowboy killer, ran down Dorset. Let's do it on that. Secondly, B. Mitch, I want to thank you, man. Never got the word on where we would get the Scotty's vodka. I know it's not a Friday Scotty's vodka, but believe it or not, I found the Scotty's vodka in Glen Burnie, Maryland.
You did?
Thirdly, yeah, in Glen Burnie, Maryland.
Wow.
I'm in Crofton right now, so I'm right outside of Glen Burnie. So, and thirdly, what I like to say, man, is I'm impressed with all of the draft picks that they bought in. Fabulous. But secondly, I'm more impressed with the staff that they're putting in place, because that speaks longevity.
Uh-huh.
Players are going to go and come, 5, 6, 7 years. But if they can keep a staff like this together, I think that's longevity. That's where you get back to the days of the Hogs when I was there at the stadium when Joe Theismann, unfortunately, got his leg broken. I was there, me and my brother. So, I just want to see the longevity, man. I want to, name change and all that. Whatever happens, if that happens, just win ball games, man. Thank you so much.
All right, bro.
Amen.
Appreciate you.
Amen
No,
to
and I
that.
think the whole thing about what he's trying to say, players come and go. But if you have a staff that's picking the players, you want to make sure you got a staff that's picking the right people. And what they're doing, they're making sure that their analytics staff is good, their scouting staff is good, and the person that has to make sure all the numbers work, he's good. And if you got that going, you can keep this thing going for a long time, because you watch a lot of teams, oh, yeah, they go and spend tons of money. Don't win a damn thing. Then they got to get rid of everybody anyway, and they lose more. So I'm happy with it, and we'll see how this thing continue to go. Let's go to Brian and the boys on the road. What's happening?
So, B.
Hey, guys. Y'all hear me?
How you doing?
Yes,
Yeah, we
sir.
got you.
Awesome. Yeah, I got my 13 and 10-year-old boys in the car. And first off, thank you guys for my whole career, my whole life. I really appreciate you both, Ken B. Mitch.
Appreciate
And I really want the Commanders, Skins, our team. I want my kids to actually see them have, success in their life, because Ben was way too young when we had the RG3 year. And I really just want the boys to really experience it. They got to go see us in Atlanta last year and see us win. And we had about 60-80% of that stadium. So it was just a lot of fun. Boys, say hi and talk a little bit about Ant-Man and why they think he's going to win the title. Go on, guys. No.
I actually think Boston's going to win.
Oh, one of them thinks Boston. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go on.
And one thing Minnesota go with?
We can't root for that Dallas teams with a star on the jersey, though. Even though I love Gafford, I just can't do it. I can't do it. So,
I love it. Well, you're teaching them right,
you
man.
guys.
You're teaching them right. No Dallas. No Dallas.
Exactly. They were singing Hail to the Redskins before they were even speaking. So, even though we live in Atlanta, I moved away 20 years ago. I still, bleed burgundy and gold.
Yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Great parenting. Great parenting.
All right, well, y'all have fun, man. But I think that, listen, man, I understand, and I get a lot of parents telling me, man, please tell my kids that we used to be good once. And I understand how it is. Because, in this day and age, kids normally go with what's popping, what's happening.
Yeah.
And if you have young kids that are still fans, that's some parents that are,
Great
pushing
parenting.
it right.
Great
And
parenting.
I've had kids come up to me. I know they didn't see me play, but they could tell me about stats and games and stuff like that. So I have to give dad and mom high fives.
I told Joe Washington we were at the 757 card show, which you've been at, and I told him, I said, B. Mitch is going to die laughing. If he were here right now, his head would explode. Kid comes up to me. When I say kid, he's in his 40s. He got gray in his beard and said, man, my dad, I was 8, and I was there with you. And I said to Joe, man, we fell out. Because really, when somebody's sitting there looking at you, telling you they were somewhere when they were 7 and 8 years old, it just doesn't register. Because you don't see yourself being ancient. And so it's just what I'm
you got to
thinking.
talk to that guy over there. He was talking about you earlier, Doc.
No, Landfill, you can't drive away from it.
He told me.
Man, no way. No way.
Landfill was talking about how old you were.
No way.
He talked about how old. He said London is old as dust, is what he said.
Well, if
At
London's
49,
old as dust.
And then, so I'm older than London, you older than me. So what did he say about us?
Well, I don't think Landfill would say that. But
he did.
Nah, I can't see Landfill.
I don't know why you a fool by Landfill. Landfill is a little ass, man. That's how he is, man.
They ain't the Landfill I know. Yeah,
okay.
Landfill I know.
All right. We're going to talk about you when you turn your back. Who else? We got somebody else online, man?
No, I said B-Mitch. I said you were very old, but I would never say something like that about Doc. Well, prime of his youth.
Yeah, well,
I just think that if I'm old, if the person is older than me, when you say I'm old, you tell him he's old.
So, B-Mitch is IHOP discount old. That's how old he is.
Well, I'm not. Look, I'm proud to be older. And all I'm saying is that, but when someone comes up to you and says they have a life-changing experience, and they were 6 or 7 or 8, and all I think is Mitchell. Every time somebody comes up to me, and this guy said, Joe, I'm so glad he's not here. He would be in tears right now laughing. Hey, that's the way it goes.
That's how it happens. Let's get a quick one before we go out here. Let's go to Nate in Silver Spring. What's up, Nate?
What's up, fellas? Oh, man, always good to hear from y'all, man.
What's happening?
It reminds me of with Coach John and Scott Jackson days, man. But, I want to talk about these playoffs, man. The playoffs been on fire. I think it's been the best playoffs in, like, the past 5 years. Ant-Man is must-see TV. But that game changed in a heartbeat, man. They was up 20, and I'm sitting there waiting for Mike Malone to call a timeout, and he didn't make no adjustment. And then Carl Anthony Towns, and you said it, B-Mitch, that kid McDaniels, he really stepped up.
Yeah.
And hit some big shots. And, you know, I love Jamal Crawford and Reggie Miller on the telecast. They're outstanding. So I'm loving the playoffs, man. And I'm with you. You know, I'm a Lakers fan with you, Doc, and I'm sitting there like, if we just had one of them big dudes, man, we would have been in perfect position. So that was frustrating. But I just wanted to ask y'all, you know, which one of these new guys, you know, is going to win their first championship? Who do you guys want to see win the first championship? You know, Luka, Jason Tatum, or Ant-Man?
Oh, man. I listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I am an Anthony Edwards guy fan, bro.
Okay.
Over the other two. All of them are good, but I'm an Anthony Edwards fan.
Yeah, he's easy to go for. You know what? I just want the team that goes out and
Doc
takes it.
He don't want Tatum to win. He don't want
I
he
can't
don't
have
want
a
the Celtics to win
I
nothing else.
I can't live with that. They can't get to
Boston.
18 before we do. I can't handle that. That's gonna ruin my offseason.
Definitely, man. But yeah, it should be a great Final Four coming up. So I can't wait to see who's gonna come out, man. But always good talking to y'all, fellas.
All right, brother. Take care of yourself. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here. We have Mitch Tischler coming up at 12 o'clock. Make sure you be listening at 12:45. We have our guy London Fletcher joining us, and then at 1 o'clock, Barry Svrluga will be joining us. At 1:30, ask B Mitch anything at 1:30 today, Landfill. That's what you're on here, really? All right, then we'll do that too. And we got our herd here first at 1:45. B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, rolling with the big one, Doc Walker. We'll be back. All right, welcome back. Be Mitch and Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Rolling with Doc Walker today. And when you hear that song, you know what that means? That means that Mitch Tischler is joining us. Follow him on X at Mitch_Tischler. What's up, Tish? How you doing, man?
What's going on, boys? This is
Mitchell.
a power duo we got here. I'm loving it. What's up, Doc?
Hey, man. You know, every once you got that other friend that likes to be on vacation all the time.
Well, he's at the beach again.
Let me stop talking about him. I'll be gone soon. Mitch, all right, you've seen some of the football teams, I mean, the Commanders thus far, and you normally talk about the big men. Are you satisfied with what they have, or do you feel that more work needs to be done?
I would say I'm probably leaning more towards I think there's more work to be done. I think they need to add a little more depth to tackle is the big place. And, you know, you look at how they went out and got Leno a couple of years ago from the Bears, kind of after cuts were made, and he was able to step in and play relatively well for a few years here. I think they may look for a little more veteran help when teams get around to signing their full draft picks and get down to cut days as we get here later in the summer. But ultimately, I think they've redone the interior of this O-line a fair amount, and I'm excited about what these guys are going to bring to the table. I think they brought in a nice balance of guys who have gone out and been successful in the league and have shown they can do it in guys like Tyler Biadasz, and then a bunch of guys that are hungry and want to show what they can do. And I think Nick Allegretti is going to be a fun watch on the interior. I think he's going to be one of those guys who blocks through the echo of the whistle, and he's going to be always looking to clean up extra guys down the field.
Mitchell, one thing I'm banking on is that this staff is going to help our O-line simply by coaching them up and scheming better. Let's face it, a lot of those sacks were self-inflicted. Quarterback holding the ball too damn long and not utilizing backs and H's and tight ends in pass pro. So I don't think it was as bad as it appeared to be, and we might be able to coach up a couple of those tackles to where we might be better than it appeared.
I entirely agree, and I think that goes for across the board with this team. I think the coaching, particularly on the defensive side of the ball, is going to be much, much better. But I think you make a very good point, because who was the offensive line coach last year? The team didn't have an offensive line coach.
They had people on staff, but they were supposed to be coaching other positions.
Who was supposed to be promoted, but never ended up happening. And then you had a run game coordinator who ultimately ended up, doing part of the job while also working with the tight ends and also trying to, coordinate the team. This was a group that was under-addressed and under-coached the entire year last year.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I do think it's a big difference in what they're going to see now. Bobby Johnson has a lot of question marks as an O-line coach. He's done some good things in his past in Buffalo and wasn't so great the past couple of years in New York. Mm-hmm. So, it's going to be things are different, which is a very good thing. And hopefully that helps guys develop a little bit quicker.
As you look at this team right now, and I know it's very early. I know things may change. We get in this business, we get to change our minds. What would you see as the strong suit of this football team right now?
If you're talking kind of positionally,
yeah, position-wise,
I would probably say linebacker. Right? You go from a group that was, again, mishandled and underrepresented on this team, and you bring in a veteran like Bobby Wagner, who's going to be, your leader in the locker room and a starting middle linebacker, and Frankie Luvu, who, just goes out and makes plays everywhere he is on the field. And I think all of a sudden you're looking at that middle tier when in chorus with John Allen and Deron Payne and the big boys up front, hopefully letting those guys run a little more free in that middle layer. I think that could be a huge boost for this defense and for the football team as a whole.
I think that just hearing Cosme talk about Wagner and saying how Wagner told him you're pulling, and he's like, how you know that? He's like, because I can see the pressure in your knuckles, and I think those type of things where veteran players will understand things will help this team, because I know as fans we put pressure on the coaches all the time, and I think they should have some. But the veteran players can teach you a lot more because they see all that little stuff out there. The coaches that didn't play, they don't see it.
No.
They hear about it, but they don't see it. And I think Bobby is going to be even better for the offense than he is for the defense.
Yeah, there was an indictment on the prior staff. They're loaded with former players, and defensive players, linebackers, whatever. And the guy's telling you he discovered something that elementary, that basic, dude, that was horrible.
Yes.
Yeah, that was horrible to hear.
And it's funny because, like when you're in these OTAs and these mini camps, there's no pads on. You're running mostly against air. And Cosby was saying that in his head, he was like, I was trying to hide the fact that I was pulling on that play. I agree with you, B. I mean, I think we talked about this kind of ad nauseum, but the void of leadership in that locker room, spoke volumes. You could feel it from the outside, and you tip your cap to a guy like John Allen who tried to step up and kind of fill that void. But we all know the type of person and player that John is. He's not the most vocal guy in the world. He's not the guy that wants to be, rah and leading this team. And now you look, and on both sides of the ball, you have veteran players who can step in and play right away. Guys like Bobby Wagner, and then on the offensive side, you can look at Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler. Zach Ertz was talking about his legacy, the other day when we were talking to him at the podium, and he brought up like, hey, of course I want, double-digit touchdown catches and big plays. He's like, but I want these guys that come after me to think of me as a guy who helped them in their careers and brought them along. And just having that kind of leadership in that locker room is going to be a huge difference right away for this team.
One thing that I'm really interested in outside the offensive line is the tight ends in last year's group and kind of figuring out who's going to manure or get off the pot, because there's way too much talk about potential. It's time now to get some results and to see people actually fire the pen. And I want to know of the guys coming back, not the newbies, but guys coming back, who has got to really perform well early or really should be jetted out of this program?
Well, I mean, everything you say speaks about Cole Turner, who's a guy who's impressed in training camps and in the preseason. And then when you get to the season, can't catch a cold. And it's a tough place to be when you're supposed to be, the receiving tight end of this group. But to me, the biggest name that I have a question mark about is going to be Armani Rogers. He's coming back from the Achilles injury. He was already back at OTA, so he's back on the field playing. He's a guy that the former group identified as a UDFA, and they wanted to bring in, and showed some stuff before being hurt. But I mean, he's a 6'5", 220-pound tight end who I think can be a younger version of Zach Ertz, a guy who can help out in the red zone and also kind of be that big body, outlet for a rookie quarterback in Jaden Daniels. And I'm super interested in kind of how he's going to fit into this group, and if this new coaching staff is going to embrace him as one of their own, because quite frankly, I think we know Zach Ertz and Ben Sennett and Sean Bates are going to be on the team. They each play kind of different roles and have different abilities. We know about Bates' blocking ability, and he can be a little bit of a sneak attack in the pass game from time to time. But I think they need those wide receivers in the NFL today who can go out and can act as essentially a wide receiver out there, and that's something that I think Armani Rogers was on his way to becoming. And I'm hopefully that his ankle injury heals and he's able to get back to be that player. But he's a guy that I think will fly under the radar and can be a difference maker.
We're talking to the big man, Mitch Tischler. You can follow him on X at Mitch_Tischler, Tischler, on the Backyard Guest Line on the B. Mitch and Finley Show. Mitch, what has been your impression thus far of one Jaden Daniels?
I mean, I've been high on Jaden for a long time. I wanted him to be the pick since December, January, when we started talking about this. To get to see him out on the field is such a treat. It's so silly and so, silly is the only word I can come up with, especially talking to, two former NFLers. But you look at the quarterbacks that have come through here the past couple of years, and it includes last year with Sam Howell, and it goes back to, Carson Wentz and even Ryan Fitzpatrick. When the team opens up practice, the receivers run through the route tree and the quarterbacks are throwing them the ball. And in past years, the ball was just always on the ground. And there's always excuses. This guy runs the route a little bit different. I got to get to know these guys before I can, put the ball where it's supposed to be, this, that, and the other thing. It was just always excuses. And you go out and you watch Jaden throw in these drills, and the ball is on time, where it's supposed to be. Guys are catching it and able to turn upfield. And that starts, in the pre-practice route tree. It extends to when they go to 7-on-7 and will extend to 11-on-11 when they get there. I love watching Jaden throw the ball because he just puts the ball right where the receivers want it. And whether it's the drawn up play or it's something extended, he had a couple plays at the last OTA where, he kind of scrambled around a little bit and, not to bag on Dax Milne, but Dax Milne was a receiver that was kind of working his way back to the sideline, threw a perfect kind of back shoulder ball to him. Dax bobbled it and ultimately ended up catching it. But if that's going to number 17 or number 1 instead of number 15, it's a 20-yard play down the field. And, just it's the ease with which Jaden gets rid of the ball and is able to put it where it's supposed to be is impressive to me early. And I think, is foretelling for good signs to come this year.
Stromberg, I need a good report from one hog to another. This guy was drafted way too high for us not to get any value on a return. SEC, all the things we say makes you to where you're supposed to be legit. What's up? Are we going to get a return on our investment?
I sure hope so. To me, he was one of the most harmed players by the Ron Rivera experiment last year. Pretty much immediately, they moved him from center to guard. I remember talking to him in rookie minicamp last year. Said he hadn't lined up and played guard since I believe his freshman year at Arkansas, and maybe it was even his senior year in high school. He was the epitome of the position flex thing that Ron loved. And there is a thing in the NFL where you want guys that can do multiple things. But at the end of the day, if you throw too much at a rookie, they absorb nothing and they never play freely. And I think we saw that all over the field the past couple of years with the young players. But ultimately, I think Ricky Stromberg is a center. I think he can be a center in the NFL, but he got pulled and pushed around too much last year and never really got to settle in at any one position, and thus never was able to really find success. I like the idea of him settling in, hopefully, to that backup center position with Tyler Biadasz as your starter. That's a dude who's been there and done that, with the Cowboys for the past, through his rookie deal. And I think he's someone that can help Ricky develop as he goes through his career. And then you look at a guy like Michael Dieter, who I think can also help Ricky, get a little more comfortable with that center position. And so ultimately, I think that there's a pro NFL player in Ricky Stromberg. I just don't think that the previous regime did anything to help him develop and get to a point where he can be a reliable guy on that O-line.
At the event the other night, I was out at an event the other night, and Terry McLaurin got basically the player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start looking at that core, we know what Terry's about. Jahan, I'm hoping he get back to his first year. Have you looked at Luke McCaffrey, and what do you think the possibilities are with him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Luke a lot. I liked him as a draft pick, and then watching him, go through practices. He's a guy who looks like a vet on the field already, and he's a guy who's been around football, his entire life, and so it shouldn't be necessarily a surprise maybe that he feels comfortable being out there. But I think he's a guy that can take a lot of pressure off both Terry and Jahan, because he can be a real third option, both in the slot and I think also lining up outside as well. I think he's going to challenge DBs, and he uses his his size and his quickness well to get himself open. I do think as a whole, when you look at this receiving core, there's not a lot of depth there in this group, and I think that's one of the couple of places I think there and tackle where you want to see this team kind of get deeper and stronger at. as the development plan goes for this organization. But your top three, Terry, Jahan, Luke, I think can rank right up there with top 15, maybe even top 10 receiving corps in the NFL.
We're hoping. I'm going to go against the grain again. I'm betting on Anthony Lynn and that backfield, that running back room. I know there's no pads on now, so all we can talk about is playing catch. And I'm amazed at how enamored we are that a guy that won the Heisman Trophy can actually play catch. But in the end, to win, it's going to be them guys in that running back room. And I think we're loaded. And what I know it's not fashionable to talk about it, but I'm banking on this running game being the difference maker with this offense.
I totally agree with you. I think they're going to use both Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler a lot in the run game as well as the pass game. It's crazy to think that we're excited about a quarterback being able to complete passes, but kind of in the nitty gritty, the detail side of things, you watch Austin Eckler go through these running backs drills.
Oh, he's a beast.
And the precision with which he does it is so much more exacting than basically everybody else on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are practicing, different drills, running back scrambles and whatnot, or scramble drills for the quarterback. And Eckler is just the guy that every time he catches the ball, both feet are in bounds. He's always turning upfield and reaching for the pylon, reaching for the end zone. And, you see these guys go through these drills, and some of them just kind of catch them and kind of toe tap and step out of bounds. But it's those details that you see from these veterans. And that's earlier what I was talking about with, Bobby Wagner and Austin Eckler and Zach Ertz, that, these details are details that were largely overlooked in years past.
Yeah.
And already in these mini camps and OTAs, you're seeing these guys, make a point of being detail oriented and, making the most of these different drills. And I think Anthony Lynn being there as, kind of the elder statesman of that offensive coaching staff, along with, a guy like Austin Eckler, you can enact a lot of change in a really short period of time, with guys who have that kind of NFL experience and that kind of, gravitas around them.
I know a lot of people they were hoping we had gotten certain names and things of that nature, but I think the people that they brought in, although it's 1 year, 2 year deals, that's going to do more for this team moving forward than if you're going out there trying to get a big name here, big name there, because you wouldn't have been able to get as many people. And they have so many guys that came in that knows how to play that the young guys will learn because they're watching them play. Just like what you're saying, that is easier for someone to go out there and try to duplicate than it is a coach telling them to do it, and they have no vision of what he is exactly saying.
Yeah, and I think to some extent you look at what's happening in the front office and folks are excited about some of the new names that are coming in and replacing some of the names that, they weren't as in love with. And you recognize that, again, this ownership group took over last year, but you can't step in and change everything right away. It's going to take time. It takes a little bit of patience from, the fan base and stuff like that. And I equate, them taking a year to evaluate kind of the business side and some of the prospects, some of them looking at the prospects and, player evaluation, stuff like that, and figuring out kind of where they need to make changes and where they need to improve on. I think the same has to be said for this roster. And as you let kind of Adam Peters and Dan Quinn take over, they've made a huge turnover on this roster, but you can't expect them to fix everything in one offseason. And there is going to be a little bit of a need to be patient because they're not at a point yet where they're ready to go out and compete to win real meaningful football games in, January and February. But you can see the vision that this front office and this coaching staff are putting together to put this team in a position where reasonably you're going to be able to talk about that in the upcoming years because they're building the depth, they're building the coaching staff, they're building the scouts, they're building the team kind of from the bottom up. And I think there's a lot to be excited about, and I think folks should be interested in what this looks like this year.
All right, Mitch. Well, thank you for giving us some time, man. And
all right, big fella.
Look forward to this year, man. I think things are going to be a lot different than what they were.
I totally agree. Appreciate you guys.
brother.
Thank you.
All right, that's Mitch Tischler joining us on the Big Hill guest line. We're going to take us a break. We'll be back. But before I go, hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Welcome back. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. B. Mitchell Philly show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Talked a little bit earlier about the Commanders hiring Brandon Sosna. And I know a lot of people sometimes don't care to hear about those type of things. But, hey, if you don't have somebody that can keep your salary cap intact, you're at a disadvantage.
You are going to be in last
at
place.
A disadvantage.
You'll be in last place
and I
again.
Think when we heard Josh Harris earlier this year say that, you can win by doing other things better because everybody spends the same money. You got the same salary cap per se. I think this is someone that they're trying to get. Guy was at Detroit Lions. He was the lead contract negotiator for them, and he's going to be back doing the things here. Hell, I'm sure he has something to do with the contract that they just signed with the quarterback up there, who got 5 years, $214 million.
Yes, sir.
4 years, $214 million.
Yes, sir.
170 something guaranteed. I would believe that. I know it's a long time, but Jaden Daniels probably said, I like that dude right there.
Like
he
him
understands.
A lot. Yeah.
He understands that the QB got to get paid. But even with that, I'm looking at this thing, and I know a lot of people may not look at it, but I'm looking at the overall approach that they're doing. Not only did they come in and try to improve the coaching staff, try to improve the players, they're remodeling over at the practice facility. They're remodeling at the same time at the stadium. Okay, they're getting bright people in the front offices, in some jobs we didn't even have. Okay, the guy from Baltimore already with the analytics.
Anybody that would leave Baltimore to come here.
Listen, they are doing everything, and
amazing.
We used to always hear like, "Oh, we're gonna get to it," and they never got to it, or they never even addressed a lot of stuff. But they right now came in and they understand that if we are going to win, I remember Coach Gibbs when I was here. Coach Gibbs was like telling everybody in the building, make sure the players are happy. Part of the players being happy is that their facilities are up to standard. And I know that there are some smart asses that are out there that say, what you expect? Well, if your job gives you trash, you're probably performing trash.
They haven't seen the star.
Yeah, but you got to understand when you go to different facilities, you see that. Hell,
Baltimore.
Some of these guys came from college and they see the facility and they're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, SEC.
So ultimately, you have to bring things up to standard. And Josh rolled in last year. Not much I can do. He's put in $25 million anyway last year. And he's topped that. And he's doing some more. And I think the players will have a good feeling about it. And a lot of times it lowers your stress level. Because I've heard situations of people saying they have to bring their own extra jocks. There's some people in the NFL that it's bottom of the barrel.
Well, you've been on two other teams. I'd been on one other. Mine was the cheapest team in the league, so it was an upgrade. Coming from Cincinnati, it was an upgrade. But when you look at what the Harris Group put into a building that they will sometime soon walk away from, a stadium they hope to walk away from.
Yeah.
So they were willing to invest in the now. I went over there last week. I didn't recognize anything, and I was like, and I always thought that where the charitable foundation used to be, it's where all media should have been. I never understood why does the media have to be where the coaches and the football team are? Why does administration and sales? Why are you mixing that with the Gladiators? I think that's a recipe for disaster. Yeah. And they were too ignorant to recognize it.
Well, we saw who rolled in with that mindset, and we already saw the disaster that happened. That's why it's another owner of the football team.
Yeah, exactly. So no, what they're doing now is like normal. I just like it, and it's again, but I'm going to base everything on people that are much more intelligent than I am about it. People leave blue blood organizations to come here. That's all I need to know.
That whole little saying we've been hearing, it starts at the top down.
That's it.
When you have class, the people below your class. I have said this to JP a few times. Last year, when all that stuff started to work, where the ownership was changing and things like that, I noticed people in the building mindsets changed. Their attitudes changed. The way that they dealt with people changed.
They could tell.
Because what happens is you normally, now I still notice few people still got that nasty attitude from before. And I don't have a problem.
They won't be around long.
I don't have a problem nipping them in the bud real quick
Won't be around
myself.
long.
But the ultimate thing is you see people now acting more like the people that are at hand now. You get a Josh Harris, the dude has done a lot, very successful. Still down to earth. Mitch Tischler, same way. Hell, Magic, as popular as anybody you're going to know in sports in the world, as cool as they come. Nobody walks around like, don't look at me, don't talk to me. That's a dumb mindset. I never lived off of that thing. You don't speak to, I speak to whoever the hell. If you look me in my eyes, I'm speaking to you.
Yeah.
If you walk past me, what's up, homie? I might give you a little head nod, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be them. Oh, don't look at him. Don't speak to him.
Well, that's weirdo. Yeah, that's weirdo.
Can't
stuff.
say the words I've said to some people about that. You know?
I know.
But I just like, you like I have been around this program, this franchise, when it was at its absolute best. And you, like I have seen the fans and this franchise connect as family. That's what I care to see again before I'm not on this earth again.
That's all I ask.
That's what I want to see.
One more parade.
I tell
and I'm going to do a JP Finley. I'm going to where there's a beach. Yeah, I want to be like JP.
Doc, I tell every player, I tell them all the time, win in this town, and it lasts forever. Last game you played for the command, for the Washington Redskins.
1985.
85. So you're talking about, ooh, Lord.
There you go. There you go.
No, I'm just saying almost 40
Landfill.
years. No, I'm saying almost 40 years ago. You still get love from when you played.
Yeah.
My last game was 99.
Yeah.
20-some years. Still get love off of from when we played because you won something. That's all you have to do. But I think that's the ultimate thing. You're not going to strong on nobody into liking you. You're not going to force people into liking you. Perform on the field. They already love you because you're playing for their hometown team. Perform well. You know, and you don't always have to win.
No, you don't.
Let's be real.
You don't.
If you give your best,
they respect it.
And I think sometimes when you look and you say, that can't be your best. Yeah. That's the mindset. That can't be your best.
But we know the teams here that threw their guts out. I mean, Tanner, Smoot, Porterson and boys, man, they gave you everything. That team, I was shocked that it didn't go all the way to the promised land. They had that kind of talent, but it wasn't because of lack of effort. And that's why those guys are still prominent in this market, because everybody could tell, man, they gave it up. They balled out. I just want to be like JP Finley. If I can be on the beach, have my toes in that sand as often as his are, then that's the path I want to be on.
All right. You'll be getting it. We're going to take us a break here. We get back. We're going to be joined by a guy who played football like people think it's supposed to be played. He didn't miss games, and he's the only guy to ever have over 100 tackles.
Yeah.
In 14 straight years.
And threw up before every game. I'm a witness to that.
London Fletcher. I don't know if I can.
Well, I'm a witness to that.
Not, but London Fletcher will join us when we get back. Be Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Well, didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, but wanted to also just say happy belated birthday, brother. How you doing, man? London Fletcher joins us now.
I'm doing great, man.
Hey, Captain.
Another day around the sun, around the moon. What's going on, Doc?
Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Hey, Landfill say you old as hell, London. That's what he told me. I told him I was going to let you know.
Be Mitch, I tell those guys that y'all can appreciate this. You're either getting older or you're dead. So
there you go.
I think I'll take getting older.
There you go, man. Hey, what you do yesterday for your birthday? You went play some golf?
I did. We had our member tournament down here on my course. It always falls around the same time, usually around my birthday. Played well on Saturday as a group, and then yesterday, me and my partner, man, the wheels fell off on the last 9. It was just awful golf, man. And we normally a pretty good crew, but just sometimes it happens like that.
Hey, I was wanting also to talk to you, man. As you look at the team and the things that have been going on, how are things coming together in your eyes?
I think they're coming along great. When you look at from the new ownership group and what they set out to do, and really having a full opportunity to really put their imprint on the football aspect of the team. It starts by first and foremost hiring Adam Peters as a general manager, highly regarded, well respected. And then when they went out and they hired Dan Quinn as the head coach and the coaching staff that they put together, Dan Quinn, he wasn't the sexy hire. There were some other offensive names that guys, a lot of people wanted to be the next head coach of our football team. But when you meet Dan Quinn, I know you guys have already met him, you can't help but be impressed with him and his leadership qualities. Like you can tell it's not fake. And we've been around enough people and enough guys to where you can say, hey, this guy, he can get me to do the things that he wants me to do, to buy into what he wants to build as a football team. And then, I thought the draft was a pretty good draft for us. And, would have loved to see us get a left tackle earlier, but they weren't going to force it. And they got some really good football players. And I can't wait to see these guys play this summer and then also in the season.
London, I try to share with people the Dick Vermeil experience, the people that don't understand it. A guy who gets the job done 100% of the time because he goes scorched earth. That's what I feel about this group. Do you see a similarity in that? I mean, when you come in to gut a program, to rewire it, and then to charge it up with a power booster, that's what I sense so far with this group.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And when you talk about building something the right way.
Right.
Because, you can have a 10-win season here, 9 wins, 11 wins, and it's not sustainable. But when you really want to build something the right way, where we're constantly a perennial playoff contender and hopefully eventually a Super Bowl caliber type of football team, you got to kind of strip it down to the bare bones and build it with the right people, as Dan Quinn said, do hard shit with good people. Hopefully I won't get in trouble with the FCC for you guys, but
we had a button. We caught that.
All right, good. But just to do things the right way, it's hard, man. I mean, it's hard. Everybody wants to win. You meet everybody. Hey, I want to win. Okay. But are you willing to do what it takes to be a winner? Because it is hard, man. And I'm talking about daily, like to show that discipline required day in and day out, taking care of your body, grinding in the meeting room, grinding on the practice field when your body's sore, you're mentally tired, you're physically fatigued. Are you willing to do what it requires? And it takes a special group. It takes a special leader. It also takes a special coaching staff and guys to buy into that. So when you talk about Coach Vermeil, that's what he was able to do with us in St. Louis. It was pretty bare in the first couple of years, but he gutted the roster. It was over probably about 60-70% turnover on the roster, and eventually we won a Super Bowl. But it was a grind, and you had to have the right people to do it.
Yes,
hey,
right.
Cosby was talking about Bobby Wagner, who was sitting there and was picking up and say, "Hey, man, you're pulling." And he was thinking to himself, "I know I was trying to disguised this. I don't know how he knows. When you played, I know I've talked to Santana and different guys that play with you. They talk about how much they learn from you. How important is that for defensive and offensive players to have? I know when most fans hear, all they hear is about offense and offense, defense and defense. But to have those two guys, they're having that cross communication to better the team.
That's tremendous. You know, one thing I would have loved for us to have was maybe when I was there was just a little bit more leadership, especially on the offensive side of the ball and from a vocal leadership standpoint. Like Santana, he was great. He led the way you would want to lead from going out and getting the job done, especially as a number one receiver. But he wasn't like a real talker. That's not Tana. But sometimes you need another guy, especially on the other side of the ball. It's like on defensively, I was going to talk all the time. But if we could have got a couple more vocal guys on the offensive side of the ball, that goes a long way. And to have a guy like Bobby Wagner, who's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, that's tremendous. And then being able to have somebody else and other guys on the other side of the ball to have that same type of leadership. I'll tell you what type of guy Bobby is. This is probably about 7 or 8 years ago. He reached out to me, cold called me, basically contacted me on Twitter just to reach out and pick my brain and to see how he can, help improve his game. And at that point in time, he was already, all pro multiple times and a Pro Bowler, but he wanted to see how he can do what he can do to add things to his game. And we develop a relationship like that. And, this was, I was just extremely impressed with him just having the wherewithal and the self-awareness to reach out to me.
London, what do you think is the most important component to going from worst to first?
I think it's first of all, you got to have some good ass players. You got to have some good football players. You got to have and beyond that, you got to have the right general manager, right head coach, right ownership to understand like it's not a thing that you can do overnight. So yeah, we in St. Louis, we went from the worst record in '98 to winning Super Bowl in '99, but really that was a kind of 2 or 3 year build. It was, they had a losing record in '97, maybe won 5 games. In '98, we won 4 games, but it was a continual build, and it wasn't the wins weren't always showing up, but you can see us getting better each and every game, each and every week. So it's a grind. It takes some patience. It takes sticking to your philosophy and the type of football team that you want to be. You can't one week or 1 year say, hey, we're going to be a ground and pound team, and then the next year say, oh no, we want to air it out and be air raid offense, and then the next year say we want to be a 4-3 defense and a 3-4 defense. You have to identify the style that you want to play, the brand that you want to play, and stick with it and add the type of players that fit that system. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to go from worst to first.
Well, how do you think things happen this year? Just looking at the coaching staff and the players that they have already.
Now, I say this. I don't think I will say this. The coaching staff been extremely impressed. Joe Witt Jr., Cliff Kingsbury, he's been a head coach, and he obviously garnered a lot of attention as a new offensive coordinator. But Joe Witt Jr., it's mind-boggling why he hasn't been a defensive coordinator, well before this year. He is just extremely impressive. Another guy that you just like, man, I want to play for this type of guy. So they're going to be coached great. Ken Norton Jr. and Lachlan and all of some of the other guys that are on their staff. So I know they're going to be great position coaches and coordinators. And then you go out, you add some key free agents, some guys that help you implement the culture, some guys they brought in from Dallas, some guys, having a Bobby Wagner from Seattle who's familiar with Quinn, and the draft picks that we've added. I think, I don't know from hey, we're going to win 10 or 11 games, but I think we'll be an extremely competitive football team week in and week out, and one that we can be proud of. And I think, all three of us as former players, that's the thing you just say, whether you win or lose, I just want to be proud of the performance, man. Like not embarrassed by the performance.
All right, London, man. Thanks for giving us some time, Captain. Man. And we should see you a few more of those years, man.
Appreciate it. And I'm gonna tee it up again tomorrow, B. Mitch, to try to redeem myself.
All right. Well, I got Wednesday and Thursday. I got 2 days of a little golf trip coming up. So, yeah.
We got all this time. You and I have never actually teed it up together. We got to change that.
Be careful, London.
All right.
Be careful, London. Don't let him set you up, London. Don't do it.
I know you gotta. I don't lose before the ball is put in the air, so I'm gonna put the bet in my favor before the ball is
Okay.
Oh, hell no. All right, Fletch. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Good deal, Fletch. All right, Captain.
All right, that's London Fletcher joining us here on the Beck Hill Yes Guy here on the
man.
Brian B. Mitch and Finley Show. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post. 1067 The Fan. Let's go straight to the BetQL guest line. Talk to our friend, as we do every Monday, Barry Svrluga from Washington Post. You can follow Barry at X, and it's at Barry Svrluga. Svrluga. What's up, Barry? How you doing, man?
What's up, B?
Great, B. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. You wrote a lot of articles lately from on baseball from Bryce Harper and his friend from when they were Charlie from their childhood. You got Ted Leonsis still interested in buying the Nationals, and Victor Robles is back where he was again, pissing people off. But I want to ask you about the golf first. Did you watch the PGA Championship?
So I'm going to be a little bit embarrassed and say that my daughter had a piano recital right during the final, like the back nine, and I was following on my phone, and then went back and watched Xander make the birdie at 18.
That thing almost slipped out that left side, didn't it?
Amazing, and also Brian, like it's good. You know, the tee shot ends up almost in the bunker. He has a weird stance with the 4-iron. And he really thought that through. He's a little bit of a methodical player, right? He can be slow. But that swing, really helped him win the tournament. He's had so many questions about how he closes, how he plays on Sunday. He's a week removed from, really playing himself out of a win or a chance to win when Rory McIlroy won at Quail Hollow. And it's really a validating thing for him. He's not 23 anymore. He's been out there a while and been in contention a bunch, but he finally wins his first major at 30. And that is a really, it really kind of changes your legacy. There's two clubs, people who have won majors and people who haven't. He's been knocking on the door a long time with his ability, and it's kind of nice to see him close one out.
Financially, what does this do to him in terms of his value?
Doc, that's an interesting and hard thing to quantify, because some of the stuff, like, Ricky Fowler has never won a major. He's in the other club, but financially, like, I guarantee you he out earns Xander Schauffele off the course. So much of this is like personality and image.
Fowler,
well, Ricky's been out there for so long and had that flat-brimmed orange hat, wear orange on Sunday for Oklahoma State, and became kind of a marketing juggernaut. I don't think that Xander, he just doesn't have the personality to pull that off. I mean, he's in a better position financially than he was a week ago, but I don't know if it's transformative from a marketing standpoint.
Do you think Valhalla they will have a problem getting the PGA again because so many people shot so low? Because the majors, they want you to be struggling a little bit.
I didn't like it as a course, Brian. It felt kind of contrived and tricked up. And I had forgotten that. Obviously it hosted the PGA in 2014 when Rory won his most recent major. It hosted Tiger won there, and I think it was 2008, or no, longer ago than that, when he beat Bob May in a really memorable duel. And it also hosted a Ryder Cup that the U.S. won. So it's been the stage for some pretty memorable moments, but I didn't think it held up as a course. And I thought it was a little tricked up and, like I said, contrived. So that doesn't always, one thing that's a factor there is the PGA of America owns that course. And when they can go to a place that they don't have to pay essentially a rental fee, then that helps fund a whole lot of the other stuff that they do. So I didn't love it. I wouldn't be psyched for it to go back there. But that doesn't mean it won't.
Based on how this golf week started in the dark, would the rest beyond that, how do you think it'll end up?
With the end up in terms of what?
In terms of whether or not there's going to be any conviction, or will he be thrown out? We're going to say
I
not.
See. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, Doc, to me, the whole thing seems like an overreach and almost panic on law enforcement side. And you can understand that in a situation where somebody was killed on site in an accident, a complete accident, that would, raise the wick a little bit and have people on edge. Roads were closed all over the place. And I can see, like, we've all been in situations where, you're jumpy because you're not sure what's going on. And Scotty Scheffler, I don't think it's a stretch for him to have not heard correctly what the officer asked or thought, I'm just pulling up a little bit here. I'm not like trying to blow by you and disobey orders. For that to result in an arrest is crazy to me. And then secondly, if you were to list the 156 players in the PGA Championship this weekend and ask me to rank them in order from most likely to be arrested to least likely to be arrested, I think Scotty Scheffler is number 156. Like he's just, it's not his personality to even say something wrong in a joking way. He's like extremely genuine. He, before this weekend, the biggest criticism of him was he's like too boring. And it's not even, can't even be a real criticism because he's not being, some guys are boring to the media and to the public in a forced way. Scotty is just like plodding along in life. It's a strength of his competitive nature because he really is living, I can't control what's behind me. I can only control what's next. Like that applies to his golf shots. And I think it applies to how he lives his life. He's just like a pious family guy who happens to be really, really good at this one sport. So that's a really long-winded way of saying, like, I can't imagine these charges are going to amount to anything, both because of the circumstances and because of the person involved.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I just think that when everybody had on those yellow jackets, that once I saw that, the people that were volunteering and the police officers, that kind of throws some confusion in there. And I doubt many people will take off with knowing that a police officer is grabbing his car door.
Agreed. I mean, just, and don't you think, Brian, in those circumstances that like, there's a lot of room to misinterpret what you're being asked to do. Like if things are kind of tense and on edge anyway, and you're not completely sure of what's going on, I just think you could take your foot off the brake a little bit and ease forward. And that's misinterpreted by the officers. I think as Scotty described it, quote, big misunderstanding. Like to me, that seems exactly what it is.
Yeah. I think they had told everybody to go across the median. And when you go across the median and one police officer doesn't know that when somebody else told you to do it, you got a problem right there because everybody's not on the same page. So,
sure.
I mean, we'll see how this thing goes. I just think in my book, like Doc, I'll say, if it happened at like 5-6 and you were teeing off at 10, it wasn't that serious because they wouldn't have let you leave.
For sure.
I don't care who you are.
If there's a funny thing in it, it's like, Scotty was saying how rattled he was, and he was trying to just get the officers to kind of calm down, get him to like calm his body down. And then, I mean, he's got a tee time at whatever it was, 10:08, and he's doing stretching work in the cell. Like that's just kind of a crazy and then he goes on to shoot 66, right? Like that's there's nobody else in the field, I don't think, that could go through that kind of experience in the morning and walk out onto the course with 50 minutes to warm up and shoot 66. He's kind of a machine in that way.
Yeah, he's a little different.
I can imagine going to FedEx. You have a procedure, you have things you do it's a ritual.
Yeah.
And that being caught off, or you come in that stadium 3-4 hours before kickoff, and someone tell you can't go around, you go, look, I've been doing this for X amount of years, and you don't try to big shot them. You don't know what's going up ahead. But somebody, once they got onto my window and tried to pull me out, and I went 10 yards and they're dragging onto it, something's wrong. I'm either overstepping my bounds or they're overstepping theirs.
That's the question I would ask. So, like that's been a story.
That 10 yards is a lot.
That's been a story, but I wonder if that is 100% fact.
I'm with you.
That's where I'm at, because don't tell me about an $80 pants were damaged. I dragged you like you say I dragged you. More than $80 pants are messed up.
I'd have been afraid to drag the guy based on what history has shown me happens. The people that look like me.
Yeah, I don't think he felt he was dragging anybody.
I mean, Doc, if you want to get into that, I think that's right. Like we're talking about the Louisville, Kentucky Police Department, and you can discuss what their history is. But it did cross my mind that everything Scotty Scheffler said about how he was treated after arrest was like people were trying to calm him down. He was treated very respectfully. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that everybody in this country would be treated the same way after an arrest. And I'd just leave it at that.
Right.
Yeah. It was weird one, but it turned out that it ended up being a great tournament. And I think that they were happy at the end how things worked out because DeChambeau and Xander Schauffele made it into something special.
Yeah, and I think
sure did.
Bryson being a character again, you can be critical of his approach or leaving for live or whatever, but there's no doubt that he's just like an interesting character and with an interesting golf game. And so it was cool to see Xander finish it off, but there also was part of me that was thinking, wow, a playoff between Xander Schauffele and Bryson DeChambeau would be a pretty cool thing too. It's also, it's going to be interesting as we go forward. Bryson, kind of flew the live flag there. They don't get very many chances to compete against all the guys they used to compete against. And John Rahm, who really, really recently was quite clearly the number one player in the world. Like, I'm not sure what the impact of his departure for live is on his game. He missed the cut here. He missed the cut at the Masters. He has talked pretty openly about missing stuff from the PGA Tour. I wonder how many of those guys will be able to show up at majors and really contend if they don't feel like they're getting the kind of competition that they used to get on the PGA Tour on their live golf circuit.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, they all go for the money, but eventually you get there, you might miss a little bit. So I guess it kind of likens me to leaving the NFL to go play in Canada. And then wondering why you're not getting enough attention.
Hello.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. And I can understand leaving. At some point the money is enough for anybody to sign, right? You get to a point where it'd be irresponsible to all the future generations of your family not to take that money. But it can also be true simultaneously that you don't get the same satisfaction out of your profession that you did when you knew you were competing against the best week in and week out in a format that, frankly is tests you more over more time than what they're doing on live. I don't have anything against, I don't hold it against the guys who departed, but they gotta understand that what they're doing is not the same level of competition. The fields aren't as deep. It's a closed circuit. You can't fight you can only be signed into that world. You aren't competing your way into that world. I'm still hopeful that it's somehow, some way, the two tours can come together and we can see the product that we were used to seeing for so long.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of public evidence, at least, that they're very close to a deal.
I play a lot of different golf courses, Barry, and I can tell you this. When I show up to some, I know I can wear shorts and I can blare my music how I want to do it. I show up the others, I know I play the music at a very, very low pace, and I have to wear a certain type of pants or whatever.
Yep.
And I feel totally different in different spots. And I think that's what they have to understand. The PGA Tour is the cream of the crop. Live is trying to become something else, but they threw a lot of fun into it. But ultimately, you lose that status. And that right there is what those guys really care about. The status of being the best of the best, playing against the best, week in and week out. The fun, playing music loud and wearing shorts, that wears off. That wears off after a while.
Yeah, it feels like kind of like a long weekend,
Yeah.
like it's just not. I mean, admittedly, I don't sit down and watch these live tournaments week in, week out, but I know, and the PGA Championship that just ended is just the latest example. I know the competitive flow of a real 4-round golf tournament, how it builds to that back nine on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a shotgun start where you're like kind of confused where, this guy's making a charge, but is he 5 holes? Where exactly is he? Like, when you're marching forward and the holes on the back nine that you need to birdie to keep pace with the field, or you need to try to salvage a par because that's the toughest hole, and the people behind you still have those holes to play, and it sets up in a way that we're so familiar with, and that builds to a crescendo. And the other format just doesn't do that. It doesn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm. All right, Barry, man, appreciate you, brother,
all right, Barry,
giving us some time.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Good deal.
Barry Svrluga joining us here on the B. Mitchell Finley Show on the Backyard Guest Line. We're going to take us a quick break. We get back, get to ask me anything that you want. Landfill, I think you moved it up because Friday I'm not going to be here. I'm here tomorrow, though. But ask me, Mitch, anything.
Way
coming
to go,
up.
Landfill.
1-800-636-1067. All right, welcome back. B. Mitch in Philly, 106.7 The Fan. JP Philly. I saw a picture he posted online.
Oh, yeah. No, he's on the beach. I asked him to join us.
Who goes to the beach and wear T-shirts? You go to the beach, you don't wear a shirt, don't you?
Yeah, I don't. I've reached out to him. He's ignoring us.
Jay, I saw a thing. The guy said, you don't want to be that guy. That guy will go to the pool and have to wear a T-shirt. So I would say that counts for the beach as well.
I don't understand. I mean, he's in relatively good shape.
Take off the shirt.
Yeah, he should be shirtless.
Well, I think he's scared now because he's been saying he was always stuff, and people started having dreams about him being naked and stuff.
Well, he's been talking a lot about you since you've been doing not only the cycling, but the weight management deal. And I think it's starting to affect him.
Well,
I've noticed since you've been doing your thing, he ain't been the same dude.
Hey, it happens to you sometimes, you know.
Okay.
You gotta,
he's highly competitive.
You gotta not compete against the people that you know you can beat. You gotta compete against the people that you may not.
Well, I don't know. But the shirt off thing, that is a good point. I missed that one.
Yeah, he got his shirt on. So,
at the beach.
Well, Jay's at the beach. Doc Walker's in with me, but we're going to go to Ask B. Mitch Anything right now. And we're going to start off in Sterling with Andy. Andy, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good. I'm doing all right, brother. How you doing, B. Mitch?
I'm good,
The
man.
ultimate, as Doc would say, the ultimate canine.
Yes, sir.
And Doc, the ultimate UCLA Bruin.
My man.
All right.
Hey, B. Mitch, I was going to ask you this. In the past, you know, it's always befuddled me that to this point you have not been elected to the NFL Football Hall of Fame.
Uh-huh.
Now, let me ask you this: is this a question of politics? Did somewhere along the line did you ruffle some feathers? Is it because in the past they haven't really maybe emphasized special teams? But I do believe that a couple special team guys, Ray Guy and maybe Jan Stenerud, are in the Hall of Fame. But what is the deal, brother? Because I don't understand it. I'm sure a lot of the fans in this area don't understand it. What can we as fans do to make sure that one day you're wearing that yellow jacket, brother? I appreciate you, buddy.
I appreciate you, but I don't know if it's politics or whatever. I don't recall having any fusses or anything like that.
Well, you know, there's some reporters, and they have held grudges. And done some things.
I was the guy that all reporters came to talk to because I would talk to people who win, lose, or draw. So I don't know.
But look at our history. And again, we've talked about this on some of the weekend formats. Joe DeLamalure is my best example. Hell of a player in Buffalo. The electric light company, Juice, blocked a guard. It's up to us amongst the fan base in the community to have a larger voice. And now that we're no longer being treated like the exorcists with our front office, I think it's going to open up a lot more doors in New York, because for the Pat Fishers, the Larry Browns, and other people, Joe Jacoby's in the world, and the Brian Mitchells, and for me, I'm going to always yell at my boy Mike Nelms. It's just we'll get no respect.
Yeah.
And that's going to change.
I think a lot of times, too, and I think people don't like to discuss this, what's your own team fighting for you? That makes a world of difference as well.
Hello.
That makes a world of difference.
Hello.
Let's go to Vince C. Plessett.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up,
What's going on, Doc? How
Hey,
you doing,
Vince.
Good, man.
Ain't nothing, man. You know, I'm only 37, but, you know, I still do remember our glory days. You know, I remember the 91 Super Bowl season. And, you know, checking out, I guess, our linebacker core, going back to, like, LeVar Arrington, even Ken Harvey. Do you think Jamie Davis is equipped to handle that side over there, or should we look into grabbing somebody else, you know?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think Jamin Davis is on that wait and see and prove it to me contract right now, because they could have accepted his 5th year there. I don't think they did. And now he has some guys he can actually learn from. I think last year when they allowed him to play a little bit more free, he showed what he's capable of. But when he was in that box, I think he got a little lost. So I'm hoping, or I think this staff here will get the best out of him. And I hope he also wants to go out there and prove who he is, because eventually this thing comes down to you. You know, we could talk about the coaches, we could talk about schemes all we want. It comes down to what do you have in you that's going to make you work enough to be able to present yourself to people as you think you are.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. Because I tell you, if he can't learn from Bobby Wagner, something's wrong.
Just got to be given a
I'm
chance.
hoping for the back.
Yeah, give
All
him a
right, brother.
chance.
Appreciate you.
Anybody that athletic that can run, only this last staff would have misplaced him as often as they did.
All right, let's go down to the bridge and check out Josh. Josh, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch?
Chilling, brother.
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to you, B. Mitch. Whoever y'all had on last week, that horse racing dude. I don't bet on no horses. I don't do nothing. I got on FanDuel. I just put a little measly $10 up, won like 108 on the Saving Grace. Just listening to what that dude you had on, man. That dude's he knows what he's talking about.
Smoking Joe.
Smoking Joe. This,
I just saw somebody else bid. Somebody said they won $750 on his little chat.
You had him Friday. I had him Saturday. And Sunday. He hit the triple part. He went nuts. And everybody made money.
Because if Bees bet what he said, we want some money.
Everybody made money with Smoking Joe McKay. And you know this is the 29th year. He been on there. Yeah. 29th year.
Hey, Doc, I got a question. Y'all think we're going to hit the Super Bowl in 25?
What you mean hit it with a hammer?
I mean, yeah, we're going to hit it with the Hawk hammer. We're going to hit it with that Hawk hammer.
Oh, okay, yeah. When you hit it with a hammer, yeah, count me in. Yeah. I'm trying to, you know what, dude? You know me. I'm focused on Tampa. Only thing I'm focused on is till we beat Tampa. We do that,
we
I'm
all
good.
in for week one.
I'm in for week one. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, let me get a hell yeah for week
All right, brother. Take care of yourself. Yeah, we all in for week one. All right, that's how we gonna do this thing. We can't worry about. I mean, people always want the prediction, but it's hard to predict. Like they ask me what you think the team is gonna do. I'm like, I don't know what the team is yet.
That's fair.
Until we get 50, where they go, 53 people, and then then I can probably give you my guess, but I don't know. But like right now, all the people that want to give you all these stats and stuff like that,
they don't.
Man, listen, they don't know who the hell the team is going to be, and they don't know the injury bug going to hit.
No, that's a lack of communication skills.
Yeah.
When I don't know what to say to you, I say something ignorant.
Nah.
Like, hey, you think you'll be alive in 20 years? That's just as ignorant as saying, I think what the schedule's going to be like. You don't even know who's going to be on the team.
Willing, I hope I am.
You don't even know what your offense is going to be. You know nothing. So just go out and say, what would you like to see? Okay, I can tell you what I'd like to see. Us go out and beat Tampa. What the part of our team am I most excited about? The running back room. For me, running back room. What's got to flash first for us to be good? O-line.
Yeah.
It's just, but I could be wrong too.
O-line and get who's going to be the pass rushers.
Well, then we got them ends.
That's part of me right there.
Them ends.
Now, I think
pressure. Who bringing the heat?
Can pressure.
Yeah.
But we don't know.
And you already mentioned the other guy already 5 minutes ago. This staff is going to find out they got a dog in 5'2", and they're not going to have him backing up and doing things. They're going to sick him like they did that kid 11.
Yeah.
They're going to sick him after people. Only them jackasses that was here that misplayed their own hand. Yeah. Because when you draft somebody and then you don't let him do what he does best, that's on you.
Oh, I say that over and over again. Don't draft me. Like, and my whole thing is, I don't care if you could play 18 positions.
Oh, you don't like the position flex crap?
Can you do one great?
Hello?
Because if you could do one position great, then I want you to try something else.
You better stop.
And then if you show me you could do that at a higher standard, then I'll let you try something else.
But
if you could do four things okay, where the hell am I really start you at?
You're making too much sense. You better stop that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's always been. I hear people talk about position flex and they talk about, but you have to be damn good at something for someone to give you another chance. Normally when you're in school, you have to pass a class before you take the next one, right? You have to go through certain things before you get to the next. They don't just say, hey, you could take all of them at one time. They don't do that. If you got Cal 1, you take Cal 1. You don't take Cal 3 before Cal 1. Doesn't happen anywhere. So on a football field, it amazes me that a person has not mastered a position. And people go around saying, well, this guy could play a lot of positions.
Oh, yeah.
He can't play the one that you got him playing.
Yeah.
And how you know it? Because I'm watching him play. And he's not nowhere good like the rest of the people.
It's not fair to him.
So that is a miscalculation of the coach. But these here now, I would think that if you're going to be on the field, another thing, week in and week out, I'm seeing guys blow assignments, not playing well. But guess what happens every week? They're back on the field. It ain't that player's fault. And I think we saw a lot of that. And I look at this staff now, I think if you're not performing,
you're not playing.
You won't be dressing out.
You're not playing.
You won't be playing. And I know in this day and age, you know my word.
I know.
The pification, I'm gonna call it like that. Say it like that.
I know.
The pification.
I know.
and the bitch assness. Okay. Those two things is what has happened with sports. Sports is not about everybody get to play. Everybody get a chance.
No.
It comes down to if you're performing at a high level better than the other people, you play. But no, we are now, even at the NFL level, we're putting guys out there because of what people feel and think. Who gives a damn what they feel and think? If I'm paying you to play this game, you're going to play up to the level I want you to play, or you're sitting down and you're probably not dressing out at all. That's what we got to get back to in professional sports. It's grown men and women that play professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I got to speak it that way. We got WNBA, we got all this stuff.
Yeah.
Grown
DC
men and women
Divas,
play.
baby.
We can no longer sit up here and treat professional sports like Little League football. You don't just get a chance because your dad played or somebody you knew played or you here on the team because I knew your dad. No. If you can't play, you don't play.
You are really barking up a
Point
tree
blank.
now. It's going to get you in some trouble.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
Trouble.
If you can't play, you can't play. Point blank. Take us a break here. And when we get back.
Landfill, you better reel him in.
I may as well not put any bets in because y'all not going to let me win because I'm not going to be around. Well, I could be 2-0 by the end of tomorrow. I'm going to do it like that. Hurley here first when we get back. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan, sitting in with Doc Walker. Mitch Finley on 106. What up? Welcome back. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Doc Walker rolling in with me. Down to our last 6 minutes here. And had a good time with you today, brother.
Hey, man, but these two dudes, whenever I come in, the aquarium goes flat. I mean, they just tune out, man. I don't understand it.
Nah, man. I mean, they tune out most days.
I'm not feeling it.
Now, the thing is, Doc, we actually in here doing our work. Usually JP distract us from our work.
Oh, okay.
And then we got to jump on. But just call on us, bro. We'll talk to you.
Okay, good. I just don't want,
we here with it.
I feel like, being, like associated with the show, and then I come in and everybody, okay. Because JP is bound to be out again real soon.
JP.
JP and B Mitch.
Nah. But hey, man, but they handle their business,
It's a good operation, man.
But Jay
Really
likes
is.
to, if you see him relaxing or working, either one, he wants to interrupt. That's what he does.
Well, with the video, do Landfill's aquarium online as well?
Landfill refuses. He don't want to be on, but Jeff is trying to get on. He's had the engineers in there trying to get him a cord.
Okay.
So we don't know how long the cord needs to be in Landfill. 20 feet, you said?
Yeah, about 20 feet. But we'll talk about that later.
I think they tried it and the camera fizzled out when it saw Jeff's face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to believe there'll be a huge bump in viewership once the public gets a chance to see Jeff Walker.
I don't know. They were like, how old is he? Is he older than Doc?
No, man, come on. He's a baby. He's in his 20s.
No, he's not. He's out there.
Yes,
He's out in the
is.
20s now.
No, he's not.
I turned 30 this year.
He turned
Doc.
OB Mitch number this year.
Oh, he just turned 30. Okay.
Yeah.
He's still an infant.
But he ain't had hair since he was 20.
He's an infant.
25.
His
Get it
hair was
right.
gone when he was 20.
Yeah, he's an
25.
infant.
25.
All right, man. Let's make these bets. Heard it here first. What's the goddamn? All right, Jeff. Brag about what you said over the weekend, and then what you gonna bet on tonight.
Okay, so I definitely told everybody to take the Pacers winning both games to advance to the conference finals.
I know you did say that. I
yes,
give you that.
a couple people looked at me like I was crazy. The chat was like, "Oh, fade Jeff," but a couple of people made some money. I also said I believe that the Timberwolves will win the series. I think that was the show before, and I said
now that one.
And
nobody
I said,
remember but you.
Hey, and I said, I'm gonna find it just for you, B. I might even send it to you while you on the golf course so you can listen to it.
You think I'm gonna listen to something you send to me?
Tonight, I'm taking my Yankees. And I forgot his name. On X, but he always tweet me when the Yankees lose. So just because he tweet me when the Yankees lose, I'm taking the Cardinals over the Orioles today. I know he listening, and I know he going to give me a tweet. So just know I'm taking the Cardinals to beat the O's because of you. I think his name is Rusty.
Oh, Rusty be messing with you too?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm going to take the Orioles with Rusty.
All right, you're going to be losing too.
Hey, whatever you say.
Landini.
I'm taking Caitlin Clark under 20.5 points.
Again?
Yeah.
Hey,
She hit it last night, huh?
Lev is a Caitlin Clark hater.
I mean, it hasn't been going well.
Well, he's smart. Yeah, I mean, because she's going through the gauntlet now. That's okay.
Can we talk about how JP tried to shock the group chat and said Caitlin Clark had 50 points?
Yeah, 50 points and
15 assists.
It was for 3 games. He's the only one that thought that because it
He
ran
looked at her
across the bottom of
season
his
stat line. JP's not the smartest.
Yeah.
No, JP was trying to get a follow.
You think?
To the beach?
He's always working, man. Always.
Hey, man.
Look at Ant-Man. I'm so sorry I ever called him that, and I don't know what to do.
Worst
Ant-Man,
basketball player at the station.
All right, well, let's get out of here, man. All right, thank you all for joining us today. I want to thank Steve Sands, Bobby Blanco,
Yes.
Donnie Wallace, Mitch Tischler, and also Barry Svrluga, and everybody that called into the show. We thank you all as well. Landfill and Jeff, thank you too. Doc Walker, appreciate you sitting
brother,
in with me
thank you,
today.
man. Good being with you. Be with you all the rest of the week.
Take
Do
care
what
of
needs to be
yourselves.
done.
God bless you
Holla,
all,
holla.
and we'll see you again tomorrow from 10 to 2. I think the big ear guy be back tomorrow. You Mr. Finney, 106.7 The Fan.
Who are you talking
Peace.
about?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders have made additions to the front office today. They hired Brandon Sosna as Senior Vice President of Football Operations. He spent the last 2 years with the Detroit Lions, and according to the team website, he's going to lead contract negotiations, oversee a number of football operations departments, and play a major role in strategy around roster construction, salary cap, and the CBA. Also today, multiple reports saying that David Blackburn is expected to be named the Director of Player Personnel. He spent 17 years with the Baltimore Ravens. In hockey tonight, Game 7 between the Oilers and the Canucks. The winner is going to face off with the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Finals, and the Eastern Conference Finals will get underway on Wednesday. The Panthers will take on the Rangers. In the NBA, Conference Finals action begins tomorrow. The Eastern Conference Finals, Pacers take on the Celtics. That begins tomorrow night. The Western Conference Finals, the Mavericks take on the Timberwolves. That begins on Wednesday. And in baseball, the Nationals are looking to end a 5-game losing streak as they begin a 3-game series against the Twins at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker makes his 7th start of the year. He's 2-2 with a 3.09 ERA. Pablo Lopez goes to the hill for the Twins. He's 4-3 with a 3.93 ERA. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Monday, May 20th, 2024. What's up? Welcome in. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We are live all over D.C., 106.7 The Fan. We will be live later today in Richmond. And, of course, you can listen to us coast to coast on the Odyssey app. You can watch our streamed video broadcast of this here program on YouTube, 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. Hello, Daniel.
What's up, buddy? I was thinking about this last night when the Minnesota organization put the finishing touches on their comeback W for Game 7. There's still so many people that don't do sports. Like, I can't imagine just trotting through my life going, there's a completely compelling winner-take-all Game 7 situation, and I just have something else to do. I'll do whatever other people do. I don't know what it is exactly, but I've heard tell of it because not everybody's watching. Sports gives so much. It's so wonderful. That's what I have.
I was 0-2 yesterday in my NBA picks. I had the Knicks beating the Pacers. Now, if I could make an excuse for myself, New York had a lot of injuries.
They had a ton.
And it was pretty clear by the end of the game, they didn't really have much of a shot. After Jalen Brunson fractured a bone with guys playing through pain as it was. But I also didn't bake in that the Pacers would shoot 80% from the floor in the first half and would finish the game with the highest shooting percentage in playoff history in a Game 7 to get to the conference finals. So I think the story has mostly been the Knicks ran out of gas. Maybe they were pushed a little too hard because they just didn't have a deep enough rotation, so they logged too many minutes. And between Anunoby and Brunson and Hart, the injuries that they had, that's the story. I think the Pacers are being a little bit slept on.
100%.
They came out and played a great game. Tyrese Halliburton was unbelievable yesterday, was plus 21. I just don't think they're getting enough flowers today. They in a Game 7, saved their best game of the series on the road at the Garden, and they deserve full marks for that.
Very well put. Because Halliburton was catching some Eric flack earlier in the series for being a little bit too passive at times and kind of disappearing and maybe deferring a little bit too much. I guess it's a little quieter now, right? As Indiana did what Indiana does. I mean, that's the beauty of a Game 7 too, by the way. If they played that tonight, I don't know that that's how Indiana would play. I guess that's obvious to say they may not shoot 80% from the field in a half again, but they get out, they play fast, they make you match their tempo, and they're dangerous. They got a couple really good players, and they know what they're supposed to be doing.
The Pacers, in my opinion, are cannon fodder for the Celtics. I think this has a chance to be a series that goes 6 or so games, depending on the health of Kristaps Porzingis, who's unlikely to play in games 1 and 2. A healthy Porzingis, I think this is a sweep. or maybe even a 5-game gentleman sweep type situation. But if he misses more than the 2 games or comes back and they kind of ease him back in because they're up a couple games, I could see this going 6 maybe, but I cannot see a world where the Pacers beat Boston. By the way, the Celtics, we're going to look back if they do handle the Pacers like I expect them to, and we're going to see that they had one of the easiest is not the right word, but more favorable star aligning runs to a final ever out of the Eastern Conference. They just haven't really been pushed by a good team, and I don't know how much that's going to change in this matchup with the Pacers.
So the Celtics have these occasional weird they didn't show up games. It's like the Washington Generals took their place for a time and again. So that's why I think that Indiana gets a game or two.
But I think that's the NBA playoffs in general. I think that's a best of 7 series. I mean, the Wolves got destroyed for the middle 3 games of their series with the Nuggets, and we'll get to them in a second. They're on to the Western Conference Final. I feel like in a 7-game series, you have the ability to take a half off, to just not show up for a game and still win the series in the NBA, and you kind of routinely see that.
No, I think you're right, but I guess my sort of retort to that is Minnesota's not what Boston's supposed to be. Like, that's the number 1 seed. That's the most wins in the NBA. This is the group that's so much better than their opponent. And then you're going, how are you guys down by 27 at home? Look like you don't really care. They're the better team. They're going to the finals if I had to put my money on it. But yeah, Porzingis coming back to me, you might even, I mean, it sounds crazy to talk about in a conference final, but you might go, let's make sure he's good for the finals. Like, I think you're good enough right now with Holiday, with Tatum, and with Jaylen Brown playing the way he did in that previous series to beat almost any team in the league.
Game 7 last night in the West semis was very entertaining. It
was great.
Good basketball, not high scoring. I mean, this is old school, 98-90 final. The Wolves go on the road and knock off the Nuggets. I think they shocked people. I know I was stunned. Based on how it started, especially. I mean, they were down by 15 at the half. They were down by 20 at one point early in the third quarter on the road in a Game 7. That should be over. That should be curtains. If you told me before the game that Anthony Edwards was going to be held to 5 points in the first half of the game and he was going to shoot 6 of 24 from the floor, I would say they're going to lose by 15 or 20. And they beat the Nuggets. This is a really well put together team with good chemistry. I thought Karl Anthony Towns was great. He didn't shoot the ball well from outside, but 12 rebounds to go along with 23 points.
Active defensively, too.
Yeah. And that was the other thing I want to say about Anthony Edwards. 2 of 10 from distance. In a world where everyone looks at the box score and goes, oh my God, he was 6 of 24 in 44 minutes. He was terrible. He was attracting double teams still. He was driving and kicking. He was getting other guys' looks. He was awesome defensively. He basically just put the straps on Jamal Murray and said, not today, in the second half. And I thought that was the story of the game down the stretch, was how well he played defensively. Denver was held to 37 points in the second half.
And it felt like less than that, too, by the way. Some of the struggles, yeah.
They couldn't get into their offense, and I think Edwards' defense on Murray was a big reason why.
So to me, I echo everything you said. Edwards is still such a star. Obviously wasn't shooting well early in the game. Had that dagger of a step-back 3, where if you slow it down, he makes his move. The defender is right there to bother him. He almost does this little extra kick up or a hitch in his shot. Almost, he's out of rhythm because he had to create a little bit more space for himself to continue to elevate, drills it right at the end of the shot clock. That felt like a dagger. That felt like kind of the last gasp of Denver, and it was over. Also, Jaden McDaniels, unsung hero. Speaking of defenders, guys that are usually, you get a couple chip in, give me points, maybe in the break, maybe knock down a corner 3 or something. Team high 23, and playing his usual, assortment of great switch defense and bothering people on the ball.
Not bad for a stopper.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on the floor to play great defense. I like the Wolves because they're a throwback and they do play D in an era where nobody really tries to. They're also allowed to in the playoffs. The games are officiated differently. And so it's easy to say, well, building a team that way is risky. I don't know, man. You get to the playoffs and you're allowed to beat on people a little bit and be more physical. And you kind of see, they remind me a little bit of like the Pistons of 20 years ago or whatever that was, that like Rip Hamilton Detroit team. Now, Edwards is a better player than anybody on that Detroit team. I mean, you can make the case as they get ready now for the Western Conference Final that he's the best player in the series. And I would take a 100% healthy Luka over him. But Luka's dealing with a knee and hasn't quite been 100%. So a healthy Edwards, possibly the best player in this series. And I don't think the gap between him and Luka is that huge in terms of how they're playing right now anyway. Like, we do a draft, I'm taking Doncic 1-1, Edwards second. But if you told me right now that Anthony Edwards plays the best series of anybody between Minnesota and Dallas, crazy. I would say, oh, okay, so Luka's a little bit banged up and doesn't quite get right. Kyrie is really good, but I don't put him on the Edwards level of overall impact. And to me, the whole key is going to be the ability of Edwards to defend on the perimeter, I would guess, against Kyrie, because they'll put McDaniels on Luka.
That's what I would do, yeah.
And then it'll be Edwards against Kyrie Irving, which is going to be really, really fun. That has a chance to be an awesome series.
Absolutely. I mean, Dallas kind of won with physicality in the previous round. You ain't out physicaling Minnesota. Maybe try a different tact right there, right? Spread them out and see what comes. But thinking about how Minnesota. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, two things. One, Western Conference Final Game 1 is not tomorrow, but 2 days away. So a little rest. So May 22nd coming up on Wednesday is when you'll get the first of the games in the West Final, which I think will help Minnesota a lot. Could have worked the other way, where you see in the East as an example, you got a game tomorrow night, Indiana, Boston, to start this thing. Second thing is, did you hear the clip of a reporter talking to Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards after the game last night?
Yes.
Very, very funny. So he basically was like, hey, you guys won this series, but normally teams have to lose a bunch before they break through. And those guys are trying to remind him, like, all we've done is lose, man. Like, what are you talking about? I thought this was really funny.
This is for either one of you guys. And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
we lost last year?
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. Usually, teams
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
We lost the last 2 years.
God, how much more we got to lose?
Yeah, how much you want us to lose?
We're losing for 20 years.
We've been losing for 20 years.
My favorite is how much more do you want us to lose?
That was
great.
I think his point was, like, on a stage where you're playing against a heavyweight like the Nuggets, you get there, you give them a run for their money, you get knocked out, and you come back. And what Karl Anthony Towns hilariously said was, we've been losing for 20 years, man.
Great.
How much more we got to lose? Like, he's been there for years as a great player, mostly on a bad team. And he's like, what do you want from me?
I thought that was awesome.
It was just really, really funny.
But yeah, so the Nuggets are not going back to the finals again. And the reason they won the championship last year, it's, obviously you point to Jokic and how great Jamal Murray is in the playoffs. They combined for 70 points last night. 70 points, 22 rebounds, 10 assists between them. It's not them. They didn't have anything from anybody else. And last year, how many big shots did Michael Porter Jr. hit? How many big plays did Aaron Gordon make down the stretch for them in games, or Christian Brown, or anybody else that would come off the bench or have a great one-on-one moment, or give them a little bit of a spurt? Nothing from any of those guys.
So here's my basketball take, my hoops Paulson take on the Denver Nuggets, watching them these last few nights. They need a slasher. Minnesota's got all these guys that create their shot and get off the bounce, basically. And Murray is really the only guy that does that. It's Murray and Joker. But like Porter, Gordon, Caldwell, they got like stand around, get a ball, shoot ball. I think they need someone who can take you off the bounce and create their own offense as a secondary option for games like yesterday. And yesterday's the easy point that you can make, I guess, or the easy game to point to. But I think there are other examples like that.
I agree.
Where I watch Minnesota, and to me, that's what the sport is. It's put together with, they've got size when they want to defend the rim and play big. They can play around the perimeter. They got a bunch of guys who can do a little bit of everything. They're versatile. Again, I really like just the chemistry of the whole group. But I think Denver, and we shouldn't make this a big story of like, what do the Nuggets have to do? They were up by 15 points at halftime in Game 7 to get back to the conference final. They're going to be okay. They got the 3-time MVP. Murray has been dealing with injuries throughout the playoffs. My guess is they'll be right back in the mix to win it all next year. But if I'm looking at personnel, I do think they need one more guy who can slash a little bit.
I like that take. I mean, they because Michael Porter's basically a catch and shoot guy. Aaron Gordon at times has been someone that could take you off the bounce a little bit, but was kind of neutralized in this series. Yeah, I think Jokic makes it so makes it so easy for everybody else because the attention he draws and how in control he is. So every cut is rewarded, every double team is punished, and he knocks down stuff at the end of shot clock so often. So it's easy to kind of become stagnant in that way. But I think you're right. They could use one more guy where it's like, hey, nothing's happening right now. Go get a bucket with 4 seconds left on the shot clock.
Localizing the convo, the Nats got swept by the Phillies. James Wood is still not in the major leagues. Another homestand kicks off today with no James Wood. So I'm salty about that. We'll talk about that a little bit later on today on Grant and Danny. And the Commanders have made a huge hire today. They have named Brandon Sosna their senior VP of football operations. Sosna was the VP of football ops here in Washington. He had been with the Detroit Lions for the past 2 years, held the role of senior director of football admin. In that role, he oversaw strategic planning, management of the salary cap. He was their chief contract negotiator. So he's going to do a bunch of things. My guess is the guy that's still here, Rob Rogers from the Rivera era that helps with contracts, reports to him. A guy like in the analytics department like Eugene Shen reports to him. And then the structure in the front office is likely to be something along the lines of Adam Peters, Grand Poobah, very handsome, runs the show. Below him is Lance Newmark, who we brought in from Detroit with the Lions. Lions have probably made more ground in the NFC in the last couple of years than any other team. So that's why you're picking on Detroit's personnel. And then presumably Newmark was heavily involved in this hire. He goes and gets Sosna, who just making some quick text interactions happen today. Everyone, I was asking about him, had nothing but nice things to say. One of these guys around football that's highly regarded, ascending star type. They're building a whale of a front office.
I love it.
And I'm so excited about it. It's such a night and day thing. In the past, all we wanted was a general manager. You didn't really think about what comes with the GM. Like you and I have talked about this a few times when Rizzo's contract is up. And it's like, especially early on as an example, but there were a lot of people that Rizzo would bring in that were really, really good. You go, if he leaves, then this guy leaves with him, whatever it is. I think sometimes you have to think about the entire body of work, the structure, right? Where it's not just Adam Peters. Peters is now assembling because people want to work with him, because people like him, because he's good at his job.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to put together a first class, first division kind of state-of-the-art structure with people who are revered. All we ever talked about was the GM, and that's a big part of it. He's there. But it's everybody else, too, that I think becomes influential and significant and important. Right. And it's just so different from Dan Snyder and Vinny Serrato.
Yeah, just someone that Bruce knew or was still
literally
there.
Like Bruce pretending to watch some tape and yelling at someone, and so they go get the player that he liked. Like, it's such a different world.
Without a doubt. And this is all I've ever asked for. Again, these guys may make every wrong call for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. That's not the point. It is an inexact science. All you can do is the best possible thing, and that's what this is. You already said it. Wait, my selling point, if I'm Adam Peters, number one, just look into my eyes. They're dreamy. Look at my hair. It's perfect. Okay. Nice beard.
I'm looking
good
at
shape.
your eyes. They're very dreamy.
Well, but I'm Adam Peters. I'm not me.
Oh, in this hypothetical.
Yeah. And here's the other part.
Do you think Adam Peters is getting a haircut right now?
No.
You don't?
I don't think he needs one. I think his hair is always right.
I think he's in a barber's chair right now, and he walks in and sits down, and they're like, "You want the same thing?" And he's like, "Of course.
Of course I do.
Of course I do.
Of course I do." The selling point is we're assembling football people. The guys that sit upstairs in the really, really nice offices with the really fancy chairs and smoking their cigars and drinking their cognacs and putting their feet up on the desk, they're not going to bother you. They're going to ask you. They'll ask you about it. It'll be collaborative, but they're not going to get in your way. You're probably used to people coming in there and ruining it. These guys aren't going to ruin it. This is now the cool kids club. Come on over.
It was not lost on me that as I was excitedly celebrating today, that the Commanders hired yet another up-and-coming star young executive, that Dan Snyder's in the news for being upset about a lack of creative control over a movie that he helped to fund. I mean, you can't make that up. The guy who was controlling and dictated terms. The movie version of a yacht pick is you're watching the film and it's it's finished form and you're mad about how it turned out because it wasn't the way that you anticipated it happening. And that's what Dan Snyder's in the news for today.
This is unbelievable. So this is via Variety. All right. And I want to remind everybody that I like everything I'm supposed to like, and I'm upset about the right things. And I'm just reading the story. Here we go. On Monday night, all eyes on Khan will be on the launch of The Apprentice, the high-profile drama that stars Sebastian Stan as young Donald Trump. The filmmakers and stars haven't done any press on the ground at Cannes ahead of the film's world premiere, and few have seen it with plot details shrouded in mystery. But one person who has seen it is Dan Snyder.
Yes, he has.
The billionaire former owner of the Washington Commanders, changed the name, who is an investor in The Apprentice, and he isn't happy.
The movie The Apprentice.
The movie The Apprentice.
Yes.
Many of us have seen the show. Behind the scenes, a nasty battle is played out between the Snyder-backed company, Kinematics, and the filmmakers over creative direction of the film. The Apprentice, directed by Ali Abbasi, covers Trump's early years when he was mentored by political fixer Roy Cohn and his marriage to his first wife, Ivana. It goes on, but basically, Dan was like, sure, I want to be part of this thing. It sounds awesome. It's a flattering portrayal of my buddy. He finds out later when he sees the movie that it's not.
And
he is...
He's a little bit angry about that. I want to talk about that. We will do that later in the show. Bobby Marks of ESPN covers the NBA. Will be with us at 4:30 today. We'll preview the conference finals matchups. Next, who's the most overlooked commander as we get ready for week 2 of OTAs? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Darius and Ryan on the production behind the scenes as always. PFF went team by team and put together a list of the most overlooked, underappreciated player on every single NFL roster. And for the Commanders, they listed right tackle Andrew Wiley. Wiley, who's a bit of a punching bag in the fan base after a really slow start to last year. Now, I was very much vocal about how he played in Kansas City when he gave up 9 sacks in his final year. Didn't like the idea of paying him, starting him last year. And I thought he got off to a really, really slow start. He did play much better as the year went along. That's irrefutable. But I still was hoping coming into the offseason, Danny, that they were going to do better at right tackle. And it just didn't seem like it was a big priority. In fact, they've gotten worse at left tackle potentially, depending on whether or not the rookie that you drafted, Brandon Coleman, ends up taking the reins and plays that position. Otherwise, you just lost Charles Leno. You're elevating Cornelius Lucas. He didn't really do much else as we wait to see what their actual plan is the rest of the way.
Yeah, it is certainly not a strength, right? I mean, at best, we're going to say Wiley's okay. I think I've got a lower assessment than that. I think he's a little bit below average and maybe even worse than that at times. But there are probably worse players in the league, but that's not what you want, especially in any situation, let alone the offensive line with a rookie quarterback.
This is what they wrote on why they named Wiley the most undervalued player on the team. Wiley came over from Kansas City with OC Eric Bieniemy to play right tackle for the Commanders. Although he gave up a sack in each of his first 4 games with Washington.
Yes, he did.
Wiley got better as the season went on, eventually earned a 69.2 PFF overall grade, a career-high mark for him on his way to ranking 16th among right tackles. So basically, he got to a point where the best he's been in his career, as they see it, is right smack dab in the middle of the 32 starting right tackles in the league. And that is the ceiling to me. The ceiling to me is he can be an average player at the position. I think he played at an average level late last season. And forgive me, but I would like to do better than that at a really critical position, in my opinion.
100%.
I think the tackles, specifically in general, are always more important than, like, I would say 2/3 of the positions if I was going to rank them. But when you have a rookie quarterback, bump them up a level.
Yeah, it's already your premium position. You add an inexperience at the QB spot, and it goes up that much more.
Add in inexperience at the QB spot with your rookie QB, who happens to have a propensity, at least in college, for taking sacks. And a lot of times that doesn't go away. All of a sudden, having really strong tackles and an offensive line on the interior is a big, 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 big deal. So it's why I get if they're saying player on every single team that gets too much crap, and their answer is Andrew Wiley. I can understand that, because I think in the second half of last year, nobody really mentioned it as he played a lot better because they'd already made up his mind. This guy's not good. But if you're telling me this is a possible 2, 3, 4 year starter here, and now they can look elsewhere, I'm going to disagree with that.
Yeah, that's a no from me. I like the distinction that you draw there, right? If it's he's not as bad as you guys think. Okay. Now, whether I agree or not, that's a reasonable opinion, right? Because I think you said it very well. We banged the gavel after a couple of starts when he was a swinging gate and was terrible, and he's getting his QB killed, and we never really update our files when we have a first impression of somebody. That happens a lot in sports and in real life too. I think that's a reasonable thing. So if he's this guy catches too much guff from the local fan base, that's fine. But underrated player or overlooked player, I would have picked somebody else, I guess is what I would say.
I'm looking right now at the Commanders' depth chart, and I'm trying to find my answer to this same question. PFF went every single team, all 32 clubs, and found the most undervalued player, putting together a little list in my head. Who would you say is that guy for the Commanders?
So he hasn't played yet for this team, but the idea of Tyler Biadasz to me is, I think this is the most underrated signing of the whole offseason. They struggled at that spot the last couple of seasons, whether it was via injury, the guy that should have been there, my old cousin Chase Svrluga, and they've gone through center after center after center, and they were bad at that spot last year, in my opinion. I'm not saying he's a world beater, but I am saying that's a stabilizing force. And again, especially with a young quarterback, the veteran ability to call line signals, even though Jaden Daniels has kind of shown an early propensity to be able to do that through some OTAs, reading some of those reports, but still having a guy to sort of as the steadying hand in the center of that line with a couple of bookends that aren't particularly good, in my opinion, along with some, one new guard on the left and returning Sam Cosby on the right to be able to kind of solidify that group. I think that was an underrated signing this offseason.
So I was looking for a guy who was already on the team, so I went a different direction. If we can go with new players, I'll give you another answer. But the guy that was already on the roster that I think is not being talked about at all this offseason, who has a chance to help them a lot this year, is Derek Forrest. I think people forget because of the injury last season how impactful he was when he broke out now 2 seasons ago, which was his second year in the NFL. Forrest, who was drafted out of Cincinnati, didn't really play much at all in his first season. Had to earn a roster spot as a 5th-round pick outside of the top 160 in the draft. But in year 2, ended up starting 11 games. He picked off 4 passes. He accounted for 6 different turnovers. Like, he was a playmaker in a way that, frankly, not to throw shade, Cam Curl never really was. I mean, he was around the football. He generated takeaways, the types of things that you want at the safety position. He played the first 5 games last year, was one of the leading tacklers on the team with about 30 stops, and then he got hurt, and we didn't see him again. And because he missed the last 11 games, and they've been making moves in the secondary, and his name hasn't popped up very much, I think he's a little bit forgotten right now. So is he underappreciated? Maybe that's not the right way to phrase it, but if you remember when we used to play Don't Forget About, let's not forget that Derek Forrest actually might be okay. And if he starts next to Jeremy Chin, and they're right on Chin as a fit in their defense, that's a pretty solid safety tandem without paying Curl, who walked. I know people are still a little disappointed by that, but I think that could end up being a really smart decision if Forrest bounces back the way they think he can.
No, I think that's a good one.
Also, Quan Martin, by the way, really quickly, was used way more at safety than in the nickel at OTAs last week, I was reading. I mean, he really didn't line up at all at corner or in the nickel. They used him almost exclusively in the safety room. So you throw him in with Forrest, with Chin, it's very much new look room in a lot of ways.
No, I think that's a good one. Because again, they made moves like they were comfortable. So a couple times where you look at their roster construction, you go, they're more comfortable than I would be. We've already talked about it, but at both tackle spots. I wouldn't be that comfortable. I would have done something very differently than these guys did because I'm not comfortable with what's there. Their analysis says we're okay. We'll figure it out later, or we're good enough right now. But they made a move at safety. Like, I thought wrongly that they should pay Cam Curl because I'm going, well, you're not going to find anything in that, that's the same. That's a consistent playmaker, especially when he's in the box. You can find a lot of good uses for him. Dan Quinn, Joe Witt's defense, etc. Not only did they probably upgrade with a guy that's made more plays in Jeremy Chin, but you mentioned now with Derek Forrest, combine that with Percy Butler, also Quan Martin's experience. You're now, I wouldn't say you're loaded at safety. That's probably a bit too far, but you're pretty comfortable at safety. I like the numbers there. I like some of the bodies there better than I do at tackle.
I still think they lack a star. They don't have a great player, probably, but you've thrown quantity at a problem
without spending a lot either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I would rather build positions that way generally. If you find me guys that fit, and you give me a bunch of solid players in a room, and they fit my defense, offense, whatever, my scheme, I'll do that over a star and some scrubs behind him, where if that guy goes down, I'm in trouble. I don't mind how they did it at all. Now, you went with a new player that you think's being overlooked a little bit.
I did.
I'll do that. Austin Eckler. This could end up going really sideways for your boy. I think Austin Eckler could have a monster year as a pass catcher. I hope that the plan with Jaden Daniels is get the football out as fast as possible. Horizontal raid. The air raid needs to be the sideways raid.
The raid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to get the ball out of this young man's hands and into space. I think Austin Eckler as a pass catcher, and maybe he's got more as a runner too. I mean, last year was pretty ugly, but he was injured and hampered most of the season, so we just assume he's cooked a little bit between the tackles. But I think Austin Eckler, why not have him go catch 65, 70 balls and make his quarterback look good? I think there's a chance that they brought him in for a reason, and maybe that's the plan. I'm very high still on him as a pass catcher. If you look at the analytics on after the catch, how often he made people miss, he was still top 5 in the league in that category. I think he's got some wiggle left, and he can help them.
Well, the thing that gives me some optimism in terms of him running the ball, just I'll add to that, is it wasn't like anybody ran the ball well for the Chargers last year. Josh Kelly was everybody's free agent pickup darling in fantasy, and he ran for 3.8 yards a pop. So I think their running game was pretty broken with that last regime. I expect that to change this year, by the way, with some guy named Harbaugh running things. But in terms of Eckler, I've asked for years for an Austin Eckler type back. I want an army of those guys.
Well,
there's
post
no
J.D.
better
McKissick, they haven't had one.
Yeah, there's no better Austin Eckler type back than a guy named Austin Eckler. So heck yes to that. 70 reception should be, I don't say the minimum, but should be the expectation, right? Get him the ball on early downs. Don't just wait till third down when everybody's backed off and you're checking it down to him. Early down footballs to Austin Eckler in space, please. And thank you. That's a good one. Here's my returning player. I think this might be a bit of a stretch. This might be a little bit of an Armstrong here, but bear with me. My guy was F.A. Obata. We're talking about overlooked. He's down on the depth chart behind situational pass rushers like Dante Fowler, KJ Henry, Andre Jones even, and nobody's really paying attention to F.A. Obata. His last time as a healthy player 2 seasons ago as a part-time Peter came up with 4 sacks, playing a little bit of defensive tackle, a little bit of end, sometimes, handed the dirt on the interior, sometimes, rushing from the edge. A useful, helpful player that is overshadowed, I think, by all the new acquisitions. Again, whether it's Farrell, Fowler, or others, that's a guy that people kind of forgotten about, to me, that is productive when given the chance.
Got a text from our buddy Ben Standig from The Athletic, who said underrated. How about Sam Cosmi? I don't know if he's underrated. I'd like to think the fan base knows he's become an excellent player. Now,
so I thought about him, but that's why.
Yeah, if in fact, when Cosmi's name comes up, people still think of him as like a guy, then he's definitely underrated.
If you think of him as a failed tackle, then maybe we could talk about it. But I think of him as a really good guard.
He's become one of the better guards in the league, it seems like. And he was graded as such on a lot of the sites that do that kind of thing. He also mentioned John Bates is underrated. Bates is just not for me. If you are a blocker only tight end who has the elusiveness in the open field as a 2x4, it can't help me a whole lot. I'm just not into that. I'm sure he's a very nice guy, and I'm glad he's on the team because he can block. But like underrated as a third tight end who should never catch the ball or be targeted ever. Okay, he's a decent blocker. He's an extra tackle essentially.
I love me some Ben Stanek, but I think John Bates is very appropriately rated. That would be my response to Ben.
I will be fascinated to see with this coaching staff, though, what they get out of Forrest, what they get out of just some of the guys that in the secondary, especially, like everyone played badly. You had a high school coach coaching you. Let's see what it looks like this coming year. All right, next on Grant and Danny, there was a really ineffective punch thrown in a sport where there's not really fighting yesterday. I wanted to talk about that and which sports have the worst attempted fights. Because it's so funny, non-combat sports, when players fight, and they just look so bad doing it.
Just Carmelo Anthony backing up 140 feet.
Who's the worst at it? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15 in Nats pregame tonight. They are back home, taking on the Minnesota Twins. Charlie and Dave will come your way right at 6:15, right here on 106.7 The Fan. Bobby Marks of ESPN on the NBA Western and Eastern Conference final matchups that we found out about once and for all over the weekend. We'll talk to Bobby at 4:30 today on Grant and Danny. So among all of these sports this weekend, there was a lot going on. Yesterday, Danny, you have no idea about this. I don't expect you to. It's fine. NASCAR at the highest level, the Cup Series, they had their all-star festivities. They do the shootout race where if you've won a race, you're in. Otherwise, you've got to basically dash your way in, or the fans can vote you in. It's a convoluted thing. But just know that they have this opportunity in this like dash, this sprint race, where you can win $1 million if you win.
Wow.
It's pretty cool. And so it's a big deal within the sport. They do it midway through the season every single year. Well, at the very start of the race for the $1 million, cars go 3 wide. They start rubbing. Now, you know I like to say, Danny, rubbing is racing.
If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing.
Rubbing is racing. I love to say that, right? But Kyle Busch takes issue to a little contact.
Okay.
And he thinks Ricky Stenhouse Jr. bumped him on purpose.
Is he right?
I don't think he is.
Okay.
Kyle Busch is... Now, there's a lot of Kyle Busch fans out there, and many of them might be listening.
Uh-oh.
Kyle Busch is a little bit of a jackass.
Whoa!
In my opinion.
The opinions of Grant Paulson do not necessarily reflect those of 106.7 The Fan or his co-host, Danny Ruya.
NASCAR Paulson over here, all right? But I think he was wrong here.
Okay.
Very upset. Started the race. We're going 3 wide. Relax. Settle down, please.
We're going 3 wide, dude.
Everybody's going to be okay. And remember what I've always told you guys. I've always said this. Darius, I've told you this many times. Ryan, I know I've told you this. And Danny, I've been telling you this since I met you.
I think so.
Rubbing is right.
You said that in 2009.
Rubbing is right. So anyways, Kyle Busch is Rick.
Yep.
He is the good king. He is salty. So you know what he does? He gets into Ricky Stenhouse a couple times from behind, let him know I'm angry, and then he just wrecks him on purpose. $1 million on the line. We're just getting started here. Wrecks him into the wall, front of the car, right into the wall. Ricky Stenhouse's night is done. 2 hours later, when the race ends, Kyle's walking to his trailer, and Ricky Stenhouse is waiting outside his trailer. Okay, in the infield.
So far, I'm into the story. I like this.
By the way, it's a 10 out of 10.
I like it.
So Ricky Stenhouse, arms crossed, is like, what the hell's the matter with you? Why'd you do that? Kyle says, you bumped me. He says, no, I didn't. They're yelling at each other. And Ricky Stenhouse, with fireworks going off in the background, because Joey Logano just won.
Okay.
There was a punch. He tries to hit him in the face. Now, it's not a particularly good punch.
Okay.
Ricky Stenhouse is one of the few race car drivers that I would think could actually handle himself in a fight. He's pretty well put together, CrossFit type guy. Muscular, not a scrawny little guy who gets in his, astronaut suit and slides into the car. But terrible punch, kind of lands almost like slow motion. I slowed it down last night, kind of like in the neck a little bit. Kyle Busch kind of leans away, then kind of backs off to like recoil and try to throw a punch. He trips over some tires.
Oh,
in a funny twist, one of my buddies who covers NASCAR was right behind him, and he tripped over him, and they both fell over the tires, which is a hilarious.
Oh my
thing.
God,
so that's kind of funny. Anyway, the fight was terrible. The pit crews get involved. The pit crews, by the way, are now made up of all like D1 athletes who played football and track and all this stuff. These guys are like jumping over the wall with tires. And so they get into it a little bit, and eventually cooler heads prevail. I tell you this not to talk about NASCAR, because I know you don't care.
Right.
I tell you this to say NASCAR fights are always terrible. They happen 3 or 4 times a year where 2 guys, normally very small, are angry at each other who crashed each other, and they like throw a punch or they tackle each other, or they put each other in a headlock. And it's always so stupid. So I ask you, Danny, what sports, non-combat sports, are athletes the worst and the best fighters in your opinion?
Ding. I'm going to weigh in. Soccer. This is the number one in terms of the worst, because here's what you're doing. You're desperately begging for the other person to throw some sort of punch or to make contact to you in any way. And then you will go flying like you are LeBron James in the second half, begging for a call. And you will go down and wail and do like a Neo in the Matrix, fly straight back in the hopes that the giant competitive advantage of that guy walking over and putting up a little red card in front of your opponent happens.
How often does a good actual soccer punch get thrown?
Never.
I would say very rarely.
Damn near never. Statistically negligible.
Which is why I think basketball players are the worst fighters. Because how often do you see in the NBA the attempted fight that's just so embarrassing. I mean, it happens semi-frequently. I would say once a month in the NBA, a punch is thrown that almost never lands, and that is just it looks like someone who's never punched a bag before. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I think baseball sneaky. There's some decent punches, like the Jose Bautista sucker punch from Rougned Odor to the chin. Remember, Tim Anderson got last year by Jose Ramirez. He's been basically never been the same since. He's hitting like 173 since that punch landed. Every now and then in baseball, you get a legitimate punch thrown. Nolan Ryan, I think, beat somebody up.
Robin Ventura, headlock. Oh, he got the business.
So I think baseball, and there are also terrible ones. I think about like Pedro and Gerald Williams. So maybe the batting average isn't very high for baseball.
Bryce missing on Hunter Strickland.
Oh, good one.
How could you not forget that?
That was a really bad punch.
Through the helmet and went so wide.
So wide. Yeah, he missed with the helmet and then with the punch. That was embarrassing for him. I don't know. Hockey, I'm not going to count. Even though it's not a combat sport, there's fighting.
Kind of is.
Like Tom Wilson literally trains to fight. Not a bit. He opened up the boxing place in Arlington, Bash, or is part of that, I think, in some way.
Handsome Bash.
So I'm going to say worst fighting sport. I'm going to go basketball. Best fighting sport. I might go baseball. Even though baseball's not that good either.
Because football, everybody's helmeted.
Yeah,
so
you never get
it's that face mush. Think Chris Samuels to Richard Sherman.
The only good football bout I can remember was that was not a great look for Trent.
No.
A, you're being a baby, and B, you like close-fisted slapped them kind of in the cheek, and he just stood there. That's not a good look.
Yeah.
But the one I can remember is Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson, where he just like rips his helmet off and starts swinging.
Yeah, there was some swinging. The punches were thrown.
Best and worst? You're going soccer for your worst?
Worst is soccer by 1,000 miles. Best, and this is a dubious honor because baseball is not particularly good, but I do think 1 out of every 17 fights, instead of just benches clear and we kind of stand near each other and then slowly walk back, you'd still every once in a while get a good one.
Speaking of baseball at 3:30, I'm officially mad that James Wood's not in the big leagues. Today is the day.
You're not mad?
I have not been mad yet. Today I'm mad. So we'll talk about that.
Okay.
But next on Grant and Danny, the NFC East record predictions just dropped from the 33rd team. We'll go through those right here on The Fan. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you so that they can give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. Danny, you were slinging jokes this weekend.
Yes.
Weren't you at the Lachlan Family Foundation event?
I was indeed, and that was really, really cool.
They do such a good job of that. Really well, really, really well done.
So this was on one of the Locker's family friends, good buddy of his. They've done it in the past. They usually do it in Annapolis, but they've gone to bars or a couple of restaurants. This one guy's like, he didn't say this, but it's pretty true. I have an unbelievable house. That the back of the house, if you take 30 steps, you're in the Chesapeake Bay, and it's gorgeous. And it can accommodate your party. Let's do it here. So they did, and it was amazing. First class all the way. Locker and Joe B were so kind to ask me to perform there for them, and I did that, and I wasn't sure how the crowd was going to be. They were great. Everyone was into it. And I told Joe B and Locker, you guys understand, you've invited me here. I'm going to have to do some jokes about you guys. And they were both like, yeah, totally. And it's one thing to say, yeah, totally. Then it's another thing when it actually happens. But it went
what
well.
I asked you on text, and this is what I wanted to double click on.
Uh-huh.
You really didn't have to tell jokes about them. Like, did they say, come here and roast us?
No, so it's less roast and more like.
But you were joning a little bit. Like, you were telling, you were picking at them with funny jokes.
Right. But it's like, these are the things we have in common. Like, I could have done my normal act, which might have been okay, but this is a Capitals-centric crowd.
Yeah.
So I did a bunch of Coach Carb bits. I did some Joe B and Locker bits as well.
Was Carbs there?
No. I actually thought he was going to be, but he was not. He was not present.
By the way, nicest guy ever. Did I tell you I bumped into him in a Nats game recently?
Oh, no, you didn't tell me that.
Yeah, so it was him, his wife, his kids. He was the nicest guy. Like, I almost felt bad. I kept saying, like, all right, I'm gonna let you go because I don't want to ruin your time with your family. And I'm just like talking to him about hockey. Couldn't have been nicer. Taking pictures with everybody coming up. But that's good. So he made it. And I know you Kuzi caught some shrapnel.
Yeah. I'm not going to repeat that joke. If I see any of you guys out and about at any point, I'm happy to tell it to you in person. I will not be doing it here on video or documented here on the radio. But yeah, so my Carbs bit that I did a few different ones. But I was like, to me, it sounds like every time Coach Carberry talks, it sounds like this is the third time he's explaining that point. You know what I mean? Like he's already explained it 2 different times. And this one here is the third time that I'm actually going through these concepts. Like he's enunciating so hard. I was like, it sounds like he's explaining when he does the post-game podium. It sounds like he's talking about chemistry to a group of hard of hearing people. Like and the atom, the mitochondria are the powerhouse of the atom. And then when he's on the junkies, it sounds like he's talking to my children about finishing their dinner. When one of them asks him a question, it's like, yeah, we're not eating our chicken nuggets. I would love for us to finish them because mom worked real hard on those. And we need to be accountable for our dinner decisions, But people like the bet.
I'm fired up, though, that it went over well.
Oh, it was great.
All the jokes were received seemingly decently.
Yes.
Good.
And Joe B texted me afterwards, which made me think he wasn't too mad about his.
I love that. Joe B's the best.
He is the nicest guy ever.
My highlight of your boys' weekend was birthday dinner at Randy's.
Yeah, I saw some pictures, buddy.
Yeah, I ate like a king. You could go check out the steak that I consumed at Grant H. Paulson if you like cuts of meat on Instagram.
Now, can I ask you, this is very inside the weeds here.
Yes.
That's not an expression, inside the weeds. What is that? I don't even know what that means.
It means you're laying inside the weeds.
In the weeds versus inside baseball. I kind of inside the weeds, not a thing. I'm ruining your story.
I had rib cap meat as an appetizer.
That's what I was going to ask you. I saw 2 steaks, and I wanted to know which was which. What'd you do?
Rib cap appy into the prime rib entree, which was a suggestion on site by my guy George in-house. Because here's the thing. You eat the rib cap to start, you can't now go ribeye after. I mean, you can.
You could.
But you're going to watch the Beatles and then watch someone else play some music after that. So I was like, I don't really do filet. I'm not going to do a filet with my Danny Rouillet.
Oh, hey.
So I was thinking maybe 12-ounce, 16-ounce New York strip, something like that. They go, why don't you go? We only have it on weekends. Why don't you go prime rib? We char it. It's a little crusted on the exterior. I said, you know what? Let's do that. And my God, did it just hit the spot. But you were complaining last week about a restaurant that you went to. You spent a bunch of money.
Yep.
And you hated it.
No. You didn't? No, it was perfectly good, but I couldn't believe that we spent $225 on like a 5 o'clock dinner on a Monday.
Close enough.
Yeah.
There is the opposite of that is there's nothing better when you go to a lovely restaurant and you have a great time and the service is amazing and the food is great and you go, this is why we're here.
This is why we're here.
And then you go home and you start living your life again and you remember, I'll do that again in a couple of months and it'll be amazing.
Did you go anything from the Raw Bar?
No, of course
nothing like that.
Of course not.
What? That's fun.
Is that a good bit?
Well, I mean, they have an outstanding Raw Bar.
I'm aware of
there was no lobster bisque.
No, although you love lobster biscuit.
So you did it's the rib cap appy, which is only on the weekends, right? I mean, that's not on the normal menu.
This was, well, I believe we went off the menu just slightly. Man, we went with a rib cap as an app.
Look at this guy.
So that's what we did. I'm just telling you what we did.
I'm not going to tell you that small time. You got to have a guy.
I'm just telling you what happened.
Somebody comes over and goes, you know what you ought to do? They wouldn't say that to me if I'm sitting down there. They'd say it to my guy, Grant Paulson.
Rib cap appetizer.
Rib cap.
Because I didn't want to muddy the waters. I didn't want to get calamari and meatballs and a bunch of stuff. Let's just focus on the meat. So we did the rib cap. Then we went straight to our next cut of meat.
You tell me about the sides you had?
You're going to be very disappointed.
What are you doing?
We kind of kept it low key on this. We went mashed potatoes.
So nothing wrong with that.
That's all we did.
You didn't go duck fat fries?
We did not.
You didn't go Parmesan truffle fries?
We did not. All we did was mashed potatoes. Now, we couldn't quite agree on loaded or not loaded. So we got the loaded accoutrement on the side.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So
you didn't go mac and cheese?
No, I normally do. In fact, I asked the waiter, I said, what do you think about mac and cheese? Oh, mac and cheese is good. And I was like, let's do that. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to order it yet. I'll order it a little later. I didn't want to leave there overly full. I wanted to try to just go in, eat a meal, go home, and not hate myself.
Well, that sounds great. But if I'm there, you're gonna roll me out of there. I'm gonna leave uncomfortable, thinking I probably don't need to eat tomorrow. I'm gonna savor this for the next day and a half. So now you would never get this, but the corn brulee topped with bacon that they have there is just splendid.
I think I've had most of their sides. I've been there many times. How many birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, Friday nights have there been?
It's a lot.
I've never done the corn brulee.
The corn brulee.
And I can comfortably tell you I never will.
I know you won't.
And the reason is I like the delicious sides that they have.
Right. Corn and bacon sounds terrible.
That sounds fine.
Who would ever do that?
Sounds fine. I'm going to need to order like 6 sides if we're getting to that on the depth.
No, I got you. Now, is that something your wife would do? Would she ever do a little corn brulee? Or she wouldn't do that? Because she's like, I'll eat the Brussels sprouts and the asparagus.
She might put it on her plate at a buffet setting, but she's not going to order it, I don't think. I haven't gotten to my dessert yet.
Okay.
We did the Sunday Tower.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool. It's got all the little fixins and a little tower setting. Again, there's a video of that if you want to check it out at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram. Darius is going to his phone. I see those little thumbs working over there. So I did vanilla ice cream with the molten chocolate poured right on the top. It hardens into a little bit of a shell. Oh, it was good. Got to wait another year for the birthday dinner again.
Any post-dinner liqueur or beverages of any kind?
No, this will disappoint you as well. Didn't drink anything.
Doesn't disappoint me.
Well, I guess not. You're not much of a drinker, but
fine with that.
I am a old-fashioned guy. I'm a bourbon guy. My plan was bourbon, but I had to drive and meet my wife, and I do this wacky where if I'm driving, I don't have anything. Like not a sip. So, we had to meet there in Tyson's, and she had to wait for the babysitter and the whole deal. So I didn't drink anything.
So I haven't been in a while, but I do remember the last time I was there, it was with the group, and it was, very pleasant, good conversation, yada, yada, yada. I have not forgotten. And listen, everything they do there is great. It's the best version of whatever you're going to find.
It's a good restaurant.
They ordered the mixed baby beets. Now, this wasn't something where they meant to order something else and accidentally said that. They sought it out and said, as a starter, for the table, we want the mixed baby beets.
That's tough.
Taking up space on my table.
Shouldn't do that.
See what I'm saying?
Can't do it.
First of all, the beet just insists upon itself. Everything's purple now.
The press conference with Mike Singletary said, mixed baby beets. Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't coach with them. Can't win with them.
Can't have it on the table. Can't do it.
Can't do it.
I don't want it.
But
I'm happy for you, buddy.
Good weekend for everybody all the way around. Did you see the 33rd team has predicted the standings in the NFC East?
I saw they predicted the Bens.
This is what they came up with. Eagles, 11-6, winning the division. Cowboys, 10-7, finishing second. Commanders, 6-11, tied with the Giants, both finishing third. And I guess they have the Commanders with the tiebreaker because they list them over the Giants. I'll tell myself that. Maybe it's just alphabetical order. I'm not sure.
Be. Or reverse. I don't know. Who knows?
Maybe they've got them beating New York twice and finishing with the same record. But I wanted to go through this with you. Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, Giants seems to be the prevailing thought a lot of people have. How sure are we about the Eagles just taking their spot again atop the division as a club that fell off last season? Dallas caught at the end of the year. They have a new coordinator on both sides of the ball. Kellen Moore's in to call plays on offense. I love the hire of Vic Fangio on defense. Nick Sirianni enters the year on the hot seat already. Jalen Hurts was excellent 2 years ago, was not particularly good last year, was just okay after they paid him all of the money. Are we sure the Eagles are still one of the top teams in the conference?
I'm not sure, but I'm moderately confident that's even a thing. Right? I don't have swagger, but I have enough juice here. I think people are overrating to a degree the long-term effects of that collapse. That collapse happened. I'm not running from it. I'm not hiding from it. That's what happened. They were a disaster. They were getting away with it for a little bit before things finally caught up to them last year. They won a couple games they shouldn't have won, and they were undefeated for a long time, and they were just awful down the stretch. Basically, second half of the season, they were not only not one of the best teams, they were one of the worst teams. Got shellacked on the road against Tampa in the postseason. But I think the idea that now we can start carving out their epitaph here, I think is wrong. Dallas, I think, has regressed a little bit. Still a playoff team, still one of the classes of the division. We never have repeat winners in this stupid division. And Philadelphia still has all the ingredients that you would want for a really good football team. They probably needed a refresh at the top, which they're going to get here. You mentioned a couple new the minds on offense. They needed a couple bits of reinforcement on defense because their defense was a disaster down the stretch, especially I think it affected everything. This group is going to be pretty good. Their schedule looks tough to me, though, I will say.
The Eagles are counting huge on their secondary and the youth in that secondary being a lot better than what they got last year. That's bold. I mean, that's a big risk to take. They drafted Quinion Mitchell to start at corner, and Cooper DeJean is probably going to, I would think he plays in the nickel, but he's going to play boundary too. He's
a little bit of everything, I think.
Two of their top three corners are going to be rookies. Now, you tell me where I'm wrong here. I would love to avoid that if I can as an NFL team. You can't go into the season just counting on kids with everybody running 11 personnel. If you look at strength of schedule this season, Philadelphia, 9th hardest schedule in the National Football League. The Dallas Cowboys are actually middle of the pack, lower down the board a little bit. But I don't know, man. I think Philly is going to be worse than they were when they were good last year. I think they're probably going to be what they were last season because they won't be as bad as they were at the end of the year. Like, they completely fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
People forget how that season ended, where all their coordinators got fired. It was like a toxic locker room. It was kind of gross. I think they'll bounce back from that because the coaching is going to be better with Moore and with Fangio helping out on that staff. And then the Cowboys are the team we need to look at as far as this is not a great situation for them going into the year. McCarthy's on a hot seat. They had to change coordinators. I think you downgraded from Dan Quinn to Mike Zimmer because if you think those two guys are both really good, that's fine. But you also lost Joe Witt and some of the other defensive staff rolled out. On top of that, they didn't do anything. They didn't add anything. Like they drafted a bunch of guys that are basically going to be backups on defense likely. They don't have Dorrance Armstrong. They've lost starters on both sides of the ball. The only new starter based on their draft that they brought in is probably Tyler Guyton at Oklahoma, if he starts right away at tackle for them. But it's CeeDee Lamb and kind of not a whole lot else. Brandon Cooks is a year older. Jalen Tolbert hasn't really done anything. Their starting running back is Ezekiel Elliott. What year is this?
2019.
I mean, that is a joke. So I don't know, man. I'm just not that high on Dallas. They, to me, look like a 9-win team. Philly looks like probably a 10-11 win team. And I say all this to say, I don't think this division is as insurmountable as it was just a couple of years ago.
Oh, I tend to agree with you. I look at Dallas, and when I say take a step back, I still think they're good enough, right? They're solid, even if you're down on Dak Prescott. When people around him are healthy, he's got CeeDee Lamb, the numbers are going to be there. He'll be fine. He may not win you that game in the fourth quarter, though, or whatever the criticism is. But that guy's pretty decent, right? You could do a lot worse than having him. I think offensive line-wise, I think you're right. The Guyton variable, someone that I wanted badly, by the way, in the draft, Dallas traded out of a spot, moved back, still able to get him. I was hoping Washington would swoop in and get this dude, but they were able to. Defensively, how big of a loss is it going to be to not have Dan Quinn and Joe Witt? That, to me, is the variable. Because that group, as assembled, didn't blow you away in terms of personnel. Obviously, Parsons is a one-man wrecking crew, but they turned you over. I think a lot of that was scheme and sort of coaching philosophy of, we're going to be aggressive, we're jumping this route, we're jumping this route. We may give something up, but we're going to make people afraid to throw certain things against us. And they basically have the guy that leads the league in interceptions on back-to-back years on that roster. I don't know how good that defense is going to be. Offensively, you're right. It's not the depth of the band that we're used to maybe a couple seasons ago. Man, I think they scored among the league leaders in points scored last year. I don't think that's going to happen this year.
Here's the coming and going in terms of player movement for the Cowboys. They brought in Eric Kendricks, the former Terrapin linebacker, really good Viking for years with the Chargers last year. But he's kind of washed, in my opinion, in terms of his years of being a really, really good player. Royce Freeman in the backfield, who's going to compete with Ezekiel Elliott. Those are the two additions on the veteran front that they made. They lost Dorrance Armstrong to Washington, Tyler Biotish to Washington. They lost Dante Fowler to the Commanders. Neville Gallimore was pretty good on that D-line last year to the Miami Dolphins. They lost Jonathan Hankins from their defensive line to Seattle. I don't know how big of a loss Noah Igbenogany is, but he's now with the Commanders. By the way, did Washington just pick them over or what?
The Cowmanthers.
The Tony Pollard loss maybe doesn't feel huge because he struggled last year. But when your starting running back is Ezekiel Elliott, it certainly looms. He's now a Titan, and they lost Tyron Smith, their tackle, to the Jets. So did they lose or gain more? You tell me. Not to mention changes to the coaching staff. I just eventually, we talk about the salary cap not mattering, but they screwed up the Dak Prescott situation badly. He's not extended. They're either going to have to overpay or they're going to lose him. They've paid him more against the cap than any quarterback has been paid over the last few years. They have nothing to show for it. And then they had to let a lot of guys walk because they don't have any money to pay anybody.
Yep.
Like, they have really screwed this up, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, which is delightful. But I still think they've got enough to be better than the bottom two teams in the division, but maybe not enough to be a real threat anymore. Like, Paper Tiger kind of comes to mind for me. I also, looking at their schedule, I think it's favorable. I know they're rated as kind of one of the middle of the pack teams, but I like the way it plays for them. So my guess is this will end up being a 10-win team, but they may not be as good as a bunch of 9-win teams.
James Wood's not in the big league.
No, he's not.
Right now. I don't know how or why, but he's still not in the majors. Another homestand kicks off today. It is time to start asking the question, what in the heck is going on, and why is James Wood not in the major leagues? We'll do that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Isert's 1-1. Line to left. A base hit for James Wood. Mejia scores. Baker zooms around third. He'll score 2. It's a 2-run single for James Wood and a 3-0 Red Wing lead in the third inning.
The voice of Josh Wetzel, who calls Rochester Red Wings games on their broadcast network. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. That was from yesterday. James Wood left on left, taking on a lefty. Supposedly one of the reasons he's still in the minor leagues, delivering a big 2-run knock the opposite way. James Wood, as we sit here today on May 20th, is batting .353 with a .457 on-base percentage and a .1021 OPS. He has 7 home runs. He has 10 stolen bases. He has been excellent and at times dominated at the AAA level. As a 21-year-old, you can always find reasons why he's still working, why he might not be in the major leagues if you want to find them. But he looks big league ready. He has for several weeks. And I go back to, and I think this is important, he was the best player at big league spring training. Not that close.
Right.
But over a month of big league spring training games, consistently facing major league pitching day in, day out, James Wood was the best player on the Nationals. So then they sent him to spring training. Out of spring training to the minors, I should say. Correctly, they sent him to the minor leagues to get some work at AAA. That was coming up on 2 months ago. Since then, he has been amazing, and he's still not up at the big league level. One of the reasons, as I said, is left-handed pitching. You got to face it. You're not seeing enough of it. You're not thriving against it. Well, after a week where he killed left-handed pitching, he's now hitting .297 against lefties with a .950 OPS. So give me another reason. I am officially today annoyed. I have not been yet for a few reasons, but one, the team was playing pretty well. They were winning, they were hitting, they were scoring. So that staves off any kind of necessity to force him to the major league level. The Nats can't hit right now. They haven't been able to hit for a couple of weeks. They went 7 days without a home run. I want to repeat that. From last Sunday, when Eddie Rosario hit a home run at Fenway Park, to yesterday afternoon, when again Eddie Rosario hit a home run, this time in Philadelphia. The rest of the team had not homered. They have a total of 7 home runs over the last 2 calendar weeks. And it's Eddie Rosario with 5 homers and then Winker with 1 and Joey Meneses with his only home run of the season. So you kind of bundle that all up, Danny, with the fact that you've got this power hitter in AAA where he's not facing great stuff. He's not really facing not only good starting pitching, but a ton of lefties, like the things that he theoretically is working on. He doesn't get to work on to the same extent that he would at the major league level. And I'm officially now annoyed by this. I have done a good job, I think, not doing my call him up bit on Twitter. I've never mentioned it once. I've just kind of been patient. I thought he would be up last homestand. That was the first time I thought, well, this is kind of dumb. Because really 2 homestands ago was the World Series celebration with the Astros.
Yeah.
You're going to get a bunch of 35,000 person days. Maybe you don't want to, quote unquote, like waste the juice you get from him when you're already packing the gills because you got giveaways. So then the next homestand last time came and went. They didn't call him up. So I thought, okay, for sure. May 20th, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday against Minnesota. Not going to be a lot of people at the ballpark. Oh, by the way, you can't hit, you can't score. Joey Meneses is useless. Nick Senzel gives you next to nothing. Now, Victor Robles, it's the same act it's been for years. There's plenty of room on the roster here. He's not getting called up, it doesn't appear, for this homestand. So today's the first day of my I am now officially annoyed.
Let me throw this at you. If you don't like it, throw it right back. I bet you're not going to like it, but let me try. You already said a couple of the names. Rosario, Senzel, Winker, Gallo. These are all extraordinarily short-term pieces who are outfielders. Lane Thomas is on his way back, hopefully at some point, by the way. I'd like more updates. I'd like Lane Thomas in the lineup.
Gallo's
they really miss
played
him.
Outfield, in fairness, like one more time than you. He's
Totally.
basically a first baseman on this team.
But spot in the order, right? I mean, this, and Meneses is kind of as well. I think they are so desperate for the long-term health of the franchise for some of these guys to do something so that they can trade them. And again, whether it's build the system, get another prospect, package them together, who knows what they want. But they don't care necessarily about the production of Nick Senzel, Jesse Winker, Eddie Rosario, Joey Gallo, whomever. They want those guys to have enough chance at the major league level to start hitting at all some of those cases. It's not going to happen. To then be able to spin them, which is more important than a couple more weeks of James Wood.
Sure.
Your thoughts?
If you actually think any of those guys have value.
That's the rub.
You will not be able to get anything for Joey Meneses. He is a first base DH who doesn't have power and doesn't run. He some of what I'm about to say will sound mean. It's not the kind of radio I like to do. I'm now like analyzing players, but this is the job. Joey Meneses was an amazing story.
Yes.
Came up to the major leagues. I think he was like a 29, 30-year-old rookie. This was now 3 seasons ago. That was the end of the 2022 season where he hit well and played well. All of last year, and he did drive in a lot of runs, so I give him credit for his approach with runners in scoring position, but it's a lot of singles, it's a low OPS, it's a lack of power. Right now, he is a low average hitting guy without speed who it doesn't have a defensive position, and when he plays defense, doesn't do it well. He doesn't help me.
Correct.
There's just nothing there. That there is, I don't care if he goes 10 for his next 10 or if he goes 50 for his next 60. There's not really trade value in Joey Meneses. So I would kind of cross him off the list. Rosario absolutely should continue to get opportunities because he's got a plus trait. He's got an attribute with power that is possibly redeemable and intriguing and appetizing on the trade market. By the way, he was the National League Player of the Week a week before this past week.
Yes.
He's been their best player over the last 2 weeks. So I'm not suggesting, although 3 weeks ago, somebody might have said, move on from him, whatever. I didn't even have a problem riding with him then, to be honest with you, because he has that power. He's been the NLCS MVP a couple years ago with the Braves.
Especially with Lane Thomas hurt, right? Like
Exactly.
Keep setting him up.
But therein lies the problem, right? Is that Lane Thomas is coming back. And when he comes back, you've got Lane Thomas, Eddie Rosario, Jesse Winker, Jacob Young, Victor Robles. My concern is that they are going to send Jacob Young, who's leading all rookies in stolen bases with 14 down. The one fun thing about this team right now is that they steal bases. The fun thing about this team is it's a track meet. They get on base. They run. Jacob Young was just ranked by some dumb publication. I don't remember what it was or why. Like the number 10 center fielder in baseball so far this year. Basically because when the guy gets on, he steals, and he has actually made an impact. He can play decent defense. I am going to be livid if they keep Victor Robles in the major leagues and they send him down. Just like I was pretty upset the other day when they had to activate Joey Gallo, who has given them next to nothing, by the way. He's a guy you could at least make the case could have some value on the trade market with power if he were to get hot. But I don't know about that, man. I mean, there was no real market for him this offseason. It's been a couple of years since he really
It was a flyer, but, and I don't blame you for trying. It didn't cost much.
But when he was activated and elevated this weekend, they had a decision to make. And at that time, I thought this could be the end of the road for Joey Meneses finally. Or Nick Senzel presumably would have to agree to it. I don't know if he would say yes or no, what the deal is. Like, those guys have options. You send one of them to the minors, and if it means you lose them in the organization or they could get claimed or they have the chance to opt out or whatever, then so be it. They sent Trey Lipscomb down right after he had another 3-hit, 3-steal game. I'm not sitting here saying Trey Lipscomb doesn't still have areas where he needs to develop or that Trey Lipscomb is a star. He's not even ranked among their top 15 prospects, I don't think, according to MLB Pipeline. I like him more than they do. I think he could be their everyday second baseman for a long time to come because he runs, he can be athletic and play defense, and he's got a little bit of power, and he has a good idea at the plate. But he's basically been a league average player, a 620 OPS, a 250 average, kind of hair above league average, essentially. 1 home run, but he's got 10 steals, and that's the calling card. On this team where the whole point is they're last in baseball in the last month in home runs. I think they're second to last for the season. You got to manufacture and build. So instead of keeping him in the major leagues and sending one of the veterans who's got very little to add down, what do? They keep them in the big leagues. They send him back to AAA. And I have a long-term view. I keep reminding everyone. This is a rebuild. This is not about trying to be a wild card team this year. They're not good enough to do that anyway. The fact that they've lost 5 in a row and they're 20-25, no problem. Whatever. I would like to see them lose with James Wood developing at the major league level. I would like to see them get shut out 2 straight games against the White Sox, fail against the Phillies with Trey Lipscomb playing and not a cavalcade of a bunch of veterans who will not be here next year. And that's not a lot to ask, by the way. I'm not being ridiculous and saying put Dylan Cruz in the major leagues or, call up Cade Cavalli next week when he started his rehab in Florida today. The dude that was your best player in spring training who's got an OPS over 1020 at AAA, where there's not a whole lot more that he can prove, get him here. Why don't you think he's in the major leagues?
I go back to it. I think they are desperate for one of these guys that's on a short-term deal. They got 3 one-year players in Rosario. I think Gallo maybe has an option, but it's Winker, Rosario, and Nick Senzel. They're desperate for 1, 2, maybe all 3 of those guys to do something so they can spin them. They don't want to take them out of the lineup. I think it's as simple as that. And no, I'm not saying I love it, but I think that's all this is.
So, first of all, Gallo does not have an option. It's a 1-year, $5 million deal. Remember, they deferred it over 3 years.
The deferring. That's right.
That's what you're thinking.
There we go. Yeah, because I knew it was multiple years. I couldn't remember. Yeah.
It's an insane thing.
Yep.
It's a $5 million deal that's deferred over 3 years. I'm going to say that one more time because I think it needs to be said one more time.
Do it like enunciate it.
I'm going to hit the bell, actually.
Here we go. Hit the bell.
Deferred contracts, when you hear about them, normally it's like hundreds of millions of dollars, like the Shohei thing or Scherzer or something. It was a 1-year, $5 million deal of peanuts that was deferred over 3 years.
3 years.
So amazing to me. So here is what I think, and I hope I'm wrong. I think Mike Rizzo and his staff know what they're doing to the extent that I always kind of give them the benefit of the doubt and assume there's something at play here. We've talked a lot about the fact that if you called James Wood up at the start of the year, had him on the roster, he would have gotten to free agency a year earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And he's represented by Scott Boras.
Mm-hmm.
They're past that. He can no longer get that year of service to get to free agency. But there is a thing in baseball called Super 2 status. Super 2 status is a percentage of the players called up that year. And if you are among, I forget what it is, the top 22% or whatever,
right,
you essentially get a earlier year of arbitration eligibility. What is that? Arbitration eligibility is where you get to take a team to court to give you a raise. Okay. It's a hearing where a judge sits there and you say, here's why I deserve $5 million. And the team goes, here's why he only deserves $2 million. And then the judge says, give him 3.5, or he wins 5, or you win 2. The way I understand it is most years, the date is early June when you can safely call a player up and they don't get Super 2 status to get the extra early opportunity at arbitration. I hope I'm wrong, but my best guess is that the baseball people are being told to make a business decision. That's all I got. And I haven't talked to Mike Rizzo about this. I haven't talked to anyone in the front office. I could get a call from someone who goes, you're crazy, you're an idiot. That's not what we're doing. He needs to keep learning. Okay, they know more about baseball than I do. They have so many guys on that team right now that don't help them. This is not me saying you need to win the division or make the playoffs.
Right.
These are not players that help you. They got bad body language and dropping fly balls and like all the things that should be annoying everybody. Some of the veterans are doing. They need a shot in the arm. They need some power. They need some energy. And this kid is ready. And if you want to say, well, he might fail when he gets to the big leagues. Yeah, probably. Just like Jackson Holiday.
You mean like baseball?
And like every other prospect that's been called up. But you can't have both when people say, well, the gap between AAA and the big leagues is so much bigger. You know, look at all these guys getting called up that are struggling. Yeah, that just tells me he's acing AAA. There's nothing for him there. Keeping him there longer when the pitching isn't as good and he's not seeing velocity is not going to help him get prepared for the big leagues. The longer he's there, the harder the jump's probably going to be eventually. So let's do this damn thing. So why am I complaining today? It just kind of in my mind, I've thought this was the homestand for a while. And now that it's not, they're probably not calling him up on the road, I wouldn't think, because you're trying to get some home dates. You're trying to get butts in seats. So you're talking about now a couple more weeks potentially into June. Cool, I guess. I mean, it's just, this is officially annoying.
What would there be an explanation that satisfies you?
Sure.
You know, like, what do I mean by satisfy? I mean, basically say, like, not only do you understand it, but you wouldn't be annoyed about it. Does that make sense? The distinction?
Yes, I would say probably no to that distinction. I mean, if they came out and they said, the only thing we've really heard was the Barry Svrluga piece where he was kind of citing some people saying he needed to work more left on left, which again, he's done very well at. But if they're like, we want him to get more at bats, I can disagree with the logic, but at least I can say, okay, there's a baseball reason. I don't think there's a reasonable baseball reason why he's still down there. And that's kind of my point. Is it a huge deal? No, it's really not.
Because in the grand scheme, we're talking about a few weeks, and I know it seems like an eternity right now
Exactly.
when they can't score, they're getting shut out, they're losing, they can't hit
But
homers.
here's the deal: I'm paying for a ticket tonight. I'm going over to the game. I'm waddling down Half Street. I'm buying a ticket to the Nats game tonight. I get to complain when I'm watching Joey Meneses go 0 for 4.
Mhm.
Maybe he'll hit a single. We might get lucky.
Little broken bat looper.
Like, give me a break, dude.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you.
He's ready.
I mean, to me, this is if I felt like it was a matter of time before, for the sake of argument, Nick Senzel, Jesse Winker, Rosario, and Rosario's been crushing the ball, so maybe that's not a good example. But one of these guys on these short-term deals starts crushing the ball, and they go, "See, this is why we waited. Now we could spin this dude at the trade deadline or something." Then I go, "Okay," but I don't see it from anybody.
You know what I think swung me into kind of annoyance was the Lipscomb decision again, where it was the clear prioritization, almost like, am I allowed? Like, is Rizzo allowed to eat any money? Maybe not. But to send him down to keep this group of guys, and I'm telling you, if they send Jacob Young down to keep Robles in the big leagues, my head will explode. When Lane Thomas comes back, if it's Lane Thomas and all the veteran outfielders, and Jacob Young goes back to AAA, what am I doing?
So I'm not on your level of annoyance yet. I will tell you this: if the thing you just mentioned, if that happens, I'm going to be so annoying.
Yeah,
You guys are going to be annoyed by me.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double plays next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for listening to the show. It is time for our double play. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So, as a reminder, golf is not a sport; it's an activity. Sports have defense; it's challenging. So is algebra. Doesn't make it a sport. But here's something that's really cool. I don't know who's in charge of this. I was sent this by my brother-in-law, my cousin-in-law. I want more of this in my sports content. So I guess this is either some dude for the Golf Channel. I should probably know more about this. Either a guy from the Golf Channel or one of these golf podcasts or something. What they have them do after one of these pros on the course goes out and makes this incredible shot, like he hit a flop wedge from 71 feet from the rough and landed it within 5 feet, whatever the dumb thing is, they have a regular person go out and try to do the same thing. And so I watched this video recreating some shot from the golf tournament, whatever it was this weekend, that's really hard that none of us could make. And the guy like hit it like I would hit it, like he hit it super hard, like 1,000 feet to the right, and would have like injured a spectator. I love that concept. It's so great. I think I've always argued this, like with the Olympics, it's like, show me what a regular person would do.
Yeah, that's when we've talked most about this, is where they have like the world record line. But the beauty, when it really turned me on to this originally, was Rich Eisen running the 40 at the 40-yard, at the combine.
Right.
Like you see him with the
his loafers on, his tie waving.
Yeah, it's kind of like the split screen version of him versus the guys that are actually running it. They make it look so easy.
Yes.
You've got to be reminded of how hard this is.
I love this concept. So like a regular, I think it would work with any sport at the highest level. Somehow a demonstration by a regular person, right? This is an average dude who's got some skill, plays some golf on the weekends or whatever. This is the shot he's trying to hit. And the pro did it and made it look like it's the simplest thing in the world. The regular guy, drilled the thing 75 yards away from where it was supposed to go to the right and got really angry. You could do it with NASCAR. You could do it with Formula One, trying to time a lap out, and the guy's like slowing down super close on a turn and barely finding the accelerator with people talking to him at the same time. Try to hit a Major League Baseball coming out of like some sort of tunnel. I would love that kind of content.
Yeah, I think that is, I don't want to say the next frontier, but it's always an opportunity to have that as just additive, right? Like you could do that overlay watching the Kentucky Derby with, this is the average racehorse.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just give us perspective on how hard this is. I think when you're watching the dunk contest, part of the reason why it's just not that exciting or interesting or fun a lot of the time is guys make it look really easy. Have someone walk out there and try to do a dunk.
Like an average 6 foot dude. Be like, all right, here we go. Let's get this thing.
Like someone who can dunk a basketball, hand him the ball and go, okay, do what he just did. And then it just adds the perspective.
And then he's throwing it off the bottom of the net. Yeah. But one of the things you hear all the time is there's nobody who plays defense in the NBA. Right? That's one of the things you hear. And I disagree with that, but because that's what it looks like. But I would love somehow a regular person trying to check a 6'7" wing that's like ungodly, like try to check the Joker or try to check Anthony Edwards hitting step backs, or James Harden traveling 15 feet to the left on his step back. Just the way that it looks these days. I love the idea of the regular person trying the professional thing. That's what I got for you.
Time for my double play. My kid today asked me, I do this bit where I go like, hey, look over there. And then I run away and he's got to chase me around the house.
Great bit.
So he asked me to do that. I said, okay, fine. And then I kept telling him, look over there. And he wouldn't look away.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm not going to fall for it. You just start running. And I'm like, no, you got to look over there.
You have to look.
He's like, no, I'm not going to fall for it. And then I finally said, no, but I'm serious this time. You've got to look over there. There really is something. And he's like, no, there's not. I'm like, yeah, it's at the door. Who's at the door? You got to go see. And he immediately went over to the door and he wouldn't play the rest of the game because he really thought someone was at the door. Kids are just so easy to trick.
Yeah, they are. They're gullible.
That's the best part, is the tricking of the children. Just so easy to trick, man. Yeah. And we never really played after. He's just like, look, he's like, is someone here or not? I'm like, you don't remember what you just made? You made me do this.
Yeah.
This was the whole
You
point.
signed up directly for that, and then I'm too good at this.
You told me to do it. Then I did it.
Yep.
and you forgot that you told me to do it.
That's right.
Like, what are the chances?
So now I have gotten my kids so often with the like, oh, hey man, is that yours? Like, oh, did you leave that there? They don't look.
Well, what is that one?
That's just getting them to look.
Is there okay? So
So then there could be a follow-up runaway.
Are you the uncle who does the bit where you like point to the shirt? You got something on your shirt. And
yeah,
that's
my job.
Well, that's nubby.
Well, of course it is. But I'm doing the, hey, look over there, or what's that? Or I can't believe the fox is here. Like, did you leave that toy outside? Then it's either a runaway, maybe it's a tickle, maybe it's a little bit of because I got boys, maybe we do a little bit of grappling after that.
My big one is I got something in my pocket. I'm like, oh, what is it? I'm like, wait till you see. And then it's a tickle storm.
Oh, it's a storm.
Tickle storm
Look
right in
out.
the pocket. Gotta love that.
Look out.
G&D on the Fan. Got a juicy 4 o'clock hour, Daniel. Beltway Blitz. And then Bobby Marks of ESPN on the conference finals that are set after great semifinal action in the NBA this weekend. He joins us in about a half hour right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on The Fan. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7. We are live in Richmond over the air on AM 910, FM 105.1. You can take us with you wherever you go on the Odyssey app, coast to coast. You can watch video stream of this show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. By the way, Toby in that update had a bunch of hockey intel for you. Did you see that the Hershey Bears are up 2-0?
I did.
Caps, this is like the AAA, AHL, their affiliate. But Ivan Marashnishenko had an unbelievable goal. They're rolling in the playoffs.
This was like NHL 94, me playing as Toronto, using Doug Gilmour, just ripping through the whole defense for an unbelievably gorgeous goal.
It was an OV-esque kind of early career OV goal where you're just faster, you've got incredible hands, and nobody on the ice can kind of do anything to stop you. He is just a boy.
Yep.
He's going to be 21 next hockey league season. He'll be hopefully in the NHL again, which he was for part of this year, breaking out with the Capitals. But it was really cool to see the big moment that he had. But the Bears continue to roll, which is a good sign for the Capitals as well. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. Remember, we got Bobby Marks on the NBA playoffs coming up at 4:30. So a little football heavy, Nats heavy blitz starting right now. Benjamin Brown covering the National Football League. Ben, I want to start with Tua. Supposedly, and I don't know if this is true or not, he's turned down contract offers. And the part that I'm not sure if we can confirm is that he wants $50 million per year. I mean, if that's true, the Dolphins definitely can't go there, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is coming down to like a make or break type season for Tua Tagovailoa. I do think just in general, like there is very much this situation where, you know, the mid-tier sort of veteran quarterback presence is really difficult to kind of gauge. I honestly, and things like Daniel Jones' contract and those sorts of things are very much going to play a role. But to me, it is asking a lot. And I do think when you look at where Tua has been successful, it has been a Mike McDaniel heavy scheme that has really emphasized his strength. And to have a plug and play type quarterback in that sort of system, I think is an easier proposition than a lot of other teams. So although it's not an egregious ask from Tua's perspective, I do think the Dolphins are at least in maybe a better spot to not necessarily have to be forced into that sort of decision-making process. And I would be absolutely surprised if they do end up going in that direction, extending Tua and paying him, you know, kind of an egregious amount of money to be this sort of, you know, maybe borderline top 10 type quarterback.
Why am I wrong, though, that he's the perfect guy to not do that with? Like, I'm not trying to knock him, but with those playmakers, that scheme and that coach, I do think there are plenty of guys that you can do that with.
Right. I think we haven't seen like the maybe like the upside with what Tua provides at another sort of, and I don't want to call it replacement level, but I do agree with you in that particular offense, given what they've committed to the skill position players and kind of given the talent that they have. Like, they are a quick hitting type of offense, don't necessarily need to be the most accurate because of the ways in which, you know, McDaniels has been successful and the ways in which they use motion and some of the other things. So I do think like, you know, a mid-tier type or maybe even a back-end borderline, you know, starting quarterback at a lot of the teams is going to find, you know, pretty consistent success in that offense. And I think paying Tua, you know, the excess amount of money for what he's maybe going to bring you from the upside standpoint just isn't there. So I tend to definitely agree with you. And I think maybe the one case is, you know, they think they can kind of win now because at least, you know, their division in particular may not be as strong as where it's been in years past for sure.
Benjamin, we kicked this around the other day. I want to get your opinion. So pretty much every year, save maybe one or two over the last couple of decades, a team has gone from worst to first. The NFL prides itself on it, right? It's a league of parity. New England, Washington, Cincinnati, Chicago, Tennessee, Carolina, Chargers, and the Cardinals. Who's most likely to go from worst to first, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Cincinnati Bengals are very much cheating, but I think, you know, obviously getting Joe Burrow back in the fold, like they didn't move on from T. Higgins. I really liked what they did. I would say, you know, from a draft standpoint, I think they plugged a lot of key positions, both, you know, in free agency and the draft. And I think overall, like they weren't a team that belonged in that bottom tier, and for very much like kind of extenuating circumstances were there. But I think the most popular team outside of the Bengals would be the Chicago Bears. Obviously, the draft capital, you know, kind of lended themselves to bottoming out relatively quickly and kind of turning things around. And I very much think that, you know, the NFC North, Although it kind of maybe looks tough on paper, I still think there might be questions of the top end range of Jordan Love. It does seem like the Detroit Lions are trying to hold things together, but are very much needing to figure out paying all these guys where they're actually going to get some of that other ulterior production. So I do think the Bears, could very much kind of be that secondary team. The hype is very much for them, but I think it's definitely justified in their situation for sure.
For the Bengals, how sure are we that Burrow's going to be Burrow again?
Yeah, I still think the ways in which he operates, it is more, similar ADOT, close to the line of scrimmage, needs to be accurate. And I think from that standpoint, like he can continue to kind of deliver that. It was a spot where he transitioned really well from college to the pro. And I wouldn't really expect that sort of situation to deteriorate. I do think if, they had moved on from T. Higgins and maybe didn't get a guy that I'm excited in Jermaine Burton as they're, kind of maybe coming on as their third wide receiver, I think that would be a concern. But overall, they seem to understand that they need to surround him with weapons and have kind of tried to remain intact, a strong skill position unit and fill gaps along the offensive line. And I think from that perspective, we could project at least Burrow to kind of be living in that, top 5 accurate most quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Benjamin Brown, data scientist with Sumer Sports for the NFL. All right, real quick, sneaking one more in. Justin Jefferson doesn't have a contract yet with the Vikings going into his 5th and final year. He was on pace to get to 1,800 yards for the 2nd straight season before an injury last year. I'm interested in, number one, does he take a step back now with Darnold and J.J. McCarthy? But also, is there a chance he gets paid before the start of the year? Where are we at on that?
I think the Vikings want to pay them. I think they've given them, in a lot of ways, the bag as far as what he really wants. To me, I think he wants to see some decent progression in this team actually being able to compete for not only an NFC North crown, but really taking it to the next step. And can they get to the Super Bowl? And can they beat teams like the Kansas City Chiefs? And I think, the question of what they still have at the quarterback position is in a lot of ways, not the reason why Justin Jefferson hasn't committed, but I think long term, he wants to see that position somewhat resolved. And I think that's the make or break point. So I would be surprised if we don't, try to see the Vikings continue to make progress on that. But I think it's going to be more of a situation where they get things figured out, either, halfway through training camp, leading up into the season, especially if Justin Jefferson takes the hardline approach and maybe doesn't report to OTAs here in a week or so, basically. I think that's going to be, the spot where the Vikings really have to figure out and really make sure that they're giving him every single thing that he wants.
Ben, help me out with a pronunciation of a word super quick. How do you say BAG? How do you say that?
The bag. I know it's bad. It's that Minnesota accent. I can't believe you guys asked me about the Justin Jefferson contract situation on the holiest of days for Minnesota sports fans. After we finally got to, the promised land, which is the Western Conference Championship for sure for the T-Wolves last night.
A lot of those guys getting the bag, I'm sure. That's awesome.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
Congrats on the Wolves. Congrats on Ant. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
See you, pal. Hit that local 53 sounder. Our pal Mitch Tischler to talk about that very football team whose name should change ASAP. Mitch, after now, we've had rookie minicamp, OTAs. What are you focused on here with the squad?
Everyone's staying healthy, right? Not a whole lot to glean from OTAs and minicamps when these guys are out here in shorts and T-shirts and running around with helmets on. But got to keep everyone healthy to get to training camp, where I expect a pretty physical and taxing camp. I don't think Dan Quinn wants to go into the season without there being some true competition on this 53-man squad.
One thing I do pay attention to during these camps is usage, because it gives you an idea maybe of how guys are viewed. And it stood out to me that Luke McCaffrey ran at X some. Stood out to me that we saw a lot more safety than corner and nickel for Quan Martin. Maybe not surprising after they drafted Sanders still. What about Brandon Coleman? Where was he lined up? And anything like that stand out?
Yeah, listen, particularly with the offensive line, it's tough to get a feel because they just don't really do a whole lot during these periods. And I would say the big thing that you notice from Dan Quinn to Cliff Kingsbury, Joe Witt Jr., the whole group, is they're not anointing anybody anything. You had Jaden Daniels running with the twos. You had Luke McCaffrey who snuck in with the ones a little bit, but for the most part was running with the twos. Pretty much all the rookies were on that second 7-on-7, 11-on-11 group. And the same one for Brandon Coleman, who didn't get a whole ton of reps when they were doing, the 11-on-11 stuff. But again, as with the offensive line, there's only so much that you can really glean from it, and that's basically looking at footwork and speed and agility and kind of all the athletic things that we know that Brandon Coleman has. It's going to be when we get to training camp and get to see those one-on-ones when he's going up against Teron Payne and John Allen and Cleveland Farrell and Dorrance Armstrong and that whole group. So O-line usage, I take a little bit less from it this time of year.
Did they do enough to address their tackle spots this offseason?
Did they do enough? No, but this is a situation where, you can't fix everything in one offseason. And would fans have been super excited if they took Brandon Coleman with the 40th pick of the draft this year in the second round, even though that would have been a way overdraft for him? I think fans would have felt like they attempted to fill that spot better. But if you look at the way that the draft played out, there weren't a whole lot of tackles that were going in the middle of that second round. And sort of the group that did, there were a lot of question marks about some of those guys. And so the fact that they did have to wait until the third round to take them, I think optically for fans makes it look like they didn't do enough there. But at the end of the day, they did take a tackle. They did take a guy that they think that can step in. And ultimately, I do think that we're going to be looking at cut down days across the league and see if they can find themselves a Charles Leno type tackle who can step in and play for a year or two and kind of help out that fortify the outside.
Mitch, I love what they're doing in the front office. They continue to add guys that are really highly thought of all over the league. Brandon Sosna and David Blackburn, the latest here. What do you make of the crew that Adam Peters has put together?
I think you're seeing a situation where all of a sudden people want to come to Washington. Back in the day, you had to overpay players to get there because heaven forbid anyone paid for any execs of any value to be in the organization. But now you have a owner who's there and is out there and trying to bring in his guys. And I love the way that he's done it. He's owned the team for a year. He took some time to step back and watch how the operation ran and try to figure out kind of where they needed to improve at. And I think you're starting to see that now. And I think if you take kind of the front office portion of the team and the business side portion of the team and try and relate that to what's happening on the football side, I think they're going to give Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, at least a year this year to kind of figure out, hey, these are the guys who are long-term guys. These are our guys who are short-term, and they're going to figure out kind of where they need to add and make additions to. And I just like seeing the reasoned, measured approach, and then adults being in the building running each of these different silos of the organization. And it feels like everything is being done the correct way. Whether that equals wins on the field, we'll have to see. But I do like the fact that the process is at least correct and the way that other successful NFL teams run their teams.
Mitch, thank you, buddy. Talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
See you, dude. Hit that Nat sounder. Our guy, Bobby Blanco from the Bronx, Smashing Sports. Bobby, they've come in second 5 straight times, which kind of is what it is. It sort of exposes they don't hit many home runs, and if a couple of their big guys, C.J. Abrams or Lane Thomas or apps are not really hitting, tough for this team to score runs consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they go 2-7 over this road trip, and like you said, they were in a lot of those games, losing by only 2 runs or less in most of them. But yeah, with those guys like CJ aren't going, then the rest of this offense is tough to get going. They average just under 3 runs a game over that road trip, which is not what you want to see. And then when the bullpen explodes, I mean, obviously it's hard to come back from that. Dave Martinez just now talking before this opener against the Twins, saying that they've got to score early in these games, get the offense going a little bit, give the pitching group some room to breathe, and then that's how they're going to get back to what they were doing earlier in the season, scoring runs earlier, winning ball games. So it starts with earlier in the game, not scoring late, getting on base, getting them over, getting them in.
Did we get a Lane Thomas update?
We did. Lane Thomas is on his way to Harrisburg. He's going to start a rehab assignment with the Senators tomorrow. They have an 11 a.m. game tomorrow morning, so he'll play in that, hopefully get 3 or 4 at-bats. And if that goes well and he feels well, he'll play again on Wednesday. And after that, if he plays well again and feels well after that, they might consider bringing him back up for the weekend series against the Mariners. All depends how he feels physically, though, after those games.
Nice. So we could see him on Friday. When he's reinstated, are they going to send Jacob Young down, or are they going to move on from Victor
We're
Robles?
worried, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Jacob Young. I don't think you can send him down right now with the way he's playing in center field and kind of still being that spark plug. He's got a better average and OPS than guys like Victor, than guys like Joey Meneses.
When did that start mattering?
You would think it would matter, right?
Yes.
But I really don't think it's going to be. I guess you can he has options. You can send him down because of that. But I mean, he is one of their better players right now, all around too. What he does in center field, the mistakes that Victor has been prone to make in center field and all the other positions he's been playing. I don't know if you can justify sending JY down, even though he has options and Victor does not. But you also have guys like Joey Meneses who has options, who's struggling at the plate right now. There's some other ways that they can go. I really don't think it's going to be Jacob Young, but I guess never say never.
Josiah, great timetable. What do we know?
Yeah, he threw another bullpen today. It's been a lot of bullpen sessions. David Martinez didn't have an exact update from how that went because I think it was happening still while we were talking to him. But if all goes well, he feels fine tomorrow. After that, then they'll move to a live BP session for him, which will be the first time that he's faced live batter since hitting the IL. And that's a good sign. And then that'll mean that after that will be a rehab assignment sometime soon. So hopefully sometime beginning of June, we'll start seeing Josiah Gray back on a mound, either in a rehab assignment or back up here in the majors.
So hoping that goes smoothly, obviously, but assuming health of everybody else, what happens to the rotation when Josiah Gray comes back?
Yeah, that'll be the next big question. I mean, there's so many roster crunches that's going to happen when the guys like Lane and Josiah get healthy. And then, of course, there's that big prospect in Rochester that everyone wants to see. So there are some roster questions. When it comes to Josiah in the rotation, I mean, I think, the guy who replaced him, Mitchell Parker, who starts tonight, will be the easy guy to send down. Trevor Williams still has an ERA under 3. Jake Irvin has had a couple of rough outings here and there, but for overall has been pretty solid. Mackenzie Gore is obviously your frontline starter. Patrick Corbin on his last deal. I think once it comes to time for Josiah Gray to come back, I think you'll see Mitchell Parker unfortunately get optioned back down to Rochester through no fault of his own. He's been pitching fine.
He's been unreal.
As a rookie. Yeah, but I think that's just the easy move, especially the way Trevor Williams, the way he's pitching, is kind of forcing that move right now because you can't really move him to the bullpen. You're not going to cut rid of him completely because of how well he's pitching. Even though I know he got roughed up yesterday in his shortest outing, but he's giving him a chance to win every 5 days. I don't know if you can demote a guy like that.
If Parker makes a really good start, he's got an ERA under 3. An ERA in the 2s.
Oh yeah.
But to your point, there's not a whole lot else they could do. And what I would do and what they do are two different things. Right?
Yeah, we have different things there.
They're probably not putting Patrick Corbin in the bullpen at this point.
Yeah. I hear you guys.
Much appreciated, Bobby. Thank you, brother. Good catching up.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you.
Yeah, buddy. Be good. There's Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com. He's our guy. All right, next on G&D. Speaking of Bobbies.
Only Bobbies.
Back-to-back Bobbies here. Bobby Marks of ESPN to get us ready for the conference finals in the NBA. Tremendous guest, good energy, and great basketball knowledge. Former executive in the association. He'll join us next on The Fan.
Williams, and there he goes. Quick hands, active hands with the Timberwolves. They're going to send the double Ant-Man. Edwards, it's a three. Good!
Great weekend of playoff basketball in the NBA. And we got ourselves a conference final tandem of series that look like they could be really, really good. I guess the Pacers Celtics is going to probably play second fiddle, you'd imagine, 6 seed against a 1 seed. But how about the matchup in the West, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Dallas Mavericks? Here to help us break it all down, our guy, Bobby Marks, former executive in the NBA and one of the top analysts covering the association. You can check him out on X. He is at Bobby Marks 42, ESPN NBA front office insider. So, Bobby, why don't we start with the difference, not only in officiating, but in level of play in these playoffs? More physical. It really seems to be that the guys are allowed to play without as many whistles. It's been good for the brand, man. It's been a lot of fun to watch these games.
Yeah, I mean, it has been. I mean, it's certainly been more physical. I wouldn't say we're back to the 90s or even the early 2000s, but I think players are probably able to get away with a little bit more. I do find it funny that guys are still complaining. It's almost like we get to the playoffs and you kind of have to let things go unless something's pretty egregious here. But I do think it's better for, I think certainly better for the brand as far as, the one thing you don't want to do is have a parade, to the free throw line. And I don't think we've seen that. It's a lot different than kind of what has happened in the regular season.
Bobby, I know the Knicks were so beat up by the end, and maybe that's just the story here, but is this more of a Knicks not having their pieces, or is it Indiana won this thing? You see the difference? What I mean? Like, did the Knicks lose this series, or did the Pacers come and win it?
I mean, I think if Anunoby was healthy and Hart was healthy, that New York would have won. I do. I think they would have won a Game 7, but they weren't. So you do have to give credit to Indiana. I mean, it's basically the cards that, you've been dealt. I mean, you could probably say the same thing in the first round against Milwaukee. If Giannis, is healthy, they probably don't win that series, Indiana. But it's survive and advance. They will give Boston a better challenge than what New York could have, based on where New York was from a health standpoint. New York would have limped in, and I don't know who would have been available here. But give them credit. I mean, it doesn't matter if you face a depleted team. Winning a game 7 on the road is not easy, especially when I think they cut it to 6 in the third quarter after that big lead. To be able to hold on, guys made big shots. The offense was really high level. Win at home, game 6, 2 elimination games. So you do give them credit, but I do think it was probably more of New York not having their guys, because I think you saw in the Philadelphia series what they could do. Certainly not Game 6. What could have been with this roster.
Speaking of winning Game 7s being difficult, how about when you're down 15 at the half?
Oh man!
I mean, the Wolves come all the way back to beat Denver. Unbelievable, incredible defensive performance, 98-90 final. Well, what can you say about Minnesota and the chances they've got moving forward?
It's unbelievable. I mean, yeah, you saw it in the Phoenix series. I know that the circumstances were different. The ability to close games, certainly with Anthony Edwards and the ascension he took games 3 and game 4. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, you're down 58-38. I think 9 minutes left in the third quarter on the road against the defending champs. And to come back like that is one of the more remarkable things we're going to see. And now you have home court against a really good Dallas team. I think we could probably throw away the debate, does Gobert and Towns work and all that. And they've got a legitimate shot to get to their first NBA Finals, and it's a really good story. And I said it this morning. I wrote their article just because we had to have it written. And really, the big thing to take away is, and I got this from a team. The only thing that's going to break this up is ownership. As far as the dysfunction in ownership that's going on, that will get it. That would get in the way as far as with Glenn Taylor owning, and then A-Rod and Mark Lore trying to get back in this thing, going through mediation. And then, their salaries where they go. This team is built. It's built, at a cost, for the long haul.
I heard the craziest stat today. I'm trying to remember where I heard this, but basically the finals were the same from 2015 to 2018, right? Where it was Cavs, Warriors over and over and over. Since then, in 5 postseasons, there has not been a single rematch from the previous year or even team that gets there back-to-back. And then there has not been a team, I think, that wins the conference final or gets to the conference final even consecutive. I mean, it's crazy the way that goes. What do you make of the parity in this sport right now?
Yeah, I mean, and especially that you had you had Dallas and Indiana, who were 2 lottery teams last year. They're in the Final Four. You know, Boston's kind of on an island, you know, by themselves right now. And you have a Minnesota team that lost in the first, had to get in through the play-in a year ago here. I think it's tremendous. I'm a big, maybe my bosses don't like it. I mean, we like stars. I think it's tremendous. I think it gives teams opportunity. I think if you draft well and if you make shrewd trades, I don't think there's a reason why you should be in the bottom for 3 or 4 years here. I think you saw Indiana was able to do it with the Halliburton trade a couple years ago. Certainly, you know, getting Kyrie helped a lot. Getting a healthy Kyrie helped a lot. And then you had, you know, Derek Lively and Derek Jones and Dante Exum and players. You go out and get Gafford and PJ Washington at the trade deadline. So you can build around you can have 2 main guys and continually build around. And I think I don't know if we're at NFL parity yet, but we're a lot different than it was when we saw Golden State run through the league back in 2015 to 2019.
Bobby Marks with us here on G&D. And Bobby, to your point, I saw this. I want to give credit to our guy, Mike Prada. Every seed 1 through 8 has been to the conference finals just since 2021. Talking about parity, which is totally unusual. The Heat kind of throw the wrinkle in there as that 8 seed, but everybody's done it, at least from a different spot now with the Pacers going. But you mentioned the guy I wanted to ask you about in PJ Washington. I think this is under the radar here for Dallas. I love this Dallas team, and it's because of him, right? Instead of just my turn, your turn with Kyrie and Luka Doncic, that's a real third option that doesn't need the ball all the time. They were physical. I think they out-physicaled Oklahoma City to win that series, and I think they'll have to play differently, but I think they can because of him in this Minnesota series. Your thoughts?
I agree. I mean, listen, when they made the trade at the deadline, there were a lot of people that, threw cold water on it, especially with Gafford based on giving up a first-round pick and a pick swap. And I said it then, and having Jason playing for, when I was in New Jersey, I said, and Jason said it, hit it right in the head. He said, listen, when you have Luka on your roster, you've got to maximize his window as much as you can. It doesn't, 2028 first doesn't matter. Pick swap doesn't matter. You have to put the right pieces around. And I think the big question with PJ was his ability to defend. Could you put him in a playoff game and defend? And I think you saw that certainly with Shea, and I think you saw him, some big shots. I know he struggled. I don't think he took a shot, or he struggled a little bit in before he made some big plays down the stretch here. But yeah, you get it was basically between him and Kyle Kuzma as far as who they could have, and either guy would have been really good for them. But he's been a difference maker. Certainly getting Kyrie, where he's at right now, physically and mentally, has been a big boom. And Derek Lively's been tremendous. I mean, Derek's been, a guy that was picked 10th in the draft, I think, has been really good.
Our guest is Bobby Marks, breaking down the NBA playoffs with us. You know that when we have you on, you're on in DC, we got to sprinkle in one non-playoff question.
Take your medicine here, Bobby.
Because we've got to talk about the Wizards. I know, though, I follow you on X, and you've been breaking down kind of all the teams and their offseason plans. What about the Wiz? They got the second pick in the draft, which I feel okay about. How should we feel going forward about them?
Yeah, I think, you got to hire a coach, right? I think you've got to figure out as far as, I think we had Will Dawkins on the show back out in Chicago last week as far as the, with the combine, and, kind of we went through kind of the roster, and, certainly, I think the goal right now is for them is to identify the right coach as far as where they are with their timeline, as far as with the roster. I think you saw some good things with Bilal this year as far as him getting better. I do think you've got to figure out is Tyus your guy, who's a free agent, and what's the option if it's not? I mean, do you want to play pull up point guard? I think there were certainly big mixed results there. But I do think you're kind of, you're trying to set in motion some type of foundation where you can build off. Who are your who are your pieces moving forward are your keepers. This year was kind of like, okay, let's see what works, what doesn't. Certainly an uneven year, and then you go in with a new head coach here. And as you mentioned, you got 2 picks in the first round, 2 in 26, I believe, is the second one. I think there's, as much as people poo-poo this draft, I think there's really good value. Is there a franchise player on paper? Probably not. But that doesn't mean 2 years from now there could be an all-star level player on your roster. So I think they'll find something good at 2. I think 26 could present a good opportunity of a player on a low cost contract here. There's benefit of being in the East. I mean, the reality is you're in the Eastern Conference, and it allows you to retool a little bit faster than maybe you might do in the Western Conference.
What type of coach makes sense? You said find the right fit. What does that look like?
Yeah, listen, I think there certainly has to be a focus on developmental. So I don't think you have to go out there and get an established head coach who's been on the sidelines for 4 or 5 years. I don't think you have to do that. I do think as I said, where your timeline is, and I think you look at kind of where Oklahoma City was a few years ago. Nobody knew who their head coach, and now he wins Rookie of the Year. So I think there's got to be, there's got to be somebody in here. As we throw around the word culture, but kind of instills a lot of winning habits to put these guys in position come March and April to play winning basketball. It's not about playing out the string in 20 and 62, but it's about gradual steps here. So I think there has to be a focus on, whether it be a guy who's your lead assistant. I certainly, that Brian Keefe's name has been mentioned here. Who is the interim coach. But I don't think you have to go out and get a veteran head coach to fill that role.
Let me sneak one in here, Bobby, on Denny Avdia. Good piece on a bad team or useful player on a quality team? Like I have such a hard time pigeonholing him and his game.
Yeah, and that's hard, right? I mean, when you go, you have this season and I thought Corey was really good too. Kispert, I thought Corey could be a guy you can kind of continually, not as a franchise player, but
right.
Add around. I think that's the big thing. I think Denny got better as the season went on, and I think that's there's basically individual growth and there's team growth. So great contract where they signed him at the rookie extension. So I think the jury's still out just because of what's happened the last few years here as far as kind of being in that lottery.
Bobby, we appreciate you. Great info. Thank you, and we'll catch up soon.
Sounds good. Talk to you.
Thanks, Enjoy Bobby. The rest of these playoffs. He's one of the best to do it. Bobby Marks, covering the NBA for ESPN, joining us here on Grant and Danny. Next, one of the most prominent NFL opiners gave a take on the Commanders that I completely disagree with, and I want to see how Danny feels. This is G&D. G&D welcoming you back on the Fan. Remember, we're exclusively sponsored every day by the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They help protect your legal services in estate planning, elder law, and probate administration. Schedule a free consultation with one of their attorneys in Fairfax. Visit kmlawyers.com. Make sure to mention the show. And if you mention that we referred you, they'll give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. So I saw this from Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. He wrote about the Commanders' name, and he suggested that they are sending mixed signals on whether or not they want to go back to Redskins. And my immediate thought when I saw that was, no, they're not. What are you talking about? So I clicked on the link, gave him a read. The Commanders keep sending mixed messages on whether they're done with the old name and logo. And he references a bunch of things that he considers to be some of the mixed signals along the way that have come. One of which was this weekend, the team posted birthday wishes to former linebacker London Fletcher. Conspicuous in the image is a helmet with the old logo. To post a picture of London Fletcher playing for the Redskins, the team he played for,
which occurred,
with the old helmet, is not a mixed signal. That is a picture. There is a difference. They're not suggesting they're going back to the old name or the old logo, because they post a picture of a guy who played in that logo holding that helmet. And I just don't understand this logic, which is not to say that they should necessarily be wearing T-shirts at the podium with the old logo or, rocking the old emblem on the side of the helmet in a game. But there's a big difference between that and going, happy birthday, London Fletcher, and showing a picture from when he played in a Redskins uniform, rather than cropping it out or blurring the image or whatever I guess he thinks would make it less a mixed signal. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this, because I guess in his mind, when we say London Fletcher played for he thinks we should say old team or Commanders before they were Commanders, when, I'm sorry, he played for the Redskins. He wore a Redskins helmet. And the idea that you have to blur the image of that logo is silly to me.
Of course it is. Now, it's as if to say, think of Commanders legend John Riggins, Commanders legend Art Monk, and Jim Lachey. And no, of course not. It happened. So that's a complete stretch. Now, where I'll agree is the mixed messages part, but it's not about going back to the old name, because again, we've talked about it. You can be as mad as you want to be at whoever you want to be mad at.
Well, and if you want to say they've spent mixed messages about going back to the old name or incorporating the old logo or something, I still think it's not a good piece of evidence. But the one thing you could say is the Dan Quinn decision to wear that T-shirt, where it was the first time team personnel in a team sanctioned press conference wore something that was kind of a throwback with the feathers or whatever. And that was, as he put it, a learning lesson, a mistake. He didn't, mean anything by it, whatever. But this idea that, like he says, last year, for example, new owner Josh Harris used the abandoned name multiple times when speaking to fans. In what context?
Referencing the history of what he grew up with, games that he went to.
I was a Redskins fan. That is not a mixed signal. That is him addressing the past and referring to the team by the name that it had at that moment in history. He said limited partner Magic Johnson used the old name on Twitter too. I don't know what the context was, but it was probably him talking about the Redskins days.
Yeah, he didn't say they'll always be this to me, right? Which is very different than that. So, but again, I want to go back to the Dan Quinn T-shirt thing just for a moment. What's the implication? If you are they're sending signals. The implication is somebody who will make a decision about what uniform and what they're called, which is, by the way, is not part of the coaching staff's purview. They got football to coach. The idea that you'd have the football coach involved in changing the team name is ridiculous. Anyway, it did happen previously. But the idea would be that one of these decision makers who's involved with the brand or whatever said, here, Dan, wear this. We're going to send a message to people, which didn't happen, is ludicrous, is insane. It's a waste of time and not real. So everybody reached for it and decided, hey, this is a signal that's this. It's not at all. This is Dan Quinn goes, oh, I like the shirt. He put the shirt on. Then he had to apologize for it. Just to give you an idea where we're at. But the idea that they're sending a mixed signal about going back to that name is wrong. They're sending mixed signals about keeping Commanders. That's correct. So if 1 + 1 = 2 here, if you're going, they're sending mixed signals about the current name. Therefore, what's on deck potentially is the old one. That's just not right. I don't know what else to tell you about. Again, you can be as mad as you want to be. I'm just delivering the message. That's a non-starter.
Well, but the other thing he wrote here, he says, it wouldn't have been hard to post an image of Fletcher without the logo being visible. Is that the expectation?
You have to put him in a business suit or something? I mean, why?
Or just blur it out or something. He goes on to say the Commanders did that on his birthday in 2023, 2022, 2021. He links to all those pictures. A couple of those years, it's the exact same picture, quite literally. Now, the helmet is tilted, I guess, a little bit more, but he's suggesting like you couldn't tell what team he played for. All you have to do is look. You see the feathers on the side of the helmet. Like, I don't really understand this point at all. And I guess he's saying that they should never post an image again that is a player in the old uniform that shows the old helmet.
If you do a highlight reel, you blur it out like it's a mob witness on a documentary. No,
which is another conversation and debate to be had. Not a particularly interesting one for me, but it's not even really the debate he's having. He's just saying they're sending mixed messages on whether they're done with the old name and logo, as if, to your point, they might go back to it and they're just, this is a trial balloon because here's London Fletcher in the old helmet. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or what, but it's just weird to me.
Yeah, that's the Jack Reacher right there.
This is not a mixed message. This is an image, and it's a happy birthday wish for one of the better players in recent team history. In the 20-plus years where people like me have been a fan of this team, where they haven't won anything, he was one of the few bright spots, and they're going, hey, guy who currently works for us and is our radio color commentator, thank you for your services. You'll have to forgive them for not putting a dark shade over top of the helmet.
If, let's say for the sake of argument, John Allen gets traded tomorrow, and they sent thanks for the memories, John Allen, and they picked one of the pictures of him in a Redskins jersey, because I believe he was here in time for that. They've changed their name so many times. I would disagree, but then you might have some case.
Yeah, at least that you could go, yeah, you should have used Commanders.
Yeah, I would disagree. I would say it's nothing. They just picked a picture of John Allen from a time when he was wearing the hometown jersey that everybody likes probably. Then you might have some kind of case where you go, hey, you could have easily used something else. But other than that, again, these are when you tell, thanks Chris Cooley, thank you London Fletcher, thank you Jason Campbell. That's what they wore. I'm sorry.
If everything is a thing, nothing is. Like, can we reserve our anger for the things that are actually worth getting angry about? Because you just water down the important stuff.
I feel like that should be a t-shirt for us, by the way. If everything's a thing, then nothing is.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:15 tonight. Where would you rank the Commanders among the 8 teams that finished in last year in terms of likeliness to go worst to first in the NFL? Let's do that next on G&D. Why Dan Snyder is in the news. We'll explain coming up at 5:45 this hour right here on Grant and Danny. That's right. Old Dan Snyder back in the news for the most hilarious of reasons.
It's the best.
Make sure you're listening at that time. We're taking you up to 6:15. So we got into this at the end of last week, as a matter of fact, I think on Friday's show. And we just started scratching the surface and we jotted it down and said, let's run this back. I want to go back to our conversation on worst to first teams every single year in the NFL and chew on where Washington ranks among the 8 last place teams from a year ago that have a chance to go worst to first. 19 of the last 21 seasons, at least one team has done it, where you were 4th out of 4 in your division, and the following season, you win the division. This past season, it was the Houston Texans. CJ Stroud effect. I think they made a really good head coaching hire, it appears, in D'Amico Ryans. They brought in the right OC to match CJ Stroud with, and former Shanahan disciple Bobby Slowick, and the stars align. They got a good supporting cast around their young quarterback, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. It's a good outfit. And they had a great offseason, by the way. They might be able to run it back in the South. Who's going to be the worst to first team to make it 20 times in 22 seasons this year? The 8 clubs that we're debating between are the Patriots, Bengals, Titans, and Chargers in the AFC. And then in the NFC, Washington is joined by Chicago, Carolina, and Arizona. So I thought you and I could just make a ranking here, 1 to 8, to see where the Commanders come in. So why don't we start with, for you, of those 8 teams, the most likely division champion this year?
Cincinnati is my 1 seed here. And again, there are variables. There are things that scare you. Joe Burrow's health. Do they have enough? That division is a buzzsaw. Everybody's good. Everyone finished with a winning record last year. I think it's the best division in the sport. But Cincinnati, when they're right, that's a conference finals. That's a Super Bowl appearance team. Cincinnati's my 1 seed.
I thought about going Bengals. I'm not going to. Division's too tough. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Baltimore, that triumvirate better than anything, probably in any other division that a good team has to deal with.
Yep.
So because of that, I'm going to go with the Bears, number 1, weirdly enough. I think Detroit is really good. I don't think they're an insurmountable, immovable force. Packers made the playoffs last year. I think they'll be very solid. But again, I think they're more 10 wins than 13 wins. If you told me the Bears have a top 7-8 defense, Caleb Williams has a huge year, they had the offseason I dream of, where they had a great wide receiver in DJ Moore, and they added Keenan Allen via trade and then drafted Rome Odunze in the top 10. It's what all the teams should do. Go out, get weapons, get special pass catchers. So the Bears are 1 for me, and I'll put the Bengals 2nd. The Bengals, question about Joe Burrow's health. No quarterbacks ever come back from the injury. Question about the division. That's all I got to put them behind Chicago. But as you said, we've seen the ceiling. They've been in the Super Bowl, 2 years in the AFC Championship game. So I get the argument for them.
So we just kind of our 1 and 2s flip-flop there. Chicago, to me, I think Green Bay's too good, especially when they play down the stretch. Detroit is kind of now established and bona fide. I think they're still ascending, by the way. So I like what Chicago's done. I think this should be, as you said, the requirement. This should be the boilerplate. If you have a young quarterback, you do this. You build the nest for a couple of years, acquiring future draft picks that you use. Nothing but weapons, improved offensive line. I think that's a good spot. So Chicago's my number 2 team.
About 90% of the time, the last 20-plus years in the NFL, a last-place team wins the division the following year. We're looking at last year's 8 teams that finished in last place to see where the Commanders rank in terms of likeliness to go worst to first. So we've got 2 teams working our way through these ranking of 8 that we put together. Who's 3rd?
So you're not going to like this one, I don't think. I got the Tennessee Titans 3rd. We did this. If we'd done this 2 years ago, you'd have gone, no way the Houston Texans are finishing first in that division. I don't care who they draft, right? Because Jacksonville was 9-8. Houston was 3-13-1. The year before, we go, there's no way this team finishes first. It's a topsy-turvy. I don't trust anybody in that division. Not saying, by the way, that Tennessee's great. I don't think they are. I think they're probably middling. I think everybody is. The Jaguars were 3-14 the year before. They went 9-8. Tennessee was 6-11 last year. The year before, they went 12-5. To me, because this division has nobody trustworthy and they're fine, And again, I don't think they're any good. I think they're fine. Somebody's going to win 8 or 9 games and end up doing it. To me, they have as good a chance as anybody in that very mediocre division.
Third for me, you'll hate this one. The Chargers in the AFC West. And you're going to say, well, wait a second.
Wait a minute, Grant.
Did you know the Kansas City Chiefs play in the AFC West? And
Hit my wait a minute bell real quick. Wait a minute.
I'm going to say, yes, I do know that, Danny. The Chiefs, in my hypothetical here where the Chargers win the division, they take the foot off the gas pedal a little bit. They coast some. They did that, by the way, last year quite a bit. They still had enough to win the division. But Jim Harbaugh wasn't coaching the Chargers. They hadn't added the balance of being a run-first team, helping out Justin Herbert. I don't think it's going to happen overnight that they're really good. I think it's going to be probably year 2 where Harbaugh's got the Chargers as an outstanding team, but he does it everywhere he goes. Now, the sustainability, not wearing out his welcome, those are the challenges because he is the human hurricane. You know, you just get tired of dealing with the guy and some of his oddities, but everywhere he goes, they win pretty quickly. I also think Justin Herbert, unlike Will Levis, who you're betting on for what you just said with the Titans, is worth betting on in this conversation. Like, this is a top 10, maybe top 5 quarterback in the league when it's going well with a good situation around him, with Harbaugh helping him out and establishing, a new look offense there. So I'll go Chargers and say maybe the Chiefs take their foot off the gas pedal. I think they're a Travis Kelce injury, who's in his mid-30s, by the way, away from being in bad shape offensively. They had 2 weapons who could make any plays through the air for Patrick Mahomes last year. Kelce and Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice has been in trouble with the law from start to finish this offseason. He may be suspended for at least the first half of the season. If something happens with Kelce, they're counting on Hollywood Brown, who gets hurt all the time and is just okay, and Xavier Worthy, who I thought was overdrafted in the first round, who's a speed demon, who's not that refined at wide receiver. So I'm just not convinced that the Chiefs have had a great offseason. I'll say the Chargers have the 3rd best chance.
We have, again, a flip-flop. I got the Chargers 4th, narrowly edging out or being edged out by Tennessee, mostly because that division I don't think is very good. Kansas City, your argument is 100% right. And they may just say, we'll get into the postseason and take our chances. Like, I wouldn't want to play them in January, but you might want to play them in September or October. I don't think that division is particularly good. I don't think the Raiders are ready. Denver, I don't trust with Bo Nix and company. You couldn't see the Chargers, who won 10 games and 9 games in 22 and 21, respectively, with Brandon Staley, not getting to 10 wins this year with Jim Harbaugh, just ground and pound, running the ball, being solid. I could see them doing that and maybe edging out Kansas City via tiebreaker. So I like the Chargers decently there as well.
The problem for them is they blew up their wide receiver room.
Yep.
With Keenan Allen. And I think they actually lost another one of their starters.
Mike Williams.
Yeah, that's right. Mike Williams left. He's with the Jets, I think, now. Memory serves. But he is also gone. They may not need the receivers as much. They drafted Ladd McConkey, and they're going to be run first. Harbaugh's going to be run first. It's going to be a different
Josh
offense.
Palmer's going to block 7,000 times.
So much of that. I'm debating between the Titans and the Commanders here. I'm going to go Titans because of the division. You made the argument already. I don't need to go back through a lot of it. I don't trust them as much as you do. First, I don't think they're nearly as good.
No.
As maybe certainly the teams that we've already named. I think they just have more upside. Any endorsement of the Titans to go worst to first is you think the Texans are not going to have the year they're supposed to. Maybe Stroud gets hurt, or maybe they just completely regress and have some kind of sophomore slump or something like that. Other than that, in the division, Jacksonville, I think they're better than Tennessee, but you could convince me they're just okay. In that same division, the Colts, same kind of deal. I think Anthony Richardson could have a big second year. I think they're pretty good, but you could convince me they're like 8 wins good. And it could be 4 teams with an 8 to 10 wins, and the Titans somehow win the division in week 18 on a tiebreaker. So that would be my argument there for team number 4, which brings me to team number 5 and the Commanders, believe it or not. I like their chances of going worst to first from the standpoint of a lot of things have to work out, but a lot of their one-year wonders that they bring in here on the one-year contracts, these veterans, Austin Eckler, think about like one of the edge rushers, maybe it's Dante Fowler, perhaps, the 20-plus new players. 5 or 6 of them play really well. Their draft class, which got very highly reviewed by everybody. Let's say Ben Sinnott has a big first season. Let's say Brendan Coleman is a decent tackle and supplants Cornelius Lucas early. Maybe Johnny Newton plays and is actually really, really good. And their defensive line, because of that 3 deep at tackle, ends up being impactful. And the Eagles and Cowboys, who I think both regressed some this offseason, step backwards a little bit. There's the path for the Commanders. I'll put them 5th out of 8.
So I've got them 5th as well. And here,
all right.
Here's my case for it. I think New England stinks. Carolina's a tire fire. And Arizona plays in a division with San Francisco and the Rams were still kind of hanging on with some veterans. And Seattle's decent. I don't see Arizona doing it. I could be wrong with a healthy Kyler Murray. Maybe they're a threat. Maybe they do that September, October hot start bit before they finish, 0-7 down the stretch. I think Carolina is gross, even though that division isn't very good. And New England is years away in a really good division. This is less an endorsement of Washington to me than it is. Those other teams are just worse off in worse spots. I'm not nearly as high on Washington's talent levels. Everyone else seems to be at this point. I think they're probably a 6-11, maybe 6.5 win, maybe 7 in the right circumstance type team. I'm fine with that, by the way, because I'm on Project Jaden Daniels. Whatever happens there is what I care about for the first 1,000, and then we could talk about anything else. So I'm on the right track, and I feel confident. I'm happy, but I don't know that this year's the one that hit the ground running.
I agree with you on team 7 and 8 in whatever order you want to put them in. I would probably go Panthers, Patriots because of the quality of the division.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots have the least chance to go worst to first. The Panthers barely better, just because the NFC South isn't nearly as good as the AFC East.
Right.
The Cardinals, I think, are close to the Commanders, though, because San Francisco, we've seen it a bunch. I mean, you lose the quarterback. And
they have that
sudden,
injury-plagued year. Yeah,
absolutely. And they have injuries all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is Kyle and John Lynch have been able to overcome it organizationally when it hasn't been quarterback. But the years where the quarterback goes down and they haven't had like Purdy or Garoppolo, it's been kind of a mess with Nick Mullins and CJ Beathard and some of these other Jags that played for them. So if that were to happen, yeah, Arizona was frisky last year. Kyler Murray's back healthy. I think they added defensively where they were pretty good last season, defensive-minded head coach. So they're on par with Washington, which is to say neither of them should be expected to win the division. Both should have around 6.5 wins projected among odds makers in Vegas. But I think it's about comparable, whereas the other two teams, the Panthers and the Patriots, are just on a different tier. Like those teams stink. The Commanders and the Cardinals, you can kind of tilt your head and squint a little bit and say, yeah, if 10 things happen, they could win the division.
Yep, I like that assessment. Yeah, I just like, but to me, it's also it's two contexts, right? It's number one, what did the team do? How much better are they? Arizona, we have no idea how good they are because they didn't have Kyler Murray pretty much at all last year, right? So he comes back, he's worth something. He maybe not. You're not winning the championship with him. You're not going to get home field advantage throughout the playoffs with him, but you're better than you were last year, right? With him making a few plays and kind of masking some of their deficiencies, maybe. So they're going to be better than they were. I just think that division is pretty decent. Again, the Rams aren't world beaters, but it's still a Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, Kyron Williams production, which is not the easiest thing to roll through. And Seattle's perpetually in that 8-9 win mix.
8 last place teams 1 year ago. There you go. Our rankings on their likeliness to go worst to first this year. I saw this today. I wanted to pass this along. So this is the last time each team in the NFL made the playoffs. Okay. Do you know who has the longest drought in the NFL right now without making the playoffs?
I don't top of my head. I can guess.
Go for it.
Bears?
You know what? I said without making the playoffs. I need to clarify. This is without winning a playoff game, which is probably different. I don't know in this case, but it is a different thing. So years since last playoff win.
Can anyone beat 2005?
Actually, 2 teams.
2 teams do.
So the Commanders at 18 years.
Here we go. Yeah.
18 years. Why are you guys so negative? 18 years. That's the new bit. The next time somebody calls up here and says we're too negative, you guys don't give them the benefit of the doubt, we should just start chanting 18 years. 18 years. Weirdly, I'm not overly optimistic. I don't know how it happened. Your boy was a teenager in high school the last time they won a playoff game. That was half my life ago, by the way. I'm old now. I just turned 36. Just had a birthday.
Yeah, you did.
That was half of my life ago that they won their last playoff game. Anyway, 2 teams have longer droughts without winning a playoff game. Darius, can you name one of them? Danny is stumped at the moment.
Yes, I actually believe one of these is the Miami Dolphins.
23 years.
Wow.
The longest drought in the NFL. By the way, is that crazy to you?
Yes, it is.
They've had some good teams along.
They've had
the
a
way.
couple of 11-win teams in there. I
The
feel
last
like
couple of years, they've been one of the best offenses and most exciting teams in the league. Now, I think they got screwed a little bit 2 seasons ago when Skylar Thompson had to start in the playoffs because Tua was hurt. But they almost beat the Bills in the snow in Buffalo that day. They're just in a tough division. They've had bad matchups. I think they had the Chiefs in the coldest weather playoff game ever this past winter.
They had another season where they had a good year with Tannehill, and then he got hurt right before the playoffs, and Matt Moore had to start. So, yeah, they've been screwed a couple
great
times.
point. I would assume, so 23 years ago is 2001. So that means even that Tony Sperano-led Dolphins team,
yeah,
they didn't win a playoff game. Because that's post Dan Marino. Would that have been like a Brock Heward? Chad Pennington?
Yeah, Chad Pennington, a couple of those years, yeah.
But I don't know if he was on the 01 Dolphins. I think he was still a Jet at that time.
Oh, you're talking that far back. I thought you're talking like
the last
2007,
time they won
2008.
in 01. That's got to be Heward.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Or who would have been their quarterback?
I don't know. That's a long time ago, dude.
The 2000 Jay Fiedler? Is that a pull? Look up the 2001 Dolphins playoff game, Darius.
All right.
And I want to know who they beat and who their quarterback was. I have a sneaky Jay Fiedler suspicion. I should probably I know Heward replaced Marino because I saw him play at FedEx Field.
In 2001?
Pennington was after that with Tony Sperano.
So they lost the divisional round.
Nick
Let me
Saban
see.
at years.
So they lost the wild card, lost the divisional round in 2000. Trying to find it here. I'm sure this is riveting for everybody.
This is taking too long.
Jay Fiedler.
It was Jay
Fiedler. 3 picks in that playoff game.
And they won?
No, they lost.
No, well, then that would have been the
in the
second
divisional
week.
round, yeah,
Okay.
against the Raiders.
Got you. Jay Fiedler.
Jay Fiedler, bro.
All right, Ryan, there's a team that has not won a playoff game in 21 years. Second longest drought in the NFL.
I think it has to be the Oakland Raiders.
Ryan on the nose. Look
I was
at
going to say
this guy.
Houston. When was the last time they won a playoff game?
Houston won a playoff game
This year.
This postseason.
So that ends your drought then. There you go.
Danny, why do you sleep on the Texans? What in the world?
I definitely do. Because they had never won anything.
So that ends your drought. Then.
Yeah.
All those years they beat the Bengals over the last decade?
I feel like didn't the Bengals always beat them?
No.
No,
Like TJ Yates got up and
I
won
think
one
that
of
was
those.
the whole point is
All right, never
Marvin
mind.
Lewis and the Bengals could never win a playoff game.
That was part of the point. That was an issue.
So here's the list of the longest runs without one. Dolphins 23 years, Raiders 21, your Washington Commanders 18 years.
18 years.
13 years for the Bears and the Jets. Bears make sense, Jets does not. I believe that means since their AFC championship runs with Mark Sanchez and Rex Ryan, they have not won a playoff game. And then 8 years for the Cardinals, Panthers, and Broncos.
There's been a couple of good Bears teams that haven't won a playoff game too. I mean,
yeah,
I know nobody likes Mitch Trubisky, but that team was good. There's been a couple of Jay Cutler playoff runs there where they didn't win a playoff game because they couldn't beat Aaron Rodgers.
How about the Steelers have not won a playoff game in 7 years?
That's so weird to me, by the way.
That is hard to fathom.
Because they're in the playoffs every year.
Yeah, and that's why Mike Tomlin catches so much shrapnel. I just think he's a great coach. And he basically takes like a 7-8 win team, makes them a 10-win team, and then everyone gets angry that they don't win in the playoffs. It's the Spencer Carberry thing, where it's like, man, we should knock Carbs. They got swept. No, he took a non-playoff team and made them a playoff team, and then they got swept. You're like a victim of your own success in a way. 7 years since the Steelers won a playoff.
That's crazy.
That's tough. Tua wants $50 million a year. The Dolphins going to give it to him. We'll go around the league next on G&D. The Grant and Danny Show is sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services, estate planning, elder law, probate, administration. Schedule your free consultation with one of their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Tua Tagovailoa has been turning down contract offers from the Dolphins. There is a report out there that he wants $50 million. Now, that hasn't been corroborated that I've seen by any of the headline reporters that cover the league, but it stands to reason. That's kind of the going rate now for the I am a franchise quarterback. And if you look at Tua's numbers, this is where it's going to get really complicated. He puts up some gaudy statistics. He led the NFL in touchdown percentage, yards per attempt, yards per completion, quarterback rating last year, among other categories. This past season, he led the league in passing yards. Threw for 4,600 yards, 29 touchdowns, 14 picks. I want to know if the Dolphins are going to be the team that tries to thread the needle and says, actually, no, we're not going to pay you. Because we still have not really seen a team stand up and do that. Maybe the Cowboys do it with Dak. I mean, we're seeing an ongoing negotiation there where they've yet to pay him. Now, that's different. You could, in the case of the Dolphins, you could play the Cousins game and you could tag to a couple of times, I guess. And really,
if you think you've got a window now, maybe.
Exactly. Because he's going into what is his 5th season.
Yes.
So they technically have him for 3 more years. He's 26. You could tag him the first time next year, tag him the second time the year after that, and then he walks. And it's kind of what Washington did with Kirk Cousins. But Kirk hadn't led the league in passing yards, 4,600 yards. Cousins had not led the league in pretty much every category like Tua did, including quarterback rating the year before. And I say all this, Danny, I'm actually on the team side. There's no way I would pay Tua a long-term crazy $50 million contract because I think he is, well, good. And I wasn't super high on Tua coming out. I've never really been a big fan. So maybe part of this is bias, but I think he's somewhat replaceable. Tell me if this is insane. I think if Michael Penix was in Miami this year, I think the difference between Tua and Michael Penix would be negligible. I really believe that. I'm not sure that I would say that about even the other rookie quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, to be honest with you. I think Penix is a really good comp for him and is kind of a plug-and-play option to replace him. He's accurate. He stays in the pocket. He's not going to move around a whole lot. The ball comes out fast. He does a really good job avoiding sacks. I really believe Penix, just way cheaper, could basically be Tua for them. And you're throwing to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and you're handing the ball off to the fastest running backs in the league. And you're working with Mike McDaniel, might be the smartest offensive mind in the league. Am I overrating this, overvaluing this?
So it may be. The point I think stands. So I was much higher on Tua than you were coming out. I was all in on just please find me the guy that's hyper productive at the highest level, and I'll take my chances. I've got the same conclusion you have in terms of his NFL career, right? He's been fine, but not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but fine. Once this McDaniels partnership happened, now you go, okay, this is a different animal, right? He's playing point guard. He's throwing to guys that are already in motion, full sprint. It's yards after the catch. It's all built in. It's all designed. He is the perfect test case for the team to go, we believe we can find someone else to do this.
And you
which
have
is
such a hard time.
It is such a game of chicken. So if you're Tua, this is what you should do, by the way.
Yeah.
Is basically go, when I play, we win 63% of our games. I led the league in touchdown percentage. I've led the league in yards. I have been at the helm of a juggernaut of an offense. Are you really going to screw that up? Are you really going to tinker with that? And at the end of the day, maybe they'll go, no, fine, here's your money. This is a fascinating case to me.
You know, I'm a Hard Knocks sucker.
Yes.
I watched Hard Knocks with the Dolphins, and I kind of fell in love with Tua's personality. I really, really like him as a guy. I'm not going to suggest, I love this bit. I'm not going to say, and then I say it, but I'm not going to say Mike White would do the exact same thing as Tua.
Whoa.
Who's their backup.
Okay.
I'm not going to play that game. But I think the gap between him and Mike White is smaller than everybody wants it to be and thinks that it is. I also think, and this is where I'm as much asking as I am saying, I want your feedback on this. we have seen him come up small when that offense isn't clicking. When Tyreek Hill's on the sideline for major stretches against Kansas City in that playoff game, do you remember?
Yep.
Before he came back out, they scored 7 points in that game. It just feels like it's got to be 72 and sunny. The running game going, Tyreek making catches and turning, middle of the field, 10, 15, 18-yard dig throws into 65 catch and run type plays. He finished with a touchdown and a pick and a $1.99 against the Chiefs. And that was with a lot of garbage time production. He was brutal in that playoff game. Now, that was the coldest playoff game, I think, in history. I'm not telling you that was an easy game as a quarterback at all. And the Chiefs' defense this year was actually really, 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 really good. But they played the Chiefs in the regular season, as an example, back in like early November at Arrowhead, and he got sacked 4 times. He had a touchdown, no picks, threw for a $1.90. Like, when they've played good defenses that have had a good plan and kept Tyreek Hill from going crazy, it's a lot of what happened in Philly this year. A touchdown and a pick and 200 yards with 3 sacks. Like, he has a lot of those games. I cannot in good faith pay this guy the amount of money that he's going to want. And I say that with the cap exploding, thinking that the conversation about paying quarterbacks is a little bit overdone anyway. Like, this notion that you can't pay a QB X because you can't build around them. There's some truth to that. Not as much as everybody wants. The cap is getting so big all the time. $50 million is not that big of a deal. The problem is if he asks for 60, if he wants to be the highest paid quarterback. Jared Goff just got a deal where he's, in the low 50s per year at this point. He's a quarterback that needs a lot going on around him. But I don't know. I guess I'm asking, am I too hard on Tua?
I think you're a little bit too hard, but it's not crazy. It's probably the truth to me is probably closer to what you're saying than it is he's great. It's all because of him. You know what it reminds me of, honestly? It reminds me of the 2012 Redskins. So when that offense was going, when it was right, when all the drift plays and all the read options and all the weapons are at your disposal, you're getting 500 yards against this team and 40 points. And then we sort of forget when they played a couple of good defenses like Pittsburgh or Carolina in those years where they managed a couple 100 yards and 12 points, right? So it ended up as the second best offense in the sport overall, 4th most points. Same way Miami's did, where they put up 726 yards in a game against the Broncos. That's not a season series.
That's the game where they scored 70.
That's a 70-point, 726-yard game, and it could have been more.
Yeah.
Easily, right? Then you mentioned that playoff game where it's just not clicking. That lost to the Bills when they had a chance to win the division, only coming up with 14 points, and they stalled out a whole bunch of times. Sub 300 yards in that one. If whatever it is, it's like if you take away something, if you get a defense that's good enough for playing well enough to make them uncomfortable, he can no longer just go, I'll strap you on my back and I'll go do it, right? Like some of the elite guys can. And that's not a knock. There are only a handful of guys that get to do that, right? That's Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Burrow when he's right. Only a handful of guys can. But if I'm going to pay my quarterback that much, we talked about this with Cousins a million times over. You and I know this conversation like the back of our hands. You're basically going, we're gonna opt for the abyss. The abyss is so terrifying.
He is a less durable, weaker armed Cousins. Like, to me, he's not even in the same category because he's a pocket passer that doesn't help you much with his feet. He doesn't really scramble. That in and of itself, according to all the experts, seems to be an endangered species. Nobody wants anyone who just stands in the pocket and makes throws accurately. But he doesn't have the same arm. I don't think the same anticipatory skills necessarily. So let's play Who Would You Rather, okay?
All right.
Have as your quarterback, obviously. Who would you rather?
I've never played that before.
Lamar Jackson or Tua?
Lamar.
Dak Prescott or Tua?
Dak.
I'll stop you when I disagree.
Okay.
Josh Allen or Tua?
Allen.
Matt Stafford or Tua?
That's closer. Now, healthy, if everyone's healthy.
Yeah, we're assuming health.
Then still Stafford. But I feel like he's going to get hurt again.
Jared Goff or Tua?
Tua.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Jared Goff for me, definitely.
No.
That's funny. Brock Purdy or Tua?
I think Brock is the West Coast version of Tua.
They're pretty similar. I'm going to go Purdy.
Give me Tua by a hair.
Really?
Yeah.
So
I think if you swapped them, Tua could do that in Kyle's offense.
I'm at 6, you're at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Stroud or Tua?
Stroud.
7. Mahomes or Tua?
It's probably going to be Mahomes on that one for real. Trav, Coach Reed.
8. Cousins or Tua?
Cousins.
9. You've got 7.
Mhm.
Jordan Love or Tua?
Jordan Love.
By the way, Jordan Love, I get steamed up for Jordan Love. He was so good last
By the way,
year.
it's so annoying.
10 to Tua.
10-8.
All right.
I mean,
Who else do I have
Hurts.
here? Jalen Hurts or Tua?
Hurts.
11. Baker Mayfield or Tua?
Tua.
I'll take Tua. Trevor Lawrence or Tua? This is good. This is the good stuff.
This is a good one.
This is the good stuff, people.
Everybody's just crowned Trevor Lawrence.
I'm a Trevor Lawrence over Tua guy.
I think I'd do it too, but it's closer than everyone would like to say it is.
That's 12 for me. What are you at?
10. 10.
Joe Burrow or Tua?
I guess Burrow.
13.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Herbert or Tua?
Herbert.
14. Gino or Tua?
Tua.
Tua. Justin Fields or Tua?
Tua.
Russell Wilson or Tua?
Tua.
Derek Carr or Tua?
Tua.
Kyler Murray or Tua?
Kyler Murray.
I'll take Tua. So I'm still at 14. I think that's pretty much the end of the road here. Non-rookie division. So I'm saying 15th. I'm going to give him $50 million a year.
That's kind of the point.
I can't. I'm sorry. But he is like the middle of the road kind of, what do I do? Great example of being stuck between a rock and a hard
The
place.
axiom is you could do so much worse, but you could also do better. So somebody's going to do it, Grant.
Or can you? I mean, we
theory,
found that
in
out
theory,
the hard way
yeah.
here. Or can you is always, I think, the best way to come back to that. Dan Snyder's in the news for the most hilarious reason. I'm so happy about this. It's so funny. We'll talk about it next on G&D. Got a fun Dan Snyder update for everybody. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tweeted this story out at Grant H. Paulson. I think you'll enjoy it. This was written about all over the country today.
Yes.
And not in sports publications, by the way. Like, I have this from Variety from this morning. I'm just going to read here. I know you've got a story that you can fill in some blanks with as well. Sebastian Stan's Donald Trump movie, The Apprentice, counts billionaire Dan Snyder as an investor, but he's said to be furious over the cut playing at the famous film festival that it's taking part in right now. Snyder was apparently under the impression the film was going to be a flattering portrayal of Trump, and that's not how the film turned out. Now, a quick disclaimer. It is 2024. I always find this necessary.
Okay.
I don't care what your political stance is.
Whoa.
You don't care what my political stance is. I'm going to say the word Trump a couple times. Everybody please relax, okay? Nobody get angry at me. Nobody yell at me. Nobody try to get me fired. I've got 3 small children. I'm just trying to put food on the table for them. I just want to get them some food and drinks for the foreseeable few weeks, right? Danny, I know you may have something that you'd like to get out there as a disclaimer.
I like whatever you think I'm supposed to like. And I'm against the thing that I'm supposed to be against. Just want to let everyone know that.
So with that in mind,
There we go.
now we can discuss the story.
There we go.
Don't care what the movie is. Don't care what it's about. It happens to be about Donald Trump.
Okay.
Dan Snyder was one of the main people, Dan Snyder, who put money into this movie, thinking that the movie was going to be one thing, and the movie is something entirely different, apparently. And he is so angry about it that he's in a giant fight with the company that produced the film. What I love about this is twofold. Number one, everyone is talking about this story, not from in any way like this guy is a former NFL owner perspective, but about how this billionaire person helped fund this film and was completely wrong about what the movie was. That's funny. Also, what I find so hilarious about this, Dan Snyder's angry that he didn't have enough say in how this turned out.
It's perfect.
The guy that used to pick the players, the guy that used to tell the coaches what he wanted them to run, allegedly. The guy that used to be angry that the defensive coordinator wasn't aggressive enough, so he put ice cream on his desk. The guy that told Jay Gruden and company is taking over the draft and they're taking this quarterback, not the guy they liked that was an edge rusher. That guy helped fund a film. You could almost say like own some of the rights to the movie.
Yes.
And then when the movie came out, he didn't like it and he wasn't able to change it and he's losing his mind. Isn't that fun?
It's awesome.
It's the best.
So there's a number of things that coming from this article that we can pull out. Sources familiar with the back and forth say Snyder took issue with multiple aspects of the film and weighed in on what should be changed. Now, I want you to keep in mind.
No. That's what it said.
That's from the article.
That is so funny.
Now, he's got some right here. Okay, there's a number of financiers, like just a bit of background how the sausage gets made. A number of people kind of put up some money up front for the movie. They don't have creative control, though, ultimately.
No kidding.
And Snyder's a little bit that's happened.
He's used to having creative control.
Indeed. So another part of this, heading into Cannes, there was intense interest from potential buyers for the film, which is seeking U.S. distribution ahead of the election in November. International sales outfit Rocket Science is shopping the title at the Marché alongside CAA and WME. Again, no one cares about that. But here's the best part. Complicating matters, Snyder's Kinematics, that's the company I guess he's doing all this stuff with, has a voice in sales negotiations. So maybe, again, the guy that ruins everything could ruin this too. Basically saying we're not selling or we're not doing this or I'm going to kill the distribution or who knows what, because he's so dissatisfied and so mad, and he might not even go to the premiere of his movie because he's hanging out there in the south of France on his yacht anyhow, and he might be protesting.
What is the opposite of the Midas touch? Everything
The Snyder.
This guy is involved with turns bad. Everything. You think about the amusement parks and the restaurant chains and the radio stations that he buys. It all goes bad. And now why you would ever want his money involved in any of your projects, I don't know. But also, I just think it's so funny.
It's so great.
He thought they're making a movie about one thing, and it essentially is the opposite of what they were making, and he gave them a bunch of money to make the movie. I just think that's great.
It's perfect. So I don't know if listen, benefit of the doubt here, I'm sure, to Dan Snyder, but maybe they told him one thing and then went out and did something else. Doesn't seem like it, though. Seems like they had a pretty clear vision in mind. He's like, absolutely all in. Here's my money.
Well, if your worldview is the only one that matters, I mean, you might not think when you hear they're making a movie about my buddy that there's a possible other view of your buddy.
Yeah, he seems stunned that it wasn't like an awesome portrayal or whatever. It's great. So the big mystery now is if because it mentions it is unclear if Snyder, who is a fixture at the festival where he socializes with other billionaires on his yacht, plans to attend tonight's premiere alongside the kinematics team. We don't know. We don't know if he's going to make it or not. It's TBD because he's so mad.
I will bet that he doesn't go. But his yacht is there. Dan Snyder Yacht Tracker.
That's where it is.
Has his yacht right off the coast at the festival. Grant and Danny with you here on the Fan. You just can't make this up. Daniel M. Snyder still at it. And as my buddy texted me today, let me see exactly what he said because I thought this was just so perfect. He said, Snyder being a piece of is way funnier now that it's everywhere. And like variety.com about a movie. It's not our problem anymore.
Which is so great, by the way.
Isn't that great?
Yes, it is. It's so delightful. So what I'm hoping happens.
He couldn't sell his house. He gave it away.
Yeah.
He literally gave it. Now that was actually, I know there's tax reasons and I'm sure, someone smart will tell me, oh, you're an idiot. But he gave his $49 million appraised home or whatever to the American Cancer Society, I believe it was last week, so that they could sell it.
So they can sell
and
it.
He'll get a big tax write-off, and I'm sure it'll help him financially. But they'll also make some good money for a good cause.
Yes.
Him and his wife, like bad people can do good things. He has, through his wife, done a really good job. I think she had breast cancer, and they've been heavily involved in those projects. But couldn't sell his house. I mean, it has been just one swing and a miss after another. He's Joey Gallo at this point. Just a hole in his bat.
My hope is, and again, I don't care one way or the other, but I hope this movie's great. I hope it wins every award at Cannes. Like at the film festival, it's like the headline thing and whatever, and he's just sitting there stewing in it.
People are like, you know what movie's special?
You know what's great?
And we got to thank Dan Snyder for funding it. What if they name check him at the Oscars? This movie could not have been made without Dan Snyder. And he's like sitting there in a tux, like furious.
At the French festival, this year's award winner for distinguished film is going to The Apprentice. Dan Snyder, producer. Like, wouldn't that be amazing?
All right, we did it, guys.
Yeah, we did it.
I think we got through the story.
We're fine, right?
We did say Trump a couple of times. Hopefully everything's okay. Dan Snyder, though.
Snyder.
He's angry.
That's the story.
We can all bond around that.
It's the Snyder part.
Unhappy Dan Snyder.
That's it.
We're Grant and Danny.
Where in the world is
Dan Snyder's Yacht and Jets?
We've got to discuss the changes to the Commanders' front office. They made a couple of massive additions today. We'll get into that in just a couple of moments. Plus, we'll get you ready for Nats baseball pregame 12 minutes from right now here on your flagship home for the Nationals, 106.7 The Fan. But occasionally, we stumble into a revelation that is so significant that we've got to immediately play a little Ryan Explains It All. I was telling the fellas a little anecdote I'd learned recently about Ray Charles. And it was pretty clear to those of us that were in the room that Ryan might not know exactly who that was. So, without further ado, it's time for Ryan to explain it all. Ryan, who is Ray Charles?
This is a great question because I genuinely have zero lead, zero intel on this guy besides he is blind.
How do you know that he's blind?
Because that's the way that you're explaining this little antidote from the story.
So what did it explain?
The antidote.
Sorry, one more time.
Antidote.
Spell that, please.
ANTEDOTE.
That's the antidote. Okay.
So whoa.
All right.
You're spelling. You know what antidote means, right?
Like if I have some poison, I need the.
It's like the antidote.
Yep.
No, but can you please, before we get back to Ray Charles, what does antidote mean?
Well, it's more so like a detail of a story, like a little antidote.
Okay. So if I was going to like facts, figures, and
antidote.
Antidote.
So if I let's say, God forbid, in this little thermos right here was like arsenic, poison. I need the
antidote.
What's the difference between that word, antidote, and antidote?
So like an antidote is a medicine taken that you can give to counteract the poison, obviously.
Of course.
It has the exact same meaning as a weird fact.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Two words.
Two words.
I mean, sorry, two meaning, same word.
Antidotally, yes. I guess you could say it does.
But
anecdotally, that is a word.
An E in there.
I would say there's an E in there.
I'm telling you, it's ANTIDOTE. Antidote.
Really?
Yes.
Are we sure?
Yeah, because it's not to get complicated, right? But anti is like the Latin root meaning opposite.
Fair.
So it's like the counteracting ingredient. Yeah.
It's a poison. It's you get bitten by a snake.
The antidote.
By the way, I had a dream last night that I got bit by a snake. True story.
God.
Sorry about that.
Terrifying.
But anyway, the antidote, I needed it. It's anti, right? The antidote.
Fair. Yeah, I should have known that.
Right.
No, you shouldn't have. Totally fine.
So the little antidote that Grant was spinning earlier.
So anyways, back to Ray Charles.
I mean, at first glance, I really genuinely have no idea who this guy is. Couldn't tell you a single thing about him. The only thing that I know about this guy is that he is blind. At first, I was thinking maybe he's a musician of some sort, maybe. Maybe he's some famous comedian. But I'm kind of going the musician route. I feel as if this guy could be some silly jazz player, because I do know there is one blind piano player. I'm forgetting his name right now, but I've seen him perform like America's Got Talent and stuff like that for like special halftime shows, whatever it is.
I think you're thinking of Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, Stevie Wonder. Yeah.
So Stevie Wonder's the musician.
Maybe.
Stevie Wonder, piano player that's been on American Idol. He's the musician.
He did
so
some
it's not that. So then what else were you thinking?
Maybe a chef of some sort.
The blind chef.
The blind chef. I mean, maybe at this point,
the blind chef who uses antidotes.
I'm quite sure that there are chefs that don't see very well. You could smell, taste. You could do all that.
You could do all that.
And then he uses antidotes.
Maybe he uses antidotes. At this point, that is really all I could say. Maybe he was a musician of some sort. I could not tell you anything more. Maybe not an athlete, because can't really be a blind athlete in today's age. Really in any age. That's all I got.
You probably could be.
I mean, you could.
You could.
Maybe. It's a little tough. That's all I got. I wish I could go down like a deep route here.
Yeah.
I genuinely have zero idea who this person is. Not a single soul. Not a single clue.
Ray Charles.
Ray Charles.
Ray Charles.
Never heard the name said before.
Maybe I've heard the name.
What do you imagine him looking like?
I mean, I imagine him
Like when you see him right now, what do you see?
see like a 6'4",
Okay.
kind of a husky guy, blonde.
He's a Yukon.
Blonde hair,
Donovan Clingan.
maybe a little bit of a bowl cut.
Ray Charles, blonde bowl cut.
Maybe a little bit of a bowl
You're
cut.
doing bits.
I mean, I'm telling you what I know. I know nothing.
Well, you know about antidotes
I
more
do
than
know
more
about
than most.
antidotes, but at this point, that's all I got.
All right,
Okay.
so final verdict then. Your final guess. Ray Charles was famous for
Being a musician.
Okay.
All right.
He is a famous musician, 6'4", little husky, bowl cut, blonde hair, wears glasses.
Sully.
But he's blind. Why does he wear glasses?
No, they wear some wear sunglasses at times.
Oh, I see.
I've seen Stevie Wonder. He's worn sunglasses.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's what he does.
That's his move.
So that is all I got.
So incredibly, this is probably the closest he's ever been.
I know. It's crazy when he gets there somehow.
Ray Charles was an iconic and legendary songwriter and pianist.
Really?
Yes.
Is this like a bit?
No, this is dead serious.
So I kind of nailed it.
You've never seen Jamie Foxx played him in a film. Ray, do you remember that at all?
No
file.
idea.
Okay.
All right.
He was absurdly talented, by the way.
Oh,
On various records, he would sing every part. So like him as the main singer, that he would sing basically like female vocal parts as backup singers on his albums. He was incredible.
He also wasn't blonde.
True.
No, he was not blonde from
not.
Yukon.
Yeah.
He was an African American male,
Okay.
not a husky white guy with
Not a husky white
with a blonde
with a
bowl
bowl
cut.
cut.
Was he 6'4"?
No,
No, also skinny. I would imagine he was tall. What do you think?
I actually don't know. Height wise,
How tall was Ray Charles? 5'9". So not that tall.
it's not that tall.
I was close. 5 inches off, or about 8 inches, 7 inches off, really.
Very close. But between that and getting Antidote, he
See,
kind of had a hell of a
Antidote
round there.
was amazing.
How did you know Antidote?
I mean, I know a thing or two about a thing or two, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
But seriously, that's not a word I've ever heard you use. How'd you know that?
I mean, I just comes off the tongue sometimes. The antidote just felt right in the moment, so I slung it.
You're silly.
I still don't know the difference between the antidote and an antidote.
Yeah, that I need you to work on a little bit.
Like I don't get that. Like one
do you
cures poison, the other's a story about somebody.
Do you pronounce them the exact same, or do you stress something different?
Well, thinking about it, antidote makes a little bit more sense for something that you want to get. Like if you got bit by a snake or whatever, a poisonous snake, you'd want the antidote.
Antidote.
The antidote may be more of the detail what I was talking about, like a little nugget in the story.
Oh, maybe it's like an I or an E, but they sound really similar if you say it fast.
Wait, so say them side by side so I can hear it.
All right. I just got bit by a snake. I need the antidote.
Right?
Antidote.
You hear that?
That was anti.
Yeah. Listen to this one.
You left the little nugget in the story. You dropped the little antidote.
Did you hear the difference?
Anta.
Yeah.
Antidote. Okay.
Antidote.
Antidote.
Done. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's better when he doesn't get it right.
Yep.
And unfortunately,
It's so
this time he
frustrating.
was spot on. Next time we'll get him. Ryan explains it all. It is time to get your Nats starting lineups ahead of Nationals baseball tonight on Grant and Danny.
Here we go. Against Pablo Lopez behind Mitchell Parker, leading off playing shortstop. Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Eddie Rosario batting third in left field. Jesse Winker batting fourth again. Joey Meneses, your designated hitter. Luis Garcia at second base, batting fifth. Nick Senzel at third, batting sixth. Joey Gallo at first, hitting seventh. Keber Ruiz behind the dish, batting eighth. And in center field, our guy, your guy, Jacob Young.
I just saw Darius say to Ryan that he was wrong about Antidote, and Ryan put his head right in his hands. He was so salty.
The reason why that is what someone who used to work here at the station used to say that you guys said anecdotally a lot. And that's when he was like, Ryan, remember? He used to say that he used to text us when you guys would
Cody
say,
used to make fun of us all the time. You could say who it is.
Yeah, it was Cody. And so then I was like, oh my God, you're right. I forgot.
Anecdotally.
Antidotally. Lineups, pitchers presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. I need somebody to start hitting. Don't really care who it is.
Somebody at some point.
CJ Abrams has been ice cold. It would be nice to get him going on this homestand. You know that the power is going to come.
Mm-hmm.
They have gone 2 weeks with basically one guy hitting home runs for this team. 5 of their 7 bolts from Eddie Rosario. Gallo is overdue for a home run. Abrams is overdue for a long ball. It was good to see Winker get into one. Yesterday, hit a home run. He could get hot and start driving the ball. It's actually going to be a lot warmer on this homestand as well.
It's humid out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nats Park plays pretty neutrally, and so far this year, because the weather hasn't been great, it's actually played a little pitcher-friendly on fly balls. But you know some of those balls are going to start to fly. It's going to start to travel. But I would love to see Luis Garcia get right again. He's been ice cold as well. Remember, we were talking about how he might have turned a corner and figured some things out. He has been an out in waiting here for the last week or so. So they got to get somebody going.
There's no good answer right now in the lineup. I mean, obviously going to keep running up CJ Abrams and Rosario for the threat to jump yard. They need Lane Thomas back in a hurry because what are you going to do? I said, hey, Joe Ness is sitting fourth again. Well, who else is going to hit fourth? They have nobody that's really swinging it right now.
It changes quickly. I mean, It takes one game where they rope out 11 hits, 8 runs, and maybe that's tonight.
You get that breakout.
The same way that everyone gets cold at the same time, everyone can get hot at the same time. But they got to help this pitching staff. Top 5 starting rotation ERA last 6 weeks in the National League. For Darius and Ryan behind the scenes, Grant and Danny saying so long. Enjoy the evening. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. We're breaking down the Nats, looking ahead to the conference finals in the NBA. Enjoy your Mondays. Call up James Wood.
Thank you for coming.